Okay. Right, let's start again with some volume. Welcome back this morning. I'd like to introduce you to our first panel of the day, which will be chaired by Andrea Krizsan, lead researcher here at the Inequalities and Democracy Work Group at CEU Democracy Institute.
So, good morning, everybody. Not everybody woke up yet, I can see. Not everybody's in the room, but I guess people will be coming in as we start. So this panel is titled, How Does Excessive Wealth Damage Democracy? So what is interesting is that we have three people who come bring very different perspectives, but I think we have a lot to talk about nonetheless from those different perspectives. So we will talk about mechanisms through which wealth concentration undermines democracy. So it's a bit of a diagnostic panel, I think, but maybe we will do more than just diagnosis. So let me introduce the three panelists. Peter Hagel is an associate professor and chair of the History and Politics Department at the American University in Paris. His last research project examined the political consequences of rising inequalities and asked questions about the agency of the ultra-wealthy in international relations. And the findings of his research were published in a book called Billionaires in World Politics with Oxford University Press in 2020. Kati Cseres, our second speaker, is an associate professor of law at the Amsterdam Center for European Law and Governance and program director of the EU Law Masters at the University of Amsterdam. And she investigates uneven power structures and relations in EU competition law, consumer law, constitutional law, and sector regulation, and how prevailing models of economic law can respond to challenges of growing political and corporate concentration. Since 2024, she is a board member of the Inclusive Competition Forum, which is a think tank connecting experts in competition law with stakeholders working to promote a more socially inclusive competition law and policy and a fairer, more sustainable market capitalism in Europe. Shakuntala Banerjee, she's a professor of media, culture and social change at the London School of Economics and Political Science. She lectures in film, international media and the global south, with a research focus on children and youth, democracy and political socialization, audiences, new media, hate and disinformation. And she also brings 30 years of experience as an educator, researcher and academic, and has been awarded several prizes for her teaching. She has published several books, but what is most important for us is her 2022 book on social media and hate. So this is the lineup. So we start with Peter today, and then Kati is going to come next. Everybody will have 15 minutes, and then we open the floor after another round of questions. So let me see. Here you go.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Andrea. Also, Andreas, to invite me. I'm very, very pleased to be here. Actually, George Soros was one of my case studies in the book on billionaires in world politics, and I had never been to the CEU, so I'm very glad to be here and exchange with everybody who's here. So I've titled my 15-minute talk, Entrepreneurs and the Authoritarian Lure of Anti-Politics, and you will see why. It actually, I think clearly my prior research on billionaires in world politics must have qualified me for the invitation, and there are several takeaways from my book that I actually want to get over with very briefly and then connect with what I'm currently researching on, namely it is that the allure of authoritarianism and what it has to do with anti-politics. And so if the panel is excessive wealth and democracy, then clearly we think about the ultra-wealthy and how they may want to influence politics, become politicians, campaign financing, all of that. And I just want to start with some cautious remarks, because I think that's important not to see them as overpowering and omnipotent. And that is that's the takeaway from my last research. that transposing money into political power is not straightforward, right? It depends on what can be bought. So it depends a lot on the context, what is culturally acceptable to be bought, what is on the marketplace, what is media, right? It has to be privatized before it can be transposed into a private political power. If it's public, that's different. Then there is an important politics-business trade-off. We just saw that with Elon Musk. When you get into politics, you neglect your business. You can't do both with 100% of your energies. Bill Gates stopped Microsoft when he went into philanthropy. There is a trade-off with your time and energy. And it also requires agentic capacities. It's not just money. Often when ultra-wealthy enter politics, it's entrepreneurs who try to mobilize some of the experiences, and they're different depending on the business they're coming from, when they move into politics. Berlusconi had all businesses, had everything you need: media, advertising, entertainment, very high agentic capacities for entering politics. Some others, much less. Also, excessive wealth remains quite volatile. There's this great book, it's actually a private wealth management help yourself book, The Missing Billionaires, but it does show that if you take the wealthy from 1900, there should be over 100,000 billionaires. They are not there because money disappears, wealth disappears quite often. Also, if you take the first global billionaires list from 1987, not so many are on the lists today. So excessive wealth is potential power, but it's also quite volatile. And another cautious note is that maybe we should not always take the US as a reference. I won't follow that advice because I'll actually look at the US. In terms of money and politics, the US is exceptional, right? The costs of campaign there are 40 times more per person than in the UK or Germany, and that 3 people provided a third of the funds of Donald Trump's campaign is unthinkable and just impossible in most other countries, right? So there is something exceptional about the US. So what am I seeing as the more profound and principled danger of excessive wealth in and democracy is what I would call the lure of the entrepreneur, because when we talk about billionaires or the super wealthy, what they represent is often the successful entrepreneur. And all the great theorists of the firm, from Ronald Coase to Elizabeth Anderson, I think they've highlighted very clearly what is at the heart of the firm, and therefore of the entrepreneur, is authoritarian leadership. This is what distinguishes the firm from the market and from democracy. It's hierarchical authoritarian leadership. And so when we talk about the ultra-wealthy, excessive wealth as deriving from successful entrepreneurs, we're talking about authoritarian leaders inside their firms. That was very well expressed by Musk and Ramaswamy when they started their Doge project in the United States. This was their statement: we are entrepreneurs, not politicians. What was their own word's definition of this? People focus on driving change through executive action. This is their self-understanding. And so when I ended my last book with what I thought was I think for a lot of the challenges that we've talked about yesterday in a lot of other panels when it comes to ultra-wealthy influencing politics through opinion shaping, media, campaigns, or political financing, parties, and so on. We actually sort of know what can be done. There are countries who have better campaign financing laws than others. There are countries who have more generally better political financing systems than others. There's a lot of what we know what could be done. But what is really dangerous when the ultra-wealthy become seen as legitimate to rule, as having the right to rule. And I think that is what maybe lie behind this is the image of the successful entrepreneur, because there is that authoritarian lure of this being an attractive alternative to democratic decision-making. And in that sense, it's partially neoliberal, because the entrepreneur is part of we should all be entrepreneurs as part of the neoliberal paradigm, but it's also not, because it is not about markets. This is not about embracing markets. I think that was really the change also in the United States from the Koch brothers to the current administration. There's no more talk about markets and competition. There's talk about the omnipotent entrepreneur who should not be limited in their entrepreneurship. So the question for me is, why are entrepreneurs so attractive? Yeah? Why are they? And there's a paradox here. In August 24, Americans were asked about billionaires in politics. It was a representative poll by the Harris poll, which is one of the good surveys and regular surveys. And 73% wished billionaires played a smaller role in politics. 58% agreed that billionaires are becoming more like dictators. And 3 months later, a majority voted them into power. Right? This is a paradox. And I think it has something to do with that authoritarian lure of the entrepreneur, epitomized by Trump and Musk in the United States. But I think there is a more global trend here. This is not just the United States. There were several global surveys, especially among younger generations, that show quite clearly that the attractiveness of democracy is declining. And this is a cohort thing, but it's also, and it's not just a life cycle thing. That's the two quotes I have here from two larger global studies that came to similar results. So my question is, and this is linked to another trend, a growing trust gap. Yeah, these are the Edelman trust barometers that ask regularly, who do you trust in? And the trust gap between business and politics is increasing. So there is something going on globally also where people trust business. Here, for me, that is partly reflecting entrepreneurs more than politics. Employer even higher. Another such survey, this is US again, so I have sometimes US, sometimes global surveys. It's really striking. It was from 2018, but a very similar poll with very similar results was done between 21 and 23, 3 consecutive years. Amazon and Google top the list of institutions you trust, especially among Generation Z, X, and Millennials. That's actually number 1. If you break down the survey results, after 23, they didn't ask this question anymore. Political parties in Congress are at the bottom. So my question is, what is going on here? And this clearly has to do with a very big research literature on anti-politics and trust. Clearly, this is multi-causal. It has to do with polarization. There are multiple factors at work here. I propose a hypothesis that I've not seen so much around, and it's clearly interconnected with others, and I'm happy to hear your comments. And it's about that something major may have changed in how people experience politics and how they experience problem solving in their daily life. Democracy has always been connected to its socioeconomic context. 20th century coincided with mass production and consumption, growth of administration in business and government. 20th century is very different. Production and consumption are marked by one thing: endless choice, customization, personalization, consumers as producers. This is very different. Politics remains the game of Max Weber, powerful drilling through hard boards. What we see is what is required, especially democratic politics, is social compromise, complex communication, collectively binding decisions. In our daily life consumption world and how we face and deal with problems in daily life, this is very contrasting. It's individual choice, instant gratification, free return on X, and that is new. That is my argument. Because if you look at this, in 1990, the number of available telephone models in Germany, this is the right side, very much resembled the choice on the ballot box. Limited. You had to make compromises. You had to choose from a defined list of mass products. In 2024, this list is no longer valid because every person's phone is individually customized to your own personal needs, and you get exactly what you need. And that experience of more often than before, much more often than before, we get what we need almost instantly in daily private life is at odds with the ballot has not changed. It still looks the same today as in 1990. Hold on, how can I go back this? So this is, if I go back here, right, Jeff Bezos and many other entrepreneurs represent people's experience in their daily life. They are the ones who've been driving the satisfaction of individual needs, customized, personal want satisfaction through their businesses, their products, their innovation, partially. And so I think, to a large extent, that lies behind their being seen as attractive as leaders, because there is this disconnect between democratic politics is slow, boring, powerful drilling through hard boards, and in the private consumption world, daily life world, we have a different experience to problem solving. It's really about and it's not just business, it's also go to YouTube, you get do-yourself instructions, peer-to-peer learning, all of that. This is at odds with how traditional democratic politics functions. Now, this is maybe a somewhat negative or pessimistic outlook. I don't think it needs to be, because there's actually a lot being tried and thought about and proposed about how politics can become not a mass product, but something that resembles our experience of problem solving in daily life. This is about, and for me, one can distinguish two sides here. One is the output side of democratic politics, that is public services. So this is about customizing digital public services, where I think in many countries, governments and public services are decades behind the private sector. But this is not about copying the private sector. This is about making good use of the digital opportunities that exist. Beth Novak has written a great book on solving public problems that is full of examples of how often municipalities do these kind of things, especially at the local level of democratic public service provision. There are a lot of fantastic examples of how this can be done well. It's often at the national level where this is still frustrating for citizens. And there's also the input side of democracy. There have been, the ballot box does not need to look in the 21st century like it used to look in the 20th century. The input side of democratic participation can be a lot more creative. There are Helen Landemore, Audrey Wang, Taiwan and Estonia are two countries that have advanced this in very creative ways. There is also a lot of literature and research out there about how to adapt the input side of democracy to make it more participative, more diverse, more engaging, and using the opportunities of the digital revolution. So in one way, the optimistic perspective would be that it takes a little bit more time, and that some countries are already much more advanced in this regard, and that if democratic politics can not copy the private sector, but make use of the new opportunities of technology in a way that the private sector has already done, maybe we see less of that disconnect and less of the lure of the successful entrepreneur who is an authoritarian leader. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much. A very interesting talk. Thank you very much for the invitation. I have enjoyed very much the discussion already yesterday, and I'm very pleased to be able to share some of my thoughts here today. It's a little bit far away from me after this very kind introduction to add something to what I do, but let me add something because it's important to why I stand here and why I talk about democracy and this specific part of law. I am an EU law scholar, and I work mostly on economic law, competition law, but I also have a background in consumer law, and my team or my group or my department at the University of Amsterdam, many of us do also constitutional law. So that's a little bit of my background. But over the past years, I have been working quite a lot with civil society organizations, many of them who came to this space of competition law because they have been seeing that their old work or their traditional work, which was to keep public power to account, was changing. They have been seeing that it's private power, it's indeed concentrated economic power in the hands of private entities, are raising very serious questions for democracy. And they have been looking at, and this is where I have been also cooperating with them, how law can be mobilized, how competition law can be mobilized to address these types of questions. So that's, I think, what brings me here. And today what I would like to discuss is, I went back a little bit to basics and just to share with you what are the kind of discussions in this field, because we talk quite a lot about democracy, something which has not been a subject to debate for a long time in this area of the law. It's pretty much full with either law for a long time or economics. This is a new opening, and with a lot of disagreements, a lot of debates and heated discussions. But why I think it's interesting to discuss this area of the law, I use competition law, I am an EU scholar, but I know that if you are more familiar with the US, then you would use antitrust. So why I think it's interesting to discuss this area of the law today is because it has been explicitly designed to address the problem that is at the table. So concentrated economic power, concentrated market power, and its threat to democratic governance. So if we look back to the historical archives of why we have competition law in the US, for example, which is the first piece of this kind of legislation, then there has been very much a feeling that after the immense industrialization at the end of the 19th century in the US, these big trust corporations were putting their hands into other things than just the economic sphere. And they were putting their hands into the electoral processes, manipulation of legislation, exploiting workers, suppressing small businesses, campaigns, so many of those processes that are core and, to democracy. And this is a quote we also use often to show our students, to bring these things down to some more simple language, is that, well, if we will not, as in the US, and you're a king and a political power, then the same kind of principles should apply also in the market. In the US, after the turn of the century, there has been quite a long period of what we call a progressive area, which I think, again, is interesting here, where it went on and it has been very much entrenched in scholarship, but also especially by the courts. And this is former Supreme Court Justice Louise Brandeis, who said that, so it's either we have democracy or we have concentration of power. But the two cannot go together, so expressing in a way that concentration of economic power is a threat to democracy. Now, if we look at the EU, we see a relatively similar story. Of course, the historical facts are very different. But what we know today as European competition law, and European competition law is not only for the EU, but the EU has been the most successful transplanter also of its competition law model around the world. That's a very interesting work by Anu Bradford and her team, comparing whether the US or the EU model has been more successful, and the EU model has been very successful also throughout Africa, Asia, Latin America. So when we talk about the EU, that's also good to keep in mind that often these models are not just limited to what we like to discuss inward looking. But again, we see a similar story of how excessive concentration of power, large corporations, cartelization throughout the 30s have built up and a very closely entangled relationship with the rise of totalitarianism and the Nazi regime. And once, after the Second World War, this school of thought very much these intellectual ideas were very much behind the first, what we call proper competition cartel act of Germany at the end of the 50s, with the idea that we have to prevent concentration of economic power because it is a threat to individual economic liberty and political liberty. If you want to read more on this, there is a brilliant book by Elias Deutscher. I guess it's not one I think that it's a German who writes about it in much detail with a lot of philosophical and historical background. And he brings it back, if you want to know what really is the relationship, what we discuss of competition, and I will come to it, what we mean by competition and competitive markets. He says we find the explanation very much in the Republican notion of liberty. And it's not just what you do with the concentration of economic power. I will come back to that, why this matters, but it's simply this situation of being in a dependent, like a slave and a master, a dominant actor, and liberty means non-domination, the absence of that relationship. Okay. So what we look at, what competition lawyers always worry about, you will hear many times, is competition. That's kind of an abstract term. It's basically rivalry on a number of things that firms can compete on. I think you already referred to it a little bit today. The consumption is enormous, it's personalized, it's massive. So you have to think about mobile telephone operators, digital services, etc. We are worried about whether markets remain competitive. And the reason for that is, so that means that they are not getting concentrated. So competition law has been there or has been designed also to decentralize economic power. In a constitutional language, in order to prevent that there is some kind of arbitrary intervention by those who have economic power in the market, which could interfere with other market players' choices or autonomy, decision-making, etc. Having market powers, having economic power is not per se illegal, which might be interesting for our discussion. When is the tipping point? In EU law, we talk about a special responsibility of big firms. So you do have to be careful what you do. It's only the abuse of that. So certain practices, certain behaviors will be recognized as violating the law. And in fact, concentration can also be good because it provides economies of scale, it may support innovation, etc., etc. In this field, we talk about these kind of relatively economic terms, but indeed behind that, very often and more, this transition between the economic power and political power is emerging. So discussions about how economic power can influence or can flow over lobbying, campaign financing, how interest can be captured, and what kind of, in what ways they really threaten democratic institutions, result in rent-seeking, oligarchy, crony capitalism. I think we can go more into these in the discussion, also with a little bit with regard to the film yesterday that we have seen. But so nowadays there is a discussion which puts also competition law, and I have been very much behind that, into a broader field of saying, look, these are also like constitutional checks and balances. This is basically the accountability mechanism in markets. It makes sure that the rule of law applies in market mechanisms, and in that sense, it's instrumental to democracy. What could be also interesting for our discussion, and that's very specific to the EU, that it's not only about the concentration of economic power in the hands of private undertakings. The EU has specific rules where the link with what a member state does, how legislation is made, and how that influences the behavior of private undertakings is also prohibited. A very specific part, but it's good to keep in mind. Moreover, it has, and that's very unique across the world, and certainly with regard to the US, it has rules on state aid. Those of you who have been yesterday at the film, there have been a lot of, or at least there have been references to how the son-in-law of Mr. Orban has been buying, for example, office houses, etc., above market price. I have been hearing immediately that could be some kind of practices which could fall under the EU rules on state aid, because the question there is, what do you pay? So how does the state support? And we have heard, sorry, I left out that important element, that some of these transactions were financed by public money. And here the question arises, what does the state support? And if the state supports, there can be very good and public interest projects, but there can be also misuse of public money. Some firms can be advantaged and others disadvantaged. Okay. So the big question is, we have this law. It does exactly, it should solve all our problems with regard to concentrated economic power. It has been transplanted to many countries over the past 2 decades. Since the 1980s, we have around 130 jurisdictions who have something which is called competition law, from Bangladesh to El Salvador, Global South, Asia, Eastern Europe, almost all countries, really a lot of countries have this type of law. So it should do the thing, right? But what we see is that corporate power, exactly the one thing that this law and legislation and the authorities who have been put in place there should control and prevent to threaten our democratic and social values, are on the rise. I could have put up a graph. I am not so good with that, but this shows for you industry concentration, market concentration has been on the rise over the past 2-3 decades. Moreover, it's not just that markets are getting concentrated, but the inequalities, especially economic inequalities, are increasing. So often, the concentration and large corporations end up in a few hands in some of the markets, like this one here on the global seed market. So that's one phenomenon that we see. The other one is the rise of digital platforms, where certainly something is going on which is related to corporate power, but not only that. There is wealth being accumulated, but there's something more going on with our personal data, information, the free flow of information. So these developments, I think, raise the issue of what does this law do if we have such problems, and actually we are discussing in a very serious manner threat to the integrity of democratic societies and, sorry. Huh? political systems. I have 2 more slides, if I may. Okay, I will try to be quick. So what has been going on, my title is a bit US oriented, but there is also an EU story. What has been going on is, I think interesting to this discussion, is a very simple question. Are we worried about concentrated economic power as such, or do we need, as lawyers would be looking for, some kind of extra element, some kind of qualification of the presence of concentrated power to say that this is wrong, this is against the law, this is a threat to democracy. And for a long time in the US, which has been always very influential also around the world and in Europe, at least in terms of how we enforce the law, we have seen that bigness was problematic. So big is bad, as this has been a saying in the 70s. But with the rise of a very specific intellectual school of thought, which we refer to often as a Chicago school, with an impressive school of lawyers and economists, actually the idea that big is bad has been taken back, and the mainstream enforcement goal was, if there is some kind of interference, so big in itself is not bad, it can be good for research and development, innovation, it can be good again for larger production, etc. But it's only the interference, some kind of qualification of concentration of economic power, which is problematic. We competition lawyers refer to this as consumer welfare. Often we look at price, quality, and choice of consumers, and we often like to look at price because that's the easiest to measure. In the US, there has been a counter movement. I'm sure you have heard about Lina Khan and Tim Wu. He has been also mentioned yesterday by our keynote speaker, where they have been pushing what has been called this neo-Brandeis movement, that big in itself is problematic. So as Tim Wu, in this opinion in the New York Times, has said, be afraid of economic bigness, be very afraid, because something very serious is going on. And I think it's a discussion, again, what has been going on in the US and elsewhere around the world, but there are parallels in that. Then I would like to finish on this, what has been going on in the EU. Something similar, so something in the same line of narrowing down, at least narrowing down what this law has been about. We refer to that as the more economic approach. This also meant a new body of experts in our field, economists. We have not talked about them yesterday. Somebody asked the question about law firms and corporations, but I think it's also very interesting questions, what do economists do here? And I can tell you quite a lot what has been going on in the competition law field. So in the EU, we have seen this drive through more economic approach, less this legal formalistic approach. What is, I think, interesting to discuss, and when I first put it down on paper, I also had to look at it once again, is something which a Dutch political scientist called creeping authoritarianism in EU competition law, and that is how decision-making is becoming, through this more economic approach, through this narrowed down enforcement, how it is becoming detached from democratic oversight, especially at the level of the Commission, and how many of those things that you have been also talking about, participatory, deliberative democracy, those kind of processes are not present. And we could discuss whether, those who control the power of private power, whether they are not abusing their own power. Thank you very much for giving me a little bit more time, and I'm looking for the discussion. I will click it. Sorry, is this your first slide?
No, you don't close anything.
No, I just had, yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. India is a big country, and I'm going to use it. You've heard a lot about the US, North America, Western Europe, but I think India is an interesting case because we come before many of those countries, but due to, and I think I'll just put this out there, a kind of weird European exceptionalism, it's really interesting that many scholars in the rest of the world haven't seen India as a case where corporate governance has been deteriorating, disintegrating, and enmeshed with budding fascism for the last, I would say, 15 years. And this ignoring of a country where actually things are showing you what Hungary might be like in 5 years' time if something isn't done, because apparently only Europe can do fascism in a particular way, is really, really dangerous. And I'm basically going to build my argument around 3 strands. So I'm trying to lay out 3 interconnected political economic processes that have seen the hollowing out of India's democracy since the rise of the regime of the BJP and Modi, but actually from quite a bit before that, since Modi came to power as a chief minister in a state in Gujarat. In a similar way, you might say, to some of the senators rising to power in a state and then coming to power at the center. So we've seen a lot of fake philanthropy, and that's going to be the first strand. The civil societyization, but actually politics under a different name. The political economy of where the money comes from, so follow the money. How billionaires entering the tech sphere in India have supported the stranglehold of the far-right fascist parties, and how in turn they have been rewarded by being favored, and we saw in the film yesterday, in tendering and bidding processes, through corruption, through deals, through the forgiving of bad debt, and the manipulating of almost all public image of tendering processes. And then finally, transmedial hate, the connections between disinformation networks, hateful discrimination, media ownership, and infrastructure. So these 3 processes I'm hoping to elaborate 5 minutes each. Let's see if we can do this. So, what is India like today? Well, people are celebrating weddings. You might have heard of the wedding of the Ambani son. Anybody heard of the wedding of the Ambani son? Anyone interested in excessive wealth? You'll have heard of this. The mother, Nita Ambani, reputedly keeps her skin good by using gold paste on it every single day. Excessive wealth can definitely be traced through this. But for the majority of the country, there's excessive poverty. And when I say a majority, I mean above 1 billion people. That's a lot of people. And I study children. So 275 million children in India are getting barely 1 meal a day. So that's the baseline from what I'm talking. So there's widespread hate, violence, and discrimination against historically oppressed communities. Indian Muslims, notably, who are nearly 300 million people, Christians, Dalits, critical citizens, have been excluded, have been imprisoned. Many of the people I esteem very highly are still sitting in prison waiting for trial. Their homes have been demolished. They're being lynched in the street. Between 2014 and today, more than 600 individuals have been publicly lynched to death by mobs connected to the ruling party. In terms of the mainstream media, television news contains politically motivated hate speech on a daily basis. So hundreds and hundreds of thousands of individual instances of public hate speech have been recorded and are circulating everywhere. There's an incitement to violence against minority communities. We also have a very thriving social media hate ecosystem into which AI-related disinformation is now making a major breakthrough. So we've got bot accounts, we've also got sock puppet accounts on Twitter and so on and so forth. And all of these things, so weirdly, will appear in the Western mainstream media maybe once every 3 or 4 months on an exceptional basis, and then they'll disappear. But this might interest you. Just after October 7th, 2023, the largest amount of disinformation against Palestinians came out from the Indian hate sphere, because it's a very well organized, very, very well manipulated sphere. Let's take thread 1. Our Prime Minister is an ethnic nationalist, a Hindu nationalist, and he has made no secrets of his affiliation to the far-right organization, the RSS. Since he came to power, he has hired image management consultants in the US to wipe out all public and private speech about his 2002 participation in a pogrom against Muslims in the state of Gujarat. He runs or is affiliated to, and his ministers, particularly our Home Minister for many years, Amit Shah, are affiliated to many previously illegal and constantly illegal doing organizations. I won't name them here because they won't mean anything to you, but they have a youth wing, they have a women's wing, they are armed, they are weaponized, they're on the streets. If this was India, they would be sitting in this hall recording everything I'm saying. If you put my speech up on YouTube, they will know it next time I go into my country. Apps and Facebook pages are used constantly to humiliate, auction, and show disgust against multiple different types of Muslims, but particularly Muslim women and Muslim women journalists. Muslim women journalists have taken the brunt of much of the hate. Pegasus spyware, which we've heard about before, has been installed on their phones. TechFog, an app which you really should look into, has been manipulating and used to alter different tendencies online. If you follow these stories, and I really hope you will, you'll see how similar it is to some of what we saw in the film yesterday. But if we think about fake philanthropy as one of the threads, back in 2002 to 2003, just after this massive pogrom in Gujarat, journalists and scholars were already warning that a vast political economic network was funding Indian fascism. This was way before Modi came to power. And in particular, the RSS and Narendra Modi, through the US-based so-called Indian Development Relief Fund. There was an earthquake in 2001. This fund was set up, but all the money was being channeled, as with the COVID relief fund and so many other funds we've had, fake philanthropy, channeled into far-right election propaganda. You can look at the report from 2022, a vastly well-referenced and credible report published by independent scholars, and US-based anti-fascist Indian groups showed the way in which these vast sums of money, and we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, had been collected in the US diaspora communities from tech firms. Tech is implicated at every single level of this story, and other businesses. And more they were used to lobby across the US, across the European Union, across the UK, Congress and Parliament, to prevent any kind of criticism of the Modi regime or of the billionaires close to the regime. Let's come to thread 2. Modi's close allies, Gautam Adani and Mukesh Ambani, are the new Rockefellers, according to starry-eyed CNN, MSNBC, etc., etc. They appear to be genuflecting, because this glittering Indian wealth apparently can't really do anything wrong to them. But a small side note, in Australia there were many protests against the buying up of ancestral land from indigenous populations to start a new mine by Mukesh Ambani. And actually the protesters won in that case. These giant family conglomerates, who also run partially cartels linked to the government, have been awarded billions in infrastructure development. They own our airports, they own our ports, they own our railways. They soon will own pretty much every bit of infrastructure that we have. From their beginnings as apparently humble oil merchants, cloth merchants, and so on, they have now risen to unimaginable wealth. In Bombay, where real estate costs almost as much as it does in Manhattan, this is the residence of one of these people, the Ambani family. In 2016, no accident, 2 years after Modi came to power, Reliance Jio started and was awarded contracts at sub-prices for almost all internet infrastructures and began to compete with the government system, BSNL, to the point where they've now basically beaten the government system out of existence. On December 30th, 2022, we heard it was a day to forget for India's already badly mauled and tamed media. For on that day, influential and for many controversial Indian businessman Gautam Adani, then the world's third richest man, took nearly full control of the much respected and revered NDTV. And his Adani Enterprises acquired a 27% additional share, taking his total holdings to 64.71%. I think you can see how the two previous speakers are very, very relevant to what I'm talking about. So now, this is the last independent media house in India. Between 2014 and 2022, the last independent media house has now fallen. A report by independent researchers for the Hindenburg Archive, who have been unbelievably brave, have been threatened, like yesterday's film showed, have many of them been attacked, their families under attack, some of them have been threatened with imprisonment. They brought out a report which published a report saying that the Adani Group, revealing that they had taken bribes, given bribes, that their corrupt dealings were held in Swiss bank accounts, were held in bank accounts offshore, that this money was circulating through Dubai, through the Emirates, through various offshore corporations in Switzerland, the US, and so on and so forth, the Cayman Islands. You can read the report, it's all out there. This caused the journalist who published this to be ultimately shut down. One of them came and spoke at LSE recently very powerfully about the kind of careful, methodical work required to go through tax records, records of transactions, individual financial transactions, how much something was bought for, how much it was sold for, how things were being bought at a loss of millions of dollars, in order for those billionaires to then take over that particular market, whether it was telecoms or construction. The regulator, our regulators have all also been bought up by the government or infiltrated by the far right, basically gave them a clean shit. Let's go to thread 3. Back to the residents. A Reliance-funded firm boosts the BJP's campaigns on Facebook. Now we come to the social media ecosystem. So the mainstream media, suborned and subverted, totally taken up and legally also supported by courts which have been infested with the far right. And we now have a full ecosystem where we can see transmedia narratives, narratives which start with politicians in the mainstream media, with suborned anchor people working for the far right, crafting a narrative against minorities, against democratic campaigners, against anyone who speaks out about corruption, against independent journalists, crafting a narrative which means that 3 aspects of the law, constitutional law, tax law, and hate speech law, are being constantly deployed together against anyone who protests against the creep of fascism across India. So this single narrative has been used in elections through hundreds of thousands of WhatsApp groups. And when we drew the attention of Meta to this, Meta said, oh, we've put in place things which will stop this from happening. And yet it happened again. And it happened again in 2019, and it happened again in 2024. So what you have is the cross-media amplification by billionaires of disinformation and hate, leading to murder, discrimination, and the death of democracy. Hate is profitable for business and for politics in India. But also you have to ask yourself why US corporations haven't done more when their policy teams know that these far-right accounts have been using X, have been using WhatsApp, have been using Facebook groups to organize pogroms. Why haven't they? The Indian case implicates global platforms, BJP politicians and legacy media in funding and circulating disinformation. I conclude. The nexus of government, big business, and social media, and the co-option of capitalist media suggests 3 things for us. First, that fascism and anti-democratic disinformation is funded with flows of capital from corrupt crony capitalism in India, from tax fraud, and equally corrupt ideologically far-right capital and philanthropy in the US and the diaspora. That Indian billionaires and tech wealth and far-right political power thrive on dehumanization and violence. So we can't just stick to the economy. We have to look at ideology as well. Violence against others is normalized via multiple mass and social media channels, notably visual ones. The demolition of shrines belonging to minority communities, Christian and Muslim, has now reached such an epic proportion that people are scared even to go to places of worship. People's homes are being demolished. Entire villages are being burnt to the ground by the Indian army. And soon, mining conglomerates take over those areas. Replacement of all of these sites by Hindu religious sites is used to fool the majority of the voting public into thinking that they're getting something, whereas actually these sites are mainly being used to give to big business. And finally, the international media. For all the Western democratic values and principles, has been largely complicit. And here I say they have failed. But actually, I don't think they have failed, because in order to fail, they would have wanted or should have wanted to hold the Indian government and Indian business to account. But having, between 2002 and 2010, called Modi a dictator in the making, a potential fascist, suddenly, after all these image management firms from the US took over his image management in 2013, look up APCO Communications, they all dropped the story. He's been welcomed with open arms as a conduit to the Indian businessmen whom he has at his side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for 3 absolutely fabulous presentations and a lot on the table. And I had this plan to have a common round of questions, but we are only at half an hour to the end. So I'm thinking to pose the question and open the floor, and then along the lines you would reflect on. So I think on the one hand, it's super interesting, your entry, Peter, and also a little bit Kati on okay, we let the, oh, it's on? It is on. Now, can you hear me? Okay, closer, very close, yeah, okay. It's really interesting what you're saying on how we should rethink democracy, so we improve our relation between wealth and democracy by making democracy different and more controlling, or more able to respond and to control wealth, but I would like to focus more on the wealth side in this discussion. So my question is all excess wealth a problem, really? And I'm hearing all of you, all 3 of you, saying there is certain kinds of wealth and certain kind of concentration of wealth that becomes a problem. And I wonder, how do we define that kind of wealth? And you're telling a little bit different stories. I want to keep this question in the discussion as we go on from here, and to think about whether is there a dividing line, is there a definition for what kind of wealth is problematic, when is it that wealth connects to power, is it certain sectors that are becoming more problematic, is digital platforms different than wealth concentrated in other areas, or is wealth which is acquired in illegal or informal ways that is problematic? So I want to leave this question out here for you 3 when you're going to respond also for some of the other questions. And let me open the floor now for questions. We have half an hour, so I think we heard a lot of things, so I suppose there's going to be a lot of questions. So we have 2 people going around with the mic. Marlies first, and then next to Marlies. So we collect like 3-4 questions, and then we respond, okay?
Yeah, thank you very much. Amazing, lots of food for thought presentations. I want to ask something of Peter and something of Shakuntala, and maybe they connect, I'm not sure. So, Peter, it seems that to some extent you're telling a generational story, a story of kind of different perceptions and preferences that come from how I guess, consumer experience has changed. But it feels to me like it's only one side of the story, and it's very much a spoiled youth side of the story. So I want to kind of change that around and say I think that this generation has much more unequal access to housing, education, public services than earlier generations, and that might equally explain why they have less trust in democracy, because the centrist parties haven't done very well for them. So I think that's absolutely, and it's not so much less access, but more unequal access, and I think that's very important. And to Shakuntala, thank you very much for emphasizing again that what's currently happening in the US is not our worst nightmare. What has been happening in India for the last decade very much is. But I want to kind of think a little bit critically about currently it still seems like a perfect symbiosis between the billionaires and the regime. But if you think, for instance, about what's happened in Russia, but I think actually also what we saw in the film in Hungary, I think once you get to a certain point of autocratization, actually it ends up being the political leader in charge, and the billionaires are much more at the mercy of that particular billionaire. And I wonder whether that's also an Indian story, and also much more concretely, and this is completely selfish for my own research. So you, of course, mentioned the most notorious Ambanis and Adanis, but I wonder about other billionaires and whether there is still space for some billionaires to be more independent. I don't think that's true for the construction people, you know, the Mittals, the Tatas, and so on. But for instance, someone like Asim Premji, who was it in the health sector, Cyrus Poonawalla. So there seems to be still some space. Not all billionaire wealth seems to be clientelistic wealth. So yeah, I'd like to hear where it's going and what space there is. And if we recognize that some still have independence, is that politically a good thing, or should we discount those people as possible political counterpower, which goes back to the US and possibly to Europe as well, that maybe not all billionaires have the same interests when it comes to democratization and de-democratization. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for your intellectual talks. My question is for Shakuntala. I wanted to ask you mostly about Hindu nationalism. My first question is, why beyond social media you think Hindu nationalism is proliferating at such a larger scale, and internationally also, globally also? And also, I want to connect this to my second question. If we think of right-wing religious nationalism or fundamentalism as a global phenomenon, how can we think of it in this way? Like, and we see it as a global phenomenon, and it's rising and growing across many countries in the world. So what do you think on this? And what are your thoughts on this regarding right-wing inspiring each other, or growing along the way in this way? And also I wanted to ask you, some scholars argue that Hindu nationalism, with its project of making a Hindu majority nation, surpasses caste boundaries. Do you agree with that? Because India is entrenched in caste inequalities, and this is the first time we see that something is like, bringing that unity and along caste lines. So what are your thoughts on that? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of questions. It was Patrick, and then János, and then we. come back. Okay, Patrick?
Okay, thanks. Thanks also for the interesting and inspiring talks. My question also is on Peter's talk, and it kind of relates to Marlies' question, because I mean, I'm very sympathetic to the suggestion to sort of individualize or cater to the individual citizen the provision of public services. But what I was thinking about is whether sort of modeling democracy after consumer experiences really fixes sort of the problem with declining trust in democracy, because what it does is it addresses sort of the output legitimacy issue, but what it doesn't address is sort of the underlying problems with input legitimacy. And I was wondering sort of also, if we would do that, what would it do to our understanding of actually what it means to participate in a democratic process? What would it mean with sort of the role that people have of themselves, not as sort of customers of public services, but as citizens of a larger body politic where they come to discuss, to compromise, to make decisions that are collectively binding for all, regardless of what we individually as individuals might favor or need. So I'm wondering, isn't there a tension between sort of this focus on fixing the output legitimacy problem on the one hand side, but not addressing the larger or underlying input legitimacy issue on the other hand side?
Thank you. This is really worrying stuff that I'm hearing here. Basically, all of you are saying that there is a rise in corporate power and its impact on democracy, and generally not so good impact. So I have two questions to either of you or all of you. First of all, do you see a difference between corporate power when it's an individual person or a family that is leading that corporate power versus another corporate power that may not have a clear identified person or family leading it? That's question one. And question two is that, is this new or have we always had it? It's just that we're looking at it in a different way. I mean, the British East India Company wasn't just a commercial exercise. So how does it look historically versus today? Thank you.
So maybe we start with Patty.
Yes. I think I can address your last question and maybe the first question together. And I think one answer is that we cannot understand or we cannot answer any of these questions if we only concentrate on one dimension of, if you call it, economic power or wealth. So what is new about it is that the kind of power we are looking at, and certainly in the field that I work, it doesn't stop at the economic dimension, but it's inherently take media. I give you a very simple, old-fashioned, nothing new about it. When there is power, media ownership, which creates concentration in media markets, you cannot, or at least I find it very difficult, how to disentangle the economic dimension of that from the political or social dimension of also raising concentration in opinion power. And many of those things, certainly from India, I think, I don't understand why we discuss the US, whatever, with regard to platforms than this, is that you cannot disentangle anymore. It's actually not the question how excessive wealth damages democracy, but what is today excessive wealth, and what is corporate power? Because it has this political, it has this social dimension. It's instrumental. It's instrumental power. It's structural power. It's discursive power. So it became so layered, and so and all these layers and bits and pieces are so interdependent that we are talking about an ecosystem, which makes, and that's new, I think. So if you compare traditional media with social media, that's new. It became much more massive. It became very large scale, and it pulls together all these problematic power relationships I think this Indian case is the best one to illustrate that. But even just a simple media merger, a media acquisition where concentration is at case, you cannot just look at it where the consumers are going to pay less or more, or in terms of quality. You have to look at it how their information flow is going to be influenced by that. So I think back to your question of certain sectors, yes, so maybe media is one of that. And another reaction another reaction to something you asked, when do we know when it's excessive power? I think from the perspective of competition law, we have very good quantification. So we talk about market shares, when is it dominant, and it can be problematic. But I think what we see here is that, again, these economic metrics will not tell the story of India, because the implications just go beyond corporate power. It just goes beyond market power. And that's, I think, the difficulty, this complexity of power relations that needs to be addressed.
Oh, this is on.
Thank you. Thank you for great questions. I'll maybe answer first the directions directly to me. So, Marlies, I entirely agree. And I had planned to actually say it, that one of the multi-causal explanations of the dissatisfaction with democracy is rising inequalities, especially among younger people. But my question is more, why does it turn towards, in which direction does it turn, this dissatisfaction? And that's where I think I propose my hypothesis. Because dissatisfaction with democracy could turn in all kinds of directions, but why do Amazon and Google look so attractive? Right? That's more the question. Your comment about the input and the output side, I also entirely agree. I think the output side is about public services, and there's a lot that can be better. And it's not necessarily copying, but it is about thinking about the customer, I think, or the client, the citizen. But the input side, I think, is just as important. And I think Helen Londemore has, in her book, Open Democracy, she has great fictional examples of what this could look like, engaging with public policy decision-making in a way that becomes part of your daily life, just as part of your daily life is consumption, but not like consumption. It is being an active citizen, and I think at the municipal level this is very advanced. Participatory budgets, citizen consultations, open town hall meetings on the next park. This is happening in a lot of municipalities around the world. And it's making use of the opportunities to engage with citizens that the digital tools give us. It just, for me, it has not reached the national level, but it could. It's at the national level that the dissatisfaction with democracy is prevalent. It's also in surveys. With the local level, people are often a lot more satisfied, but it's also where they are a lot more active. And the input sides is, I would say, has adapted to what's possible in the 21st century, but the national level has not. Is all excessive wealth dangerous? I think the media side is really special, and it should be discussed independent of the wealth, because it has more to do with the public sphere and its delivery. It has to do with the retreat of public media. It has to do with the platforms. It has to do with the decline of professional standards. So I think it has a lot more to do with things that are not necessarily wealth related. Several disinformation campaigns, even Cambridge Analytica, they had not so much to do with money. You could have, an established political party could have done the same thing with the funds they possess. And instead a billionaire did it, but not with billions, with relative limited amounts of money. So there, I think this is a huge field, but wealth is not the critical variable, I think.
Thank you so much for all your questions, and thank you for your provocations. I mean, I think I could probably give another whole talk on youth active citizenship. That's been the topic I studied most over the last 15 to 20 years, and it's been intertwined with media. I have sympathies for the sort of defense of young people argument, and also sympathies for the question of why and what we do to reanimate democracy. But I just want to say one thing about that before I answer your questions, and that is that I think we need to be very careful about saying it's a dissatisfaction with democracy. I think it's a dissatisfaction with what they observe to be democracy not being done well. So a dissatisfaction with governance is not the same as a dissatisfaction with democracy. There may well be some generations who've never really experienced democracy or democratic governance in their lifetimes. Certainly in India, that's the case for many of the 17 and 18-year-olds that I'm interviewing at the moment. So coming back to both of your really great questions, yes, there are minoritized billionaires like Poonawalla and Azim Premji who are using their wealth perhaps in the same way that Soros does to fund good causes, to fund universities, to fund education or health research. And I, perhaps incautiously, unlike my colleagues, will say simply, I don't think there is any such thing as good wealth. I don't think there is any such thing as a good billionaire. No and never. Not in my lifetime, not in the world. I've never observed it, looking back 100 years, never observed it, not in Russia, not in India, not in China, nowhere. Now, why do I say that? Can wealth be used well? Can wealth be used for democracy? Can wealth be used for healthcare? Yes, absolutely it can. But I see absolutely no reason why that wealth should not be public wealth. So my answer will always be the same on private wealth, whether it's being used to fund universities or pogroms. That wealth should not be concentrated in individual hands. And I think that answers your question, really. Yes, these people are always going to struggle. In 2003, after he had been part of this terrible pogrom in Gujarat that killed more than 2,500 people across 4 days, Modi came to Bombay. And he came to the Chamber of Commerce, and he came to talk to the billionaires. Or then the millionaires, because back in 2003, millionaire was still a thing, right? And he talked to them, and some people who had tracked the genocide and genocidal implications of what he'd done in Gujarat intervened and said to the business people, you will have blood on your hands if you collaborate with this man. Because people still believed in corporate governance. They still believed that business would probably do better if it didn't shake hands with the fascists. And those people turned their faces away and allowed the people who spoke to be removed from the room. And I think at that point, people like Poonawalla, too, even though they weren't present in the room, they showed that they can be bought off or intimidated off. So a lot of wealth, but no real integrity, will mean that you don't stand on the side of democracy, even if you are, through philanthropy, trying to give it back. And I would say the same thing about Bill Gates, I'm afraid. I think the liberal argument for excessive wealth has long passed the time for that. Now, to address your questions on India and the spread of hate and disinformation. I think there are multiple reasons why it has been so easy, swift, and silent, the spread of a Hindu fascist consciousness across the diaspora, the silence of international media, and the silence of many in Indian media and political circles about this. And one of those is that India was already used to a system of extreme discrimination in the guise of caste. And the almost only things people could say about the accumulation of caste-based wealth, which is the expropriation of the lower castes, of the Dalits, in favor of the very small minority. We were so used to that. We were used to seeing money and land in the hands of the higher castes. And those people viewed equality and affirmative action as an existential threat on their very lives. They opposed, and in fact one of them even burnt himself to death symbolically in front of Parliament to oppose affirmative action. And that opposition to affirmative action was a kind of grievance, if you like, a bit like Middle America's grievance against the liberal elites whom they've never met. And that grievance was very quickly filled with all this fascist rhetoric about it is these Dalits, these Muslims, so on, who are taking away your power and removing your post-colonial strength. And that argument made its way all the way to Congress. It made its way in the guise of people saying things like, well, we shouldn't talk about caste as a bad thing in textbooks in Texas. That's as far as it's gone. So it was not difficult to do that once you own the media. And I think owning media channels, which were pouring out disinformation, not just in India, but in Singapore, in Hong Kong, in Europe, there's a network of community radio, 248 community radio channels aiming at the diaspora, but also at Italians and French people, all Islamophobic. It is no accident that all of this happened after September 11th, 2001, and after the US talked about the war on terror. So the convergence of three strands, casteism in India with the war on terror discourse and the emergence of extreme wealth in the media sphere have converged to mean that Indian disinformation around what's happening has absolutely seeded itself everywhere, including in the British Parliament. There are many parliamentarians who are very far right-wing Hindus from India and who are doing the work of the Indian government in the British Parliament.
Thank you. So we have time for another round of questions. So I see Lottie and Andreas. Yeah.
Thank you. This is a terribly interesting presentations. I have just a little comment to Kati Cseres's presentation, briefly about how the EU's structure of representation, how democracy is organized in Europe, contributes to concentration of wealth. That EU has a confederal system in which accountability is organized only at political accountability, only at the member state level, which means that if policymakers in Brussels would like to be re-elected, stay in game, then they have to fight for reaction at home. They have to convince the voters that they represent better the national interest than the others, or they bring home from Brussels more than the others. And that was linked to the state aid issue. So since the EU created its first regulation of state aid, member states, first of all, the richer member states did their best, or worse, to water down state aid regulation. The most blatant version of was after COVID, that when the negotiation about the next generation EU was on its way, one of the reasons why the German or French and other member states, governments could enter into distributing around 700 billion among 27 member states was that at the same time the state aid regulations were relaxed, and Germany only in 22, I think, distributed around 1 trillion euros within its economy for state aid. And the beneficiaries, and that's more to the Indian colleague, the beneficiaries were the largest automotive firms, the strongest supporters of Orbán regime, who played a very important role throughout the last 14 years of shielding, defending Orbán, both in the German government and also at the level of EU.
Thank you. Well, my question is perhaps too big for the remaining 5 minutes. You have said many important things. I would like to focus on what seems to be one consensus you have expressed. The huge damage excessive wealth has been doing in the media sector. We shouldn't forget about the so-called legacy media, but I think social media is kind of an obvious field of concern. I like that idea of Jürgen Habermas, who describes the public sphere as kind of the center of popular sovereignty, kind of the most important sphere of democracy, and we have just allowed that private wealth sets up the infrastructure of communication, the core infrastructure of our public sphere, and it's run by basically marketing firms who are marketizing kind of our attention, kind of competing our attention, colonizing our attention. And I really think that, and it's typical for what they have been doing. They set up a global infrastructure and then kind of constrain democracy, constrain politics, constrain citizens in their solutions. Everything is thought within that constraints they have put in place. And I think we really should do away with that. We really should eliminate the very business model. We should have a publicly constructed infrastructure of communication. But I also recognize it's really difficult to get there. Do you see any possibilities of getting there?
Thank you. And one more, Zsuzsanna. That's the last one.
Thank you very much. I'm Szelenyi. I'm at the CEU Democracy Institute, and my question is to Peter Hegel about the participative methods, which seem to be in these days like a kind of miracle for renewing democracy. But as you said, it's not really happening at larger scale, at national level. So I think it's very understandable. I mean, local level, people are more concerned, but also local leaders are more necessary to have some kind of direct relationship with their people. The problem with the participative decision-making methods that is all up on the power holders' political willingness. So if they are not willing, like in India or in Hungary or in autocratic countries, when they are depending on big business and money and power, they are not interested in any kind of participative methods. So can you imagine, or are you aware, or actually all of you, of various methods which are not depending on the power holder's will, but actually pushing something from bottom up? Thank you.
I'll very, very briefly try to answer the second two questions, because I think it's really important to be thinking towards the future, to be thinking towards hope. And here too, when I think of what is the solution to sort of this monopolistic convergence between government and media, between media and private media, I don't think we're just being sold consumer dreams. I almost am at that point where I would say that's a romantic ideal, that we were just being sold consumer dreams of running through parks and using shampoos and you know, being able to click our fingers and call Uber and eat. That, I mean, it's horrendous in itself in terms of the exploitative value. But if every time you did that, you were also funding fascism, which meant that not a gas chamber was being built, but that weapons were being stored, genocide was being funded. That is, I think, the dystopic place where we are at now. So what are young people and what are grassroots movements doing about that? And what are intergenerational groups doing about that? In India, there was a bill introduced just before the COVID pandemic, to remove citizenship from people outside of India who were from minority communities, but particularly from the Muslim minority community. And this seeded a massive grassroots movement. I don't know if anyone in this room has heard of the Shaheen Bagh protests. Maybe one person. Well, that tells you something. This was one of the biggest pro-democracy movements in India, probably since the independence movement. One of the biggest. And other than the farmers' protesting against the terrible corporate farm laws, no one has actually managed to gather that much support. They occupied space. Most of them were very, very ordinary people, many of them women, many of them veiled women, who came to sit in public squares, to talk about, to read poetry, which actually came from the Constitution. So they were reading the Indian Constitution and they were being filmed by very, very ordinary people and put on social media. This caused the government to absolutely go into meltdown and then to organize through a back door a pogrom just at the beginning of the pandemic. In 2020, in February, there was another pogrom in Delhi which basically ousted these people, and they were all accused of things they hadn't done and they were removed. So state power, of course, got rid of it. But the story for me is that a grassroots organization across the country organized for democracy simply by doing something like reading the Constitution aloud, right, to people who perhaps were illiterate or to people who had never read it before, trying to say to the government, we're going to hold you to account. But de facto, India's constitution is no longer being followed. And therefore, of course, de jure, the government is trying to change the constitution to make it a constitution which supports what it actually does de facto. And that is the danger. We need grassroots movements like that. And in answer to the question about youth and where we go and how we break up monopolies, I want to ask, what is happening with all the encampments against the genocide in Palestine all around the world? Who are those people if not the young? Who is showing us what grassroots active citizenship against the media, against the corporate elites should look like? I think it is also young people. And many of the young people I've been interviewing have said that it is the 35 to 55 age group who are most at risk of believing disinformation which comes to them in WhatsApp groups. Those may not be those of you and me and sitting in this room today, but for sure it is our colleagues, our friends, our aunts, our uncles sitting around the world in the different places we come from. So I really think before we start working on or with young people, it is important to do this cross-generational work to change people's understanding of what democracy looks like at the grassroots.
So what do you do if the powers that be don't allow for participatory? I think you have to find the spaces where you started. I think often it's the local level. If the national level is not available, it is the local level. I think a good example of this is, so I bring my experience in France. For a long time in local villages, the communication happened through WhatsApp because there was nothing else. Older people used the paper slip that was put into their letterboxes by the mayor, and the young people used WhatsApp. It's now brand new that an app called Panu Pocket is a public space in which all local communities in France now share their information between, often these are very small, about public affairs, what's going on in the village. This is new. It's 20 years late, I would say, because this is the kind of public platform where this is not controlled by a large corporation, and it's actually not that complicated to establish, but it why is this only happening now? So this is the kind of example where I would say, yes, these platforms should be broken. The public sphere should not be owned by them. I think also that some national governments are trying to do this. Spain has tried some things. This is media law, basically, right? This is possible, but you can also create alternatives, especially for the public conversations that democratic politics needs.
Yeah, I would try to be very short because I think it opens another chapter. I have been seeing participatory processes and especially civil society organizations, but it's a very different technical field where platforms, for example, have to align now with all kind of EU legislation in the digital field, how they try to keep both the platforms and, again, the enforcer, the commission, to account. But I think, and that would open another chapter, the immense lobbying which is coming, and that's back to the economic power of these platforms, simply capturing the whole discussion or the space, has been extremely problematic. So I know that the will is there, but there seems to be many practical reasons why that space is not opening up more. And I have seen also the fear from the enforcer and the legislator itself so much focusing on controlling these big powers that actually forgetting, which sounds a bit strange, forgetting about these kind of participatory channels, because for them that slows down the whole process. So if you have to answer another. Just very briefly on the state aid, I think state aid is part of the treaty. So what you refer to are special regulations, legislations around COVID and the financial crisis. And I think state aid we could discuss. It's a very political space. Maybe I would just add the Commission has now a state aid complaint against Hungary in the media sphere for state advertising. I think it's now to see how it will use it legally. I would say if there is enough evidence on the legal and the economic side, then I don't see why this shouldn't be an instrument. But I realize it is a politically more complex field than maybe other parts of competition law.
So thank you so much for a wonderful discussion, wonderful talks, and to be continued in the break. I don't think we're done completely. So thank you so much also for your questions. And we have, where are you, Ruth? We have a coffee break, right? Outside.
Yeah, we have a coffee break now. So can we just clap and thank the panel? And just straight upstairs to the atrium, back where we were yesterday. And we'll be back at 11:30 for a panel on breaking the power of the oligarchs. Thank you. So everybody, welcome back from the coffee break. Now we've got our next panel, How to Break the Power of Oligarchs, with our two co-conveners, Balint Mayer and Balint Madlovic, who are both visiting researchers at the CEU DI. So I'm going to hand over to Balint.
So, thank you very much, and welcome to our panel discussion on how to break the power of oligarchs. As Ruth already said, I am Balint Madlovic, a visiting researcher here at the CEU Democracy Institute, and I will be the chair of today's panel. Before I introduce the panelists, let me just say a few words, just a brief introduction to give some context to this whole topic. So, at the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union back in the 1990s, there were two major illusions concerning this region, concerning the post-communist region. The first one was the illusion of linear progress toward liberal democracy and market economy, and the other was that any kind of regime can be built on any kind of ruins of communist dictatorship. So the basic idea back then was that before there had been a bipolar world order with two blocks. There was the Western bloc led by the US representing democracy and capitalism, and there was the Eastern bloc led by the Soviet Union representing dictatorship and socialism. And now, as one of the blocs collapsed, of course, everyone thought that there is no other choice for the countries that once belonged to it but to go to the other pole. So the idea was this, that democracy and market economy remained the only game in town. And of course, everyone saw back then in the early 1990s that countries like Ukraine, like Russia, or even Central European countries like Hungary or Poland, they were not perfect liberal democracies and market economies back then. But everyone assumed that they were going to be, because finally they are on the right track. And any kind of problems that were seen in their market functioning, in their democratic functioning, they were just seen as teething problems, as childhood diseases that they will overcome rather than adopt personality traits of these regimes. Now, eventually, of course, today we know that these were just illusions, and in perhaps like a decade, it turned out that these were just illusions, and one of the main signifiers of the failure of this transition paradigm was the presence of oligarchs. Of course, today, when we are speaking about oligarchs, we mainly think about the US. And this is perhaps why the topic of this whole conference, the excessive wealth concentration and democracy, feels so salient today, because we are seeing what is happening in one of the oldest democracies in the world, namely the US, when we have a right-wing populist president who is attacking democracy, and apparently he is supported by the super rich. And there is a forming oligarchy around him, and we are thinking about what this means, what the extreme concentration of wealth and the role of billionaires means for the functioning of liberal democracy. However, if we look at the experience of Central and Eastern Europe, we can see that actually oligarchs have been present for 3 decades here. People in countries like Ukraine, Russia, and also increasingly Hungary, have been here, businessmen, rich billionaires who amass their wealth through opaque contracts in opaque ways and influence politics, collude with political power. Such actors have been present here for 3 decades, and therefore we have quite a lot of experience and quite a lot of thinking about what they mean for democratic functioning. At the same time, we have also seen that it is not only oligarchs who have emerged in the post-communist region and in Central and Eastern Europe. There are also other types of players. There are also other types of businessmen who do not amass their wealth through opaque contracts and with the collusion with the state, but through market means and actually producing some value. And even within the oligarchs, or among the oligarchs, we can see that it is not so easy to say that they are the bad guys and others are the good guys. Even the oligarchs sometimes can produce some social benefits, some social values. So, who are the oligarchs? Who are the oligarchs? What kind of relationship do they have with politics and society? Are they good guys and bad guys, and to what extent? And of course, what can we do about them? What can be done about them? What have been implemented? What kind of policies have been tried, and with what success rate, by national governments, so domestically against the local oligarchs, and from the outside by other countries like the United States? These are the questions that are going to be addressed in our panel, and I'm very happy to have three excellent panelists, and I would like to introduce them just very briefly. First, we have Bálint Magyar. He will start, who is a senior visiting researcher at the CEU Democracy Institute, holding a university doctoral degree in political economy from Eötvös Loránd University in Budapest. He has published and edited numerous books on post-communist mafia states since 2013. He was an Open Society Fellow for carrying out comparative studies in the field, Hans Speyer, visiting professor at the New School, Senior Fellow at the CEU Institute for Advanced Study, and Research Fellow at Financial Research Institute. Formerly, he was an activist of the Hungarian anti-communist dissident movement, founder of the Liberal Party of Hungary, member of the Hungarian Parliament, and Minister of Education between 1996 and 98, and 2002 and 2006. The second presenter will be Inna Melnikovska, who is an assistant professor of comparative political economy at Central European University in Vienna. She holds a PhD from the Free University of Berlin and was previously a postdoc fellow at Harvard's Davis Center. Her research explores how global, regional, and local forces shape political and economic systems in Eastern Europe and Eurasia, with a focus on crony capitalism, state-business relations, and regional integration initiatives by the EU, Russia, and China. Her work appears in Europe-Asia Studies, Post-Soviet Affairs, and other journals, and her current work focuses on capital mobility and big business in Russia and Ukraine. Finally, we are very glad to have an overseas presenter as well from the US, Adam Keys, who is the senior director for accountability at Human Rights First, leading efforts to advance human rights in US foreign policy with a focus on targeted sanctions and accountability for abuses and corruption. He oversees a coalition of NGOs that use the Global Magnitsky Act. And last December, he testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee of the US on the implementation of global Magnitsky laws. Previously, Adam spent a decade at the US State Department, including serving on the National Security Council and advising the Ambassador for Global Criminal Justice. He has worked with the Open Society Foundations and co-authored a 2019 Holocaust Museum report on genocide policy. He holds degrees from Princeton University and Rice University. So, thank you again for accepting our invitation, and now I'm giving the floor to Bálint Magyar. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to take part at this conference. And in this presentation, which is our mutual work with Bálint, we would focus on three questions. The first is that who are the oligarchs and who are not? Because we think, as even Bálint was speaking about before, that it's very important to have a kind of theoretical background. How can we make a difference between these two types of so-called entrepreneurs? What kind of system is produced by the collusion of political and economic spheres? And the third question is how to break the power of oligarchs. The first question, that who are the oligarchs, is we just would like to compare two ideal types of major entrepreneurs and ideal types of oligarchs. When Klaus Hofer wrote in one of his seminal articles about that the Western development of Western civilization is based on practically on the separation of social spheres of action, the political sphere, the economic sphere, and the communal sphere. And he stated that it resulted in Western civilization that the relation between the political and economic sphere became formalized, regulated, and transparent. So these became separated. Then, of course, it meant that the entrepreneurial behavior was separated from the political activity. In the case of oligarchs, it's just a different type of development. There is a colluding relation between the economic and political spheres. In the case of major entrepreneurs, you have a formal economic power, but not a formal political one or an informal political one, while the oligarchs has a formal economic power and an informal political one as well, which is partly a result of the colluding spheres on an informal and non-transparent way of politics and economy. It means at the same time that when we go to the second characteristics, that the whole social and political development of Western Europe Western civilization was described as a disembedment of the political sphere from the economic one, or the economic one from the political one. So the relationship within the ruling elite means that the two spheres, the economic sphere is not embedded into the political ones, as I mentioned, is separated and transparent relation between them. And of course, the communication between these two spheres are transparent and regulated, and this is what we used to call lobbying through formal channels to exert influence on each other. While in the case of oligarchs, the economic sphere is embedded partly in the political one, forms informal patronal relations with the ruling elite, the politicians, and the so-called entrepreneurs. If we take into consideration their economic activity, in both cases we find legal activities in that sense that I do not consider an oligarch who deals with drug trafficking or human trafficking or other criminal cases. It can happen in certain cases, but not is the dominant one. So from an economic point of view, they are carrying out legal, in quotation mark, market activity. But the difference between them, that in the case of major entrepreneur, there is a competition through legal market practices, but in the case of oligarchs, personal, mainly patronal connections you can witness between the political economic sphere, illegal or legalized colluding practices with the political sphere. Therefore, it determines the case of the success, what we can consider to be success in this so-called business performance. In the case of entrepreneurs, it's dependent primarily on their market performance, while in the case of oligarchs, it depended primarily on their patronal relationship with the representatives of the political sphere. And the last thing, that what is the nature of their economic activity is difficult or impossible to monopolize in the case of by the state, in the case of major entrepreneurs, where in the case of oligarchs, these are easily monopolized by the state or by the help of the state. Going further, when we are looking for the conditions of their business venture, in the case of major entrepreneurs, it's not directly influenced by the state arbitrariness, not easy to be blackmailed by the state, especially not on a discretional way, certain enterprises, while in the case of oligarchs, we see that established by state arbitrariness, partly their whole fortune and activity, and supported their activity in such a way, wholly prone to state influence, and it's very much open to be blackmailed by the non-violent means of state coercion. The source of wealth accumulation in the case of an entrepreneur is mainly through the market, but possibly through competitive privatization, while in the case of oligarchs is mainly directed privatization, state concessions, public procurement with illegally guided bids. The risk, therefore, of their venture is very much different because the nature of economic risk or financial risk of major entrepreneurs is independent from single political actors. It's mainly market dependent, and while in the case of oligarchs, it's under the influence of single political actors based on patron-client relationship. The utilization of profit, in their case, is absolutely different type. Normally, it's utilized in a transparent fashion and largely reinvested in their own companies. While in the case of oligarchs, the vast majority of their profit, which is normally exceeds the average profit of the given economic branch, is taken or extracted in the forms of dividends and utilized on other personal ways. And the type of venture, if you are a market-dependent venture, you should be innovative, market-oriented, and mainly ruled by the consumer's market decisions. While in the case of oligarchs, they are non-innovative, patronal network-oriented, and got big by patronal intervention through extra-market means. And these are, as I emphasized already, these are the ideal types of a major entrepreneur, how we differentiate them from oligarchs, because in a large share of the literature, these two roles are mixed. When they think that if somebody is rich, is definitely can be an oligarch, vice versa. Now, if we compare two Hungarian businessmen, one is László Bige, who owns the Nitrogén Vegyipari company, it's a major fertilizer company. We compare with Lőrinc Mészáros, who is the richest man in Hungary. He is practically, as it used to be called, the purse of Viktor Orbán, so practically he's just a frontman of Viktor Orbán. He's a major, and his major construction company, and we try to set some indicators which should just indicate, really, not definitely define that who, whether an entrepreneur is an entrepreneur or an oligarch, but these 6 indicators somehow represent this relation. So in the first, and therefore we created a radar chart with Bálint of 6 indicators. What is the speed, the growth of their net income as an average? This comparison is just the comparison of the years of 2014 and 2018, this whole 4-year period. So in the case of, you see in Mészáros and Mészáros Ltd, it's a very sharp growth of the net income. He already, since a few years, is the richest Hungarian, and even in the last year, about his total fortune grew with 2/3 compared with the last year. The second, in the case of Bige László's fortune, we can see that you cannot see such a sharp growth. The other thing is the odds. I will speak on the next slide about it in more details. That odds, the winning public procurements, practically the Mészáros, this company, won all the tenders on which he were running. The next indicator is the share of their state contracts within their own income. The share of the next one, the share of the domestic production within it. The profit average, which is close to 20% as an average for these years, which is much higher than the average profit of that in the construction branch. And the last one is dividend rate, which was taken out of the company. We see that in the case of László Bige, who provides fertilizers not for state orders, for the market. He builds his company further if he can. And while in the case of an oligarchs, you will see that they do not have to face any kind of market risk, because they can get so-called friendly state orders, overpriced state orders, with the help of which they can even realize much bigger profit than the average in that branch. And now, if we have a look at just in this Mészáros company, as I mentioned, he has about 300 companies, and this is one of the flagship of his companies. And we see the income in billion Hungarian forint, which was in 2024. The profit rate at that year was 32%. As dividends, he took out 28 billion forints, which is circa about 100%, close to 100% of the profits is just taken out from his company as a dividend. And now let's speak about the so-called odds. This odds is a very good indicator because it just shows the share of the number what a given enterprise won compared with that what they lost. In the case of Mészáros company, you see the Mészáros company between 2017 and 2018, within 1 year, this 46 means that he ran on 47 tenders, and 46 out of these 47 tenders were won. And while the others, here we see Sviatowski, Strabag, Duna Asphalt, and Mészáros and Közgép, they were, Strabag is an Austrian company very strongly cooperating with Hungarian oligarchs. They were successful in the previous years as well, but you will see that they are far from this one, while the average odds are 0.2, 0.3 in a normal, in a normal enterprise, which means that they are running 3, 4, 5 tenders and they are winning 1, but not running on 47 and winning 46. It shows in itself this practically this close relation between these persons. And now let's go to the second question, that what kind of system is produced by the collusion of political and economic spheres. Our major field of research is Balint together is that when in the mainstream politology they are speaking about democratic backsliding and they are trying to create a typology of different regime types, they are concentrating mainly on formal political institutions on one hand and ideologies on second hand. And the sphere of economy is just has a second importance in any analysis, not a system constituting role, and they are speaking about it in general as corruption. While in a traditional sense of corruption, it means that there is somebody who gives a corruption order, an entrepreneur to a politician, and the corruption provider is normally a politician. When these roles are separated in this corruption transaction between them, and in most of the cases, the two actors remain separate. The entrepreneur won't become a politician, the politician won't become an entrepreneur. But if we want to create a typology of capitalist regimes along those lines, how does it affect the emergence of different hierarchical types of capitalism according the strengths and the nature of collusion of the political and economic sphere, we can separate practically 5 grades this. The first is the liberal capitalism. I was speaking about lobbying. And in the case of lobbying, of course, there is a horizontal relation between economic actors, formal competitive relation, free entry and free exit in this practice, and the nature of favors, which is very important, that through the lobbying, it's mainly they are normative regulations. So, for example, the National Rifle Association is lobbying and paying campaign money of a lot of politicians just to have such regulations which features the arm production. But it does not. They do not have lobbying for certain enterprises on a discretional basis, or different trade unions, or the truck drivers association, etc., etc. So they are, of course, targeting certain economic groups, but these economic groups, through the lobbying effect in ideal type, they are the favors what they get, they are normative ones through regulations. Then the second phase is the so-called cronyism, and this is what used very widely for even the more serious types of collusions, while of course it's still understandable for those researchers who could not witness from inside such societies like Hungary or Russia or such societies, and therefore they have a limited imagination about that how can it work. In the case of cronyism, also the two roles of the politician and the entrepreneur remain separated, and still it's they are cronies, means friends, etc., etc. So in this relation with each occasional, of course, you can repeat them, but there is a free entry and free access, free entry and free exit in and out of these relations. The next phase is the so-called what we call oligarchic capitalism. This is the bottom-up state capture, when sometimes criminal groups or oligarchic groups or oligarchs, they are capturing certain parts of the state administration, let it be a local government, a ministry, a special project, etc., etc. In this case, of course, the oligarchs are patrons and the politicians are clients in this relation. It's an informal and competitive one, and in this relation also you can have a free entry and free exit, and it is regulated in such a way that these are already discretional favors which the politicians provide for the oligarchs. When we are making a difference, and this is the next phase, between oligarchs and polygarchs, what we call polygarchs. In the case of oligarchs, you have somebody, an entrepreneur in quotation mark, who has visible formal economic power, but an informal, invisible political one. And polygarchs is just the inverse of this. It has a formal political power and invisible economic power at the same time. But still, in the bottom-up state capture, which is practically the case of the Italian mafia relations, when even a few years ago the Italian police boasted that they just could detain a huge network of mafia, 200 people, and they thought that, let's imagine that there was even one MP among them. Now in Hungary, the situation is just the opposite. If you would detain the members of a criminal organization, there would be 200 MPs among them and one real entrepreneur. So this is when they just mix these two situations, and this is why we have to make a difference between oligarchic capitalism in that sense, when you have the state capture from bottom to up, and on the other way, in patronal capitalism, already the oligarchs who capture a certain part of the economy, but still, in a patronal capitalism, there is not a monopoly in the whole state administration of the operation of a criminal organization. And comes the last one, and I'm boasting and very proud to announce it, that Hungary belongs to this to this type. This is a mafia capitalism. When practically, in a mafia capitalism, the state itself is operated as a criminal organization, when the different parts of the political institutions are acting concertedly and led from the top as a criminal organization. And in this case, of course, as we see, it's of course vertical, but polygarchs, patron and oligarchs and their clients. Most of the oligarchs in this regime are so-called patron-bred oligarchs, which are raised by politicians as frontmen. And in this case, in a mafia capitalism, the formal owner of political power is a prime minister, or in a presidential system, let us say in Russia until the war, and Central Asian countries, the president of the country, while at the same time he is the chief patron also of the mafia organization. And of course, I'm a sociologist by profession, and I feel it very important that the structure of the ruling elite is nothing else, just what we call adopted political family, which means it's a political economic clan, where not individuals are adopted, but families are adopted, and the non-kinship relation are transformed into quasi-kinship relations and operated as clans. And of course, when this term was used first for Central Asian post-Soviet countries, it has an ethnic nucleus or base of such clan formations. But in Russia, for example, this original base is a KGB. In Hungary is a fraternity house of Orban, etc. So to have an adopted political family and this type of ruling elite structure, you do not have to have an ethnic base originally. You can build up it on different bases as well. So I think that these are, or we think that these are the theoretical background if we try consequently to look for that what are the different types and what is the nature of these collusions between the sphere of politics and economy. And now the last question, that how to break the power of oligarchs. Let's very shortly go through on that. I think that Trump's US is still a liberal capitalist, but with a forming oligarchy. So it's going into the direction, it's an open question whether it will be successful in it or not, but it's going towards the direction of crony capitalism. But of course, it's a very well-structured political system. What they have, it's very difficult to break through all these checks and balances which were built in the last few centuries in the United States. And when I'm speaking about crony capitalism, it means that, for example, in the case of Elon Musk, he is independent from Trump. They are cronies in that sense. There is not a patron-client relation. Of course, they can hurt each other in different ways, and if there is a conflict, then it happens. And the question is how to use the anti-monopoly legislation to limit technological and geopolitical influence without public oversight or democratic mandate. In the case of Zelensky's Ukraine, it was a patronal capitalism in that sense that it was not a mafia state, because none of the patron-client network could monopolize their power in whole Ukraine. There was a dynamic balance or imbalance of different patron-client networks fighting for political power, and it created a cyclical character of that development, that when any of these patron-client networks wanted to create a monopoly of political power, so to reach an autocratic breakthrough, then came the color revolutions, and with the help of civil society on one hand, and with the help of competing oligarchs, they could turn back this event. But the problem was that during the color revolutions, the democratization was not accompanied by anti-patronal transformation. So now there is a new situation, partly thanks to the war, the Russian aggression, but it started before, in 2019 already, when they created this anti-oligarchic law, in which it was defined that you can name an entrepreneur an oligarch if out of 4 conditions he or she can meet 3 of them. Participation in political life. In Ukraine, for example, most of these oligarchs had dependent political party within the parliament. Significant influence on media, which means that a nationwide media, what they own, owner of monopoly in a branch of industry, and owner of assets more than 1 million times above the living wage. And there were, if I remember well, 13 such so-called entrepreneurs, which would, according to these norms, declared an oligarch. But what is important in this definition, that these dimensions should be separated. These dimensions should be separated to avoid the oligarchization and taking over the power. And what we see, for example, in the case of Elon Musk, he just tried to buy practically the Republican Party, not very successfully now, as we see it, the whole one. The second, that he had a monopoly in some branch of industry, space industry, etc. He created a partial monopoly in the media as well with X, what he bought, and he was really very rich, the richest man in the world. So it's strange that Elon Musk, just at the beginning of the Trump era, he met the conditions of being labeled as an oligarch, while originally was not definitely just an entrepreneur. It's a difference, of course, between East European regimes and American ones, that the fortune of Elon Musk was not originated because of political friendships, while in the case of post-communist regimes, mostly for that. So in the case of Ukraine, is when somehow partly this power of oligarchs was broken, and because of the war. Now this is a real question of how they can avoid after the war the oligarchization of that regime as well. In Hungary, with the mafia capitalism, what we have here, the mafia state was established after the autocratic breakthrough of 2010, because to have a mafia capitalism and a single political actor to be the chief patron at the same time, the godfather of the economic sphere as well, you need unlimited political power as well, and the two-third majority, having the two-third majority after the elections in 2010 in Hungary, Orbán reached this position, could monopolize his political power, and at the same time, after autocratic breakthrough, as a result of autocratic consolidation, he could dissolve the different forms and terrains of autonomy in the society. Now the real question is that he has a real challenger, and the system, this regime, what is called by Orbán the system of national cooperation, it was renamed by Peter Magyar, the challenger from the Tisza party, system of national co-looting, and the Hungarian regime change, which is necessary to change the character of the whole regime, and it's not enough just to have a government change. It has practically three pillars. One is the restitution of the constitutional state. The other is the dismantling of the criminal state, the central-led criminal organization of Orbán, Orbán's political economic plan, and the third one to finish and to abolish the client relation towards Russia and the dependencies through Russia and partly China as well. And now, as the state criminal organization has four functions, when we want to list what should be done, we have to know what is the four functions of such a central-led criminal organization. One is to seize income, powers, and property. The second is to launder the money. The third is to ensure impunity. And the fourth is because they are stationary bandits, so they are not just robbing out a bank and going away, but they robbing out a bank in Hungary, let us say in quotation marks, but not partly in quotation marks, what happened in the case of National Bank in Hungary. But at the same time, they are in the situation that they just take over the leadership of the bank, obliging the people to put their money anyway they as I would say. So therefore, what should be done in the first aspect, to seize income and powers and property, a comprehensive review of funding and procurement decision, the exclusion from public contracts of operators who have been found to be overpriced or illegally favored in public procurement cases, and so on. The second, to launder the corruptly acquired wealth, publicizing the ownership composition of domestic private equity funds, which is now a secret fund, according to Hungarian laws,
Sorry, Ban, can you wrap up just in a minute?
Yes, 1 minute. Yes, they don't have to make it public. And even state funds are transferred there and used by its private owners there to ensure impunity. This is just to have wealth gain investigations among the rich persons, and it means that to maintain autocracy as a stationary bandit, we have to introduce a kind of anti-oligarchic law, like in Ukraine, anti-corruption prosecution office, like in Romania, and joining the EU prosecutor's office. It's very briefly, this is what we could say, what we could do. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for this very exhaustive and comprehensive presentation. And now, Ina.
Okay, so Balint has already prepared you for the case of Ukraine. I just want probably to start with suggesting a more open-end notion and take on those one who are oligarchs and what kind of interests they have. I suggest that we should look at them primarily as pragmatic economic actors that try to maneuver their interest in the political settings that they are involved, and they are probably contingent Democrats or autocrats or fascists, but they are constant defenders of their wealth and assets. And in case of Ukraine, again, of their strategies to defend their assets and to defend their business led to something that we called pluralistic multiple pyramid systems or competitive patronal politics. And just to kind of sum up the key points there, that we have several competing power centers, both in terms of oligarchic groups that have been present, but this was reflected also in different political power centers in Ukraine. So there is certain correlation between political institutions and economic institutions there. So the term of patronal politics always put the focus on patrons, but in fact there have been another layer of competition there. It's not only between oligarchs and state, but oligarchs themselves do not represent a very homogeneous and friendly club of people, but rather they are very heterogeneous and competing with each other. So this horizontal competition was important, and it varied across the sectors of the economy. So some sectors were, say, more oligarchic than the others, and even in the sectors where we had the dominant presence of one or another oligarchic group, there was still some part of business that one could call non-oligarchic. It does not mean that this non-oligarchic business challenged the system, rather it still tried to play according to the games, but it was there, and it was a kind of less dependent on this patronal politics and so on. This is especially important when we think about the damage of the war to different sectors of the economy, and that those sectors that are currently most damaged are also most oligarchic ones, and we have a new structure of Ukraine's economy, even in terms of this oligarchic economy. Then we have also another layer of competitiveness that relates to decentralization of oligarchy in Ukraine. So practically each region represents its own oligarchic regime, and we had not only one big Ukrainian oligarchy, but patchworks of different types. So at the end, we have a sort of asymmetric but mutually beneficial symbiosis, both for business people and for political elites there. So do not, sometimes this notion of capture suggests that we have politicians that are good guys and they are just captured by those economic business actors who are bad. But in fact, you have two to dance in this oligarchic game, and politicians were complicit there as well and had the interest to sustain the system, so that the system also, it was a kind of very dynamic, yes, so it was balanced in its openness both in political access and economic dispersions, and this openness resulted in fluctuations up and downs, also a kind of enforced by very frequent revolutions and protest regime changes that we have in Ukraine, but nevertheless, a kind of this dynamics does not a kind of compromise the fact that this system remained there for long, yes, and it was very resilient and adaptive. So the outcome of this oligarchic system was democracy in Ukraine by default. So usually patronal politics has its roots in autocratic research. Here, when we talk about Ukraine as the patronal politics, a kind of system, it's a little bit of conceptual stretching. Nevertheless, here we had some elements of democracy, and this oligarchic pluralism resulted in democracy by default in Ukraine. So how do oligarchic interests, oligarchic groups were able to keep their a kind of persistence despite all the instabilities that we had there, both in terms of political turmoils, but then also in the course of a kind of starting annexation of Crimea, the war in Donbass, and now full-scale invasion. So traditionally, we look, first of all, at economic structural power of oligarchs, simply speaking, at their wealth. And we talk a lot about this, but it seems, according to this data, that wealth is not the main power of oligarchs in Ukrainian economy. So although they are rich and the wealth is very concentrated, but nevertheless, in terms of economic share proportion, their share is lower, both in terms of efforts, turnout, but also labor that is employed in oligarchic enterprises. The core of their power lies in political one. So they even very frequently started from very low wealth and assets, but because they had very good political ties, both to the presidential, executive agency, to the parliament, to the ministries, and judicial and law enforcement, they were able to accumulate money after that and then again invest it. So the core of this oligarchic court in Ukraine was not money and wealth, but rather political connections that businesses were able to exploit. So what about the war condition? How has the war changed economic and political powers of business, big business specifically? How have Ukrainian businesses been coping and adapting to the war context? And what are the takeaways for post-war Ukraine's reconstruction for us? So in terms of economic...
just 5 more minutes.
Yeah, okay. So in terms of economic power, we see here that, so on the left side, this is a traditional ranking done by business outlet in Ukraine Focus. And they usually kind of had the ranking how much the wealth increased from year to year. And since 2022, it was more about who lost less. Yes, so the ranking kind of changed its interpretation completely. You do not see the kind of the numbers, but you definitely see the trends. Yes, so that since 2001, every oligarchic group had some losses to take. But on the left side, you also see that actually this trend does not start at full-scale invasion. So this is something that happened already much before. And so here in dark blue, we see losses in Ukrainian oligarchic wealth in 2014. And you see that some of them even had a greater share that it was in 2022. So it means, and another interesting fact that in fact, the wealth was also very dynamic. So here are the dynamics of Rinatov Akhmetov, the richest among Ukrainian businessmen. And you see that there have been very strong drop in his wealth in 2014 because the geographical location of his companies that you see also on the map. So it was in this Donbass area, and it suffered from the fightings. But in the following years, 2016, where Petro Poroshenko was the president, kind of his wealth increased back very rapidly. So we see that it's again not the wealth and assets that matter, but rather political relationship to those in power. So then, in terms of political power, we see that under martial law, and this is actually worrying trend, there is centralization of power in the hands of the president and presidential office. So media resources of oligarchs are shrinking. Then there is a kind of de facto no power in the parliament, for which oligarchs relied upon to balance the power of the presidents. And overall, around Zelensky, we see the growing group of his friends that also benefit in material terms. And there is a kind of instrumentalization of martial law by the president. Okay, so now in terms of responses and adaptation strategies, I applied a kind of the scheme that is usually used to score the responses of businesses in times of crisis across the world. So it mainly kind of whether there have been statements of businesses, but also what have been their activities to support state and society of different kinds, individually and collectively. And it has its theoretical rules in the widening of business interest from narrow to broad. Narrow is sort of selfish, while broad is the business interest that is more tailored to the needs of the society. And the outcome of this analysis demonstrates that actually we see a very clear pro-Ukrainian and pro-democratic stand of all oligarchic group and businesses in Ukraine, and this kind of rhetorical standing is supported by different types of actions directed to business, to help state in a different ways, state at national level, state, municipalities at local level, and even a kind of security capacities of the state. So the forms now, and this trend was supported by other business outlets, does not publish the rankings of wealth, but rather publish the rankings of how business supported society and the state. So there is a completely different metrics now that matters. And so there are different initiatives when business supports society and so on. The only one kind of thing that is missing a little bit on this scale is cooperation between businesses. So it's still very individual public support provisions that big businesses are having there. Okay, so with this civic transformation, as I call it, we see certain broadening of business interest in Ukraine in times of war. And of course, the other question would be what, okay, kind of have to use this positive trend, yes? Have to lock in this civic transformation, but also a kind of shape it to make this business a kind of more civilized and what we know as a more civilized capitalist from Western countries, for example. And here I refer to the effects of financial internationalization that we know in Ukraine until now. So Ukrainian oligarchy goes beyond Ukrainian borders. This is another feature. Ukrainian businesses are integrated economically and financially in other jurisdictions, including EU jurisdiction. And there have been different effects of this financial internationalization, but one important effect was corporate modernization. And so I suggest that we somehow can build upon this corporate modernization effect on the one side, and then civic transformation of business at wartime on the other side. And so for this we have now another kind of tool of instruments that relate to the fact that Ukraine is on the way towards EU. There are a lot of conditionalities that will target the way how the business is done in Ukraine. But one important part that is not directly related to EU conditionality, but is still very important, is the financial inflows that will go to Ukraine in the realm of recovery funding or Ukraine facility funds, and have to kind of conditions, but on the other side also kind of use the tools of this civic transformation, or engage with Ukrainian civil society, which is also very vibrant, to enforce this positive transformation of Ukrainian oligarchy in general terms. And so going back to the title of this panel, I would say, so we do not need to break the oligarchy, but rather to use the smart and soft toolkit to shape its transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Adam.
I don't have slides. Thank you for the invitation to speak on this panel. I'm starting my timer. Good afternoon. I was asked to speak about the Magnitsky Acts and their potential for helping break the power of oligarchs. The idea being that outside countries and their governments may be able to play a helpful role. My organization, Human Rights First, for several years has worked with and supported a coalition of NGOs that are interested in advocating for targeted sanctions like these. I'll say more about what that means in a minute. In summary, though, Magnitsky sanctions are a potentially powerful tool of outside diplomacy, and governments that have these tools have often been responsive to local activists and others who have documented corruption and sought out these sanctions. But the ways in which these tools have been used also highlights some of their shortcomings, which I'll talk about. First, just very briefly, I'll describe what Magnitsky sanctions are, the Magnitsky Acts. Since 2016, the US and then other governments have adopted legislation allowing them to impose targeted sanctions on human rights abusers and corrupt actors anywhere in the world when they have sufficient evidence of their involvement in those acts. What targeted sanctions generally mean is that a government has barred your entry from that country. It has barred their own nationals from doing business with you, and it has frozen your assets, your access to any assets that you may have had in that country. They're not usually actually confiscating the assets. Countries have a lot of other grounds or authorities to impose sanctions as well, but Magnitsky sanctions are specific to involvement in human rights abuse or corruption. And given the conference's framing, I would note that these sanctions are not aimed at having excessive wealth generally, or even meeting the criteria for being an oligarch like Ukraine has, but specifically at corruption, and usually corruption involving public functions. So for some examples, the US has used its Magnitsky sanctions to address bribery, misappropriation of state assets, fraud in government procurement, money laundering, and state capture, all of these often associated with oligarchs. My NGO works with other NGOs that have documented abuse and corruption to partner in making recommendations for sanctions against specific targets. Whether these sanctions are actually appropriate or likely to be effective depends a lot on the context. I will say that activists that we work with usually see these tools as an alternative means of accountability or a step toward accountability, one that may be attractive when courtroom justice isn't going to be available at home. And unlike many pathways to litigation, lawsuits, there's not a need for a link between the corruption and the sanctioning country's territory or its citizens. Ultimately, this is a foreign policy tool, not a judicial one. So it's implemented by diplomats, so how it's used is subject to the blind spots or competing priorities of the particular foreign ministry. These tools have been used or sought out for a lot of different purposes, not just corruption. Most famously, they've been used to seek justice for alternative forms of justice for specific victims of state killing, like Sergei Magnitsky himself in Russia, for encouraging the release of prisoners who've been arbitrarily detained, for naming and shaming a specific corrupt official or abuser, for keeping someone's ill-gotten funds out of a country or keeping those funds from being taken out of a country. I would say that breaking the power of oligarchs is among the more ambitious goals that you could imagine being set out for this tool. And so I want to give a few examples of Magnitsky sanctions that I think aimed in that direction and that illustrate both the potential for impact as well as some of the reasons why we've seen less or less effective use of this tool than we would like. Most of these examples are of US actions. The US has been the most prolific user of Magnitsky sanctions, though definitely not the only one. It's certainly less likely to make constructive use of these tools under the current Trump administration, which I'm happy to talk more about. As a first example, regarding South Africa, a couple of years after President Zuma was forced from power, the US and the UK both used their Magnitsky programs to sanction for corruption 3 brothers and an associate who had allegedly played a leading role in state capture under President Zuma. South African activists that we've spoken with saw these sanctions as a significant and useful step, one that supported ongoing domestic efforts to turn the page on the state capture era, and that offered extra leverage for advocacy in support of extradition of those who fled overseas. It was significant, though, that the sanctions came after the people targeted had already lost power. In other words, after journalists and domestic institutions had exposed and documented the corruption and its social costs, and done the hard work of imposing political price for it. We see a lot that it seems easier for sanctioning governments to act when the diplomatic risks of antagonizing a host government are lower. Also, I would note that I think while the sanctions were welcomed as an attempt by the US and the UK to do good, local activists had actually been more focused on getting the US to address harm by taking action against US companies that had allegedly played a role in state capture. And it wasn't actually until 2024, last year, that the US Justice Department charged a McKinsey & Company subsidiary with paying bribes to secure consulting contracts in the Zuma era in violation of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. As a second example, it's a small one, but I think interesting, regarding Latvia. In 2019, the US sanctioned an alleged Latvian oligarch for having leveraged and corrupted law enforcement officials to protect his interests, among other corrupt acts. This was a rare case where sanctions prompted a very quick government action against an oligarch. The US sanctions had also targeted a port company that the gentleman controlled, and the Latvian government acted quickly to remove him from his position controlling that port so that the sanctions would be lifted off of the port company. This is a pretty unique and narrow set of circumstances focused on a very discrete target in the context of a friendly government relationship and in a fairly well-established liberal democracy, but I think it's an interesting example of the kind of impact that is possible. A third example regarding the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the US several years ago sanctioned an Israeli businessman described as a close friend of Congo's then President Joseph Kabila, alleging that the businessman built his fortune through hundreds of millions of dollars worth of opaque and corrupt mining and oil deals in the DRC. The US sanctioned dozens of companies that the businessman controlled too. This is a long and complex story that's still ongoing, but I think in general terms it was a serious intervention by the US aimed at actors who were very much still in power. And I think its significance was as much political as it was financial. These sanctions as part of a broader international push are often cited as a factor in Kabila's decision not to change the constitution to allow himself to be further reelected. Lastly, and just very briefly, Russia. I think the story of US and European sanctions there is a very complex one. My theme here would just be that more extensive use of Magnitsky sanctions or other sanctions could have been a powerful impediment to Westerners doing business with Russian oligarchs. The US executive branch, though, under multiple administrations, was reluctant to implement these sanctions very aggressively, usually citing competing diplomatic priorities, until Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 left basically no choice and forced it to adopt even more ambitious goals. Today, thousands of Russian individuals or companies are sanctioned by the US, which I think makes it jarring to remember that, just as an example, Alexei Navalny's organization was campaigning in 2021 for sanctions on a list of just 35 Russian officials and oligarchs, and that even that was hard to get the US to take action on. Excuse me. Obviously, we can't say how a more extensive effort at sanctions might have changed the course of events, but we know Russian and Ukrainian activists who see it as a major missed opportunity. So, in sum, yes, we see a lot of potential in this tool, as well as a lot of shortcomings in how it's been used in practice. Many governments, not just the US, the UK, the EU, Canada, Australia, and others have this tool. It is hard to count on them using it in a timely or consistent or sufficiently forceful manner at times. We sometimes see it used only after the oligarchs are already broken, as it were, and it's sort of too late to help the reformers with the hardest part. We often see corruption overlooked in countries that are either too sensitive diplomatically or too low profile to prioritize. These governments' capacity to do sanctions investigations is another constraint. Especially for the US has more capacity to do this, although drawing on information from outside sources like NGOs can be a way to mitigate that. We've also encouraged governments to do a better job of matching each other's actions. For just as an example, the US sanctions against the Israeli businessmen in Congo haven't been matched by other jurisdictions. The UK's sanctions against the vice president of Equatorial Guinea haven't been matched by others. The EU actually doesn't have an anti-corruption sanctions program at all. Its Magnitsky program is only sort of has the human rights abuse side of the house. And lastly, about the United States, we're worried that we're seeing partisan fluctuation in sanctions. The Biden administration's last-minute sanctions against a senior Hungarian official for alleged corruption were very quickly reversed by the new administration without offering any substantive explanation. That's bad for the credibility of the program, obviously. Also bad for that purpose is the broader collapse of US credibility on anti-corruption at all. We're seeing an almost complete abandonment of any anti-corruption agenda, the pardoning of convicted corrupt politicians and businessmen, among other recent horrors. In that context, talking about Magnitsky sanctions is obviously vital for the other Magnitsky jurisdictions to do more to fill this gap that the US is leaving. Conscious of time, I'm happy to talk more about the application of these principles to the oligarchy forming under Trump, as I think Balint put it, but I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to all the panelists for their wonderful talks and very interesting, a lot of food for thought. I can see that we are a little bit out of time or out of schedule, and that is completely my fault. So I'm going to scratch all my questions and turn to the audience now. So if you have any questions, please just raise your hands. And yep, there is one back, and there's one here. Let's start here, and then we will go back. Oh, yeah, please.
Thank you very much. That was, again, very thought-provoking. I really liked your attempt to start modeling different forms of oligarchic politician relationships. And of course, they are ideal types, so you're always going to have people that are sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right. But what I really wanted to ask you a bit more about the balance, but also in our actually, is you have two models or three with vertical relations, the oligarchic power, where the oligarchs are in charge, and then you have patronal and mafia, where the politicians are in charge. But very often there are changing power relations over time. So from Yeltsin to Putin, for instance, or we've heard the Zelensky story. And I think very often from the outside we can see a symbiosis, but we can't necessarily see, when and how that power switch happens. And I think we need to think through harder what the sources of power of both parties are in order to better understand that and kind of also have more dynamic modeling. And also this really relates also to Inna's presentation, to think through certain sectors are obviously much more prone to some sort of capture. So construction, I think, is almost never completely free of it, even in the most perfect liberal democracy. There's some cronyism, whereas more consumer-facing businesses may face this problem much less. I used to think the extractive sector was very much prone to it, but then the Andes presentation yesterday made me rethink that. So yeah, changing sources of power, differences between sector, I think we're only scratching the surface there. Very briefly to Adam's presentation. So I've done research on the targeted sanctions against the Russian oligarchs. And I am not such a fan of them. They were very sloppy, based on bad research. And I think in terms of their punitive effects, they can actually breach human rights principles. And it's very hard to feel sorry for the oligarchs because they're oligarchs, not that badly affected. But I do think we should feel sorry for our liberal democracies and actually think through much more at what point these people and their illicit funds enter liberal democracies and try to build in safeguards there rather than punitive action after the fact. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we should collect a few questions. So first, Andreas in the back, and then...
Thank you for the great presentation. My name is Andreas Bozoki. I have just two brief questions to Bálint Magyar. In your previous work, you referred to mafia state as a post-communist mafia state, but now you are not talking about post-communism. So is there any specific meaning that after 35 years you feel that post-communism is not so important anymore? It was just a temporary impact. And the second question is about mafia capitalism. You qualify Hungary, rightly, like that. And would you also qualify Russia as mafia capitalism to put to the same basket or not? Thank you.
I was adding on to Marlies' comment about which sectors are particularly prone to this, and I think there's something about construction. So it's a type of property that maybe should not be property. That was one of the institutional innovations that I've seen in Posen and Wild's book, Radical Markets. Right? Some things maybe should always either be public or always for sale, in a way like permanent auctions, things like that, because the oligarchic power derives from certain extractive rights or sector when you have the property right. And maybe property rights are not good for some sectors because they encourage oligarchs. And we should think about alternatives to property.
Okay, I think this is the first round. You will have others, so, but now let's give the floor for short answers. If you can.
Thank you very much. Very shortly, and I asked Bálint also to answer for these questions as well. Well, this 15 or 20 minutes presentation was just a very short abbreviation of a book what we wrote together in 2018 and 19. It's about 900 pages, and we built up a special methodology for the description of these post-communist regimes, where we doubled the democracies just for liberal democracy and patronal democracy, the autocracies, conservative autocracies and patron autocracies, and the dictatorships, classic communist dictatorships and market exploiting dictatorship, and it creates a triangle in which there is a trajectory of different of these regimes. We have a shortened version of this book, Concise Field Guides of Post-Communist Regimes, where you can find short 3, 4, 5 pages description of these countries and about these trajectories, how they go. All of them are open access in five languages, so it's available. Just answering Andreas Bozoki's question, yes. Until the Russian aggression, I considered Russia, Azerbaijan, and Central Asian post-Soviet republics mafia states as well. Now Russia, I think, is going into a dictatorial direction in a war mode where practically even it differed in some respects from the Hungarian mafia state in that respect that the secret service pillar of that power was much stronger than in Hungary, for example, but the oligarchy is much more eliminated or pushed back in this as a result of this war mode, as they are going into even towards a dictatorial regime. And what is not characteristic for these post-communist mafia states, that they are ideology applying and not ideology led regimes. Now Russia is going into a direction of to be an ideology-led regime as well as a result of this war. Why we use the term post-communist mafia state regimes? Because there were some axioms what we did not have to dissolve when we analyzed this. So, for example, when we analyze post-communist regimes, that we could assume that there is no failed state among these countries what we analyze. If we expand our investigations, then of course we had to dissolve or open this axiom as well. And such also another axiom what we should not have to abolish, that the so-called cover organizations of oligarchic rule, these are political parties, while in other countries this can be a military rule as well, or a theocratic type of rule, what we did not have to deal with when we analyze post-communist regimes. Of course, in a lot of respect it can be used for other regimes as well, and not just for the post-communist countries.
Okay, Marlies, there have been several questions there, and I tried to kind of connect answering them all. So I would say that Ukrainian oligarchs are actually great performers in terms of both economic and political diversification. They, first of all, were famous for kind of putting their eggs in different baskets of political parties and political powers. And, for example, Akhmetov-Yanukovych tandem that we had for a couple of years was rather exclusion than the rule. In fact, kind of the relationship between political elites and business groups are very dynamic. There are a lot of kind of competition, disputes, but also ad hoc cooperation there. So that this dynamic makes it really kind of difficult to put it into one or another box. What kind of relationships do we have there? In terms of economic diversification, so in fact, there have been a lot of tendencies there as well. Actually, oligarchic, even before 2022, started, so oligarchic business started to withdraw from oligarchic kind of industries, or try to diversify them. And if we again talk about Akhmetov, then his SKM company tried to get rid of most kind of oligarchic part of the business in mining sector and be more involved in electricity production sector that is very deeply integrated in the EU markets. So there are also a sort of diversification strengths that will be enough further enforced by the reality of the war, where those most oligarchic industries are the most suffering one. And new kind of sectors that are less oligarchic are coming into place, for example, IT sector. So here it's not proximity to the state that matter as a kind of advance for the business, but really technological advance, what kind of drones you build, whether your drones can be more useful at the battlefield. This is something that will define whether your drones will be bought in procurement deals or not. So we are sort of back in this instance to normal business. And in this sense, we see also the interest on the side of big business to cooperate with Ukrainian IT companies and probably kind of create business-to-business partnerships there. Yes, construction will be a big issue. I will just kind of throw it. Housing is even more damaged by the war than industry in Ukraine. But at the same time, we know from the pre-war times that big construction plan of Szelenyi was the industry where the most profitable rent-seeking have been done before the war. So there is definitely oligarchic risks there.
To the question about sanctions, I guess misuse or sloppy use, I would definitely share those concerns. I think there are uses of US sanctions that we have very strongly opposed. I think the most spectacular abuse of the tool has been the Trump administration's new sanctions program targeting the International Criminal Court and its staff. We have pushed for legislation that would amend US sanctions laws so that multilateral bodies couldn't be targeted like that. We recently successfully sued the Trump administration on behalf of an ICC trial lawyer who was being prevented from doing his job by the sanctions. I think the Magnitsky programs, for what it's worth, are less susceptible to misuse. We have 8 years of experience now seeing them, in part because of the factual showings that they have to make compared to some of the other country-specific programs. Although we definitely fear that the Trump administration will find novel ways to misuse them. I think ultimately the bottom line is that the EU has better judicial supervision of sanctions than the United States does, and I suspect that the experience of this new Trump administration will end up pushing the US in that direction.
Thank you. I think we have still time for 2 questions. So if you have a question, Andreas? We don't have time for, maybe for one question then? One question, someone? Yeah. No. Come on. Yeah, well, we tried. So, well, if no one has any more questions, then, I thank very much the panelists for these great talks. Thank you for their questions. I hope you also enjoyed it. I think it was very thought-provoking, and we have learned a lot in terms of how these systems work, what these systems are, and how whether it is justified to argue that all billionaires are immediately oligarchs, or maybe the picture is a lot more nuanced, and we have to look at what these oligarchs actually do, what kind of positive or negative sides they have, and of course whether and how they can be regulated or should be regulated, or how their powers can be turned for bad or good. So I think we have a lot to think about, maybe to continue over lunch. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks to the panel. Can I ask our student visitors and our conference panelists again meet us at the registration desk, and everyone else will see you back in here at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Everybody, we're going to kick off now, so if you could just take your seats. I'd like to welcome you back, and I'd like to welcome you to our final panel, Promise and Pitfalls of Philanthropy. I'm going to hand over to our chair, Zsuzsanna Szelenyi, who is a research fellow at the CEU Democracy Institute. Thank you.
Well, hello everybody. I see this, half of the group is already there, so we are going to start, and then hopefully everyone else who is interested will arrive from the top floor. So I'd like to introduce a little bit this next and actually final panel of our conference, which is about good money. So we are a research institute, as you know, so we are fundraising all the time. We are fundraising for democracy because that's what we research, we teach. We also do some kind of pro-democracy activity, so we are fundraising all the time and oftentimes to private donors. So philanthropy is in our daily experience. So this is what we will talk about in this last panel. A private money for good, if that exists at all. Shakuntala earlier today said that there is not something like wealth for good, but we might see, we can discuss that later. So we will talk about billionaires and companies, wealthy people, individuals, who actually commit themselves for public good, for the betterment of society, even for deepening democracy. Philanthropy exists for ages, actually from the ancient times, from Plato Academy. The word itself means the love of humanity. Philanthropy was present ever since the ancient times. Most of the time, this was private donorship for those who were in need, for arts, culture specifically. So what we are talking about today is the modern understanding of philanthropy, which was formulated in forms of large-scale foundation, typically in the 19th and the 20th century, fueled by the industrial wealth, with the purpose to address social problems. So these modern foundations have the strategic means and aims to pursue the betterment of societies. They are looking for long-term solutions and try to go to the roots of the problems. Global philanthropy is also globalizing and it's growing. In the 21st century, this became also much more visible than before. So there was a recent Global Philanthropy report of the Harvard Kennedy School. So I tell you a couple of data of what we're talking about. So first of all, in 2018, the global reach of philanthropy covered something like 260,000 foundations all over the world, typically 39, 40 countries of the world. Obviously, most of those are in the United States, in North America, and in Europe. Actually, 95% of all donations, all philanthropy organizations are in the classic West. 5% are obviously then on the rest of the world. 2/3 of these foundations were formed after 2000. So many of them are very new foundations. 90% of those old foundations consider themselves independent from their funders, typically in Europe and the US. Many are corporate foundations, typically in Latin America. There are government-related philanthropy organizations in China and in the Middle East, and there are family foundations, which are the most typical form of philanthropic foundations in Africa. All these foundation assets, according to this study, is $1.5 trillion US, and they spend altogether 10% of those endowment annually, so $150 billion US per year. The most typical focus, purpose of these organizations are education, most 35%, human services, social welfare, 20%, health, 20%, art and culture, 18%, poverty elevation, 16%, no data about democracy support. There are also all kind of new formats of the activities. Multi-donor corporations are coming, though these are very complicated. There are public-private collaborations, and there is more research and evaluation on the impact of the foundations in recent years. So, what we are talking about is philanthropic practices, which are in somewhat a problem, because the philanthropic practices of elites with significant financial power raise important political and democratic questions. Granting power based on wealth undermines the fundamental democratic principles, especially on electoral representation, accountability, and equality. Distribution of the roles between elite, states, and markets carries profound democratic implications. So this is what our panel will discuss today, all the promise and pitfalls of democracy, and we have wonderful panelists, Alvaro Martillo, Inderjit Palmar, and Niamh McCrea from Ireland. So Alvaro, the floor is yours.
Thank you to Andrea, Andreas, and to Zsuzsanna, and to the other organizers for inviting me. I'm going to talk about philanthropic foundations and how they can harm or help democracy. The first minutes of this presentation will be a bit US-centered, but then I'm going to talk about what foundations do abroad. This might not be obvious for you, but my whole reasoning is based on archive research, which I've done, and this research refers to activities of the philanthropic foundations overseas, seen from the United States. I'm thinking of development policy, research and education in developing countries, rural development, and global health, and also democracy promotion. If someone has interest on how I do the connections between the ideas that I'm going to present and the evidence related to these global policies, I'm happy to answer questions afterwards. After showing the relevance of philanthropic giving to contemporary politics by having a look to what is going on in the US and its legal system nowadays, I will explain how you can turn, or how philanthropic foundations turn, excessive wealth into a form of power. And then I will go deeper into how the daily work of a philanthropic foundation, of a donor, actually looks like. So, without further ado, let me talk a bit about contemporary judicial politics in the US today. The three lines in green which you can see are headlines from the New York Times from the last weeks. As you might have noticed, Trump continues winning cases in front both of the Supreme Court and of the district courts. And this is the result of a major transformation in the US judicial system. And this transformation, in turn, builds upon a situation which was born during the Cold War years, in which the judiciary was actually dominated by the so-called liberal legal movement. I'm thinking of the 1960s, 1970s. This is a time in which all the important institutions for the US legal system were occupied by liberals and people who came from liberal institutions, or people who were former appointees from democratic presidents, people coming out of the Kennedy administration went into major universities and law schools, and also to foundations, to philanthropic foundations. And other liberals were people who have been active during the New Deal and were liberals and were pro-state intervention into the economy, pro-regulatory action on the part of the federal state. And as a result of this, or part of this increasing control by liberals of the legal system in the US, there was a significant intervention of donors, in particular of the Ford Foundation, which paid for the Sierra Club, for Georgetown Institute of Public Interest, for the American Civil Liberty Union, and someone who has studied in detail the conservative legal movement, and the quotation is from him, Stephen Telles, concludes that it's highly unlikely that public interest law would have gotten off the ground where it had not been for the support of the Ford Foundation. So this is to explain that the money of the foundations can be used for liberal causes, but it can also be used for other causes. And in fact, what we have observed in the 1970s is an increasing presence of conservative people in the US legal establishment. And most famous case is the Federal Society, which is the one which supports young conservative legal scholars from the beginning of their careers, with the target of placing these people in the higher courts of the United States and in the Supreme Court, which is what they actually achieved during the first Trump mandate. But also the law and economic movement is a case of a conservative swing within the US legal system. And again, here the funders played a significant role. The Koch brothers, the Olin Foundation, Bradley Foundation, and Smith Richardson Foundations. So the wealth, the excessive wealth, which is organized in the philanthropic foundations, can help, from the perspective of many of those who are here, to buttress democracy and liberalism, or it can also go the other way. How does this happen? So we are talking of different goals, but now I'm going to go deeper into how does this happen, which are the instruments, and which are the social scientific contexts which are relevant. In a sense, this is a problem of social power, or in my own vocabulary, of domination. And what we see here is a definition of power as a relation between two individuals in which the distribution of courses of action open to every one of the two individuals or organizations, if you want, is unequal. One has many courses of action open, and the other has very few. Obviously, the actor which has many courses of action open is the foundation, and the one which doesn't have so many courses of action open is the recipient. An NGO, a research center, a university in a developing country, or the health system in Bolivia, just to put an example. This is a picture that I took during the presentation of Katarina Pistor's, and what I try to do with the picture is to establish a connection between what I'm telling you about power, domination, and asymmetry of resources, and what she explained about the transformations of the law. And what I'm going to explain goes into the last square on the right, private power based on private wealth. In fact, you see the three concepts there: private wealth, private autonomy, lack of accountability. Philanthropic foundations embody these properties perfectly well. The endowments of the foundation are the private wealth. The ability of the foundations to establish their own policies is the private autonomy. And the lack of accountability corresponds to the fact that the philanthropic foundations have boards which reproduce themselves, and apart from a very sketchy declaration to the Internal Revenue Service, they have to offer very little accountability to the US government. And before I forget, and I should have said this from the very beginning, what I'm telling here refers not to the variety of philanthropic foundations Zsuzsanna mentioned earlier, but to a very small but very significant subset, the so-called General Purpose Foundation, which is a foundation which has in its charter not a specifically defined goal. So the board can redefine the goals of the foundation, the purpose for which it uses the foundation money every time the board wants or the board identifies new necessities or new goals. And this is the way in which a couple of foundations operate and have sufficient amount of money. I'm actually thinking of about 20 foundations, all of them based in the US. So we have here another slide from Professor Pistor, and you see open property rights, power over others in relation to an expanding set of resources. You see here the connection between the idea of property rights, the expansion of resources, and and the definition that I use refer to the course of actions relevant for the interaction between individuals. The actor who has more resources has more courses of action open. And the philanthropic foundations, the wealthy actor has more resources because the property rights endow the foundation with the monetary resources. But I'm also going to show you that this asymmetry of resources does not only refer to property rights, so to material resources, but also to information and prestige. So let me move on. So here is my question. How do wealthy donors exploit to the full the asymmetry of resources that frequently characterize donor-recipient relations? The way I see these relations between donor and recipient is the classic way in which you see a relation of dominations between a leader, which is at the command of an organization, and people who form, who are part of the organization, but don't have a say on setting the policies of the organization. The puzzle for me was how do actually the foundations use this money and the other resources they have at their disposal to restrict the courses of action which are open to the recipient. And part of the answer is, of course, that the foundation has staff which is dedicated to implement the policies of the foundation, for instance, to promote certain forms of global health. Well-known case is Bill Gates, which has this idea of global health as something based on magic pallets to distribute vaccines rather than improve health facilities in small communities. So Gates defines a policy and objectives, and he has a staff of people dedicated to enforce them. The question is, what happens next? The foundations have a staff, and the staff is in relation to grantees and potential grantees, but what does the staff do in their practical everyday work? How do they convince, if I take an example from research and higher education, how does a donor convince a research center that a certain agenda is the best one for the research center, or a certain teaching program is the most promising one? And where I conclude after years looking into grant files is that the staff of the foundations encounters the recipients and the potential recipients with and displays a set of practices. And these practices are always oriented toward reducing the courses of action available to the potential recipient. And these practices are also geared towards increasing the resources that the wealthy philanthropic foundation has, and if possible, reducing those available to the potential recipient. What do the members of the foundation staff do? They collect information while trying to reduce the information which is available to the recipient or the potential recipient. That's on the one side, information hoarding and processing information, and on the other side, managing the silence. I'm an employee from a foundation, I ask questions, you answer the questions because you want to get my support, but I will tell you very little about my intentions or my plans or my agenda. Another practice is geared towards reducing another resource, namely time. The foundation will set the pace of negotiation and will always also establish when the money can be spent. And this has the effect of reducing the course of action for a recipient which might be in need of money. And if the time goes by and the foundation does not make a decision, the recipient is going to have difficulties to ask another alternative funder for the money. A fifth practice is doctoring. The foundations don't give you money necessarily to do what you want to do. They give you money to do what is in their agendas. And part of this is that the foundation's officers rewrite grant applications. This is what I call doctoring. So the potential grantee will approach the foundation with an idea, and the foundation will cut corners in order to reduce the budget. But very frequently, the foundation will also have additional ideas or alternative ideas about what the grantee could do, and these things that the grantee could do are the ones the foundation is ready to pay for. And another important practice is to give rejections and to make very clear that the foundation can deny an application. Why is this crucial? Because the threat, the shadow of the rejection is what makes the other practice effective. So if you don't give me information, I won't give you the money. If you don't keep the deadlines or accept the deadlines that I impose you, I won't give you the money. There is another practice which is not mentioned here, but it's also crucial, which is conditionality. And of course, conditionality, which is not something which was invented by the IMF or by the World Bank, but by the Rockefeller and Carnegie philanthropists in the interwar period. This works only under the shadow of denials and rejections. And by the way, foundations are also very, very conscious about the fact that the true source of their power is what they call the power of declination, namely their ability to say no. And the reason why they think this is so crucial is the following. But first, a part of this idea of management of silence and keeping information for themselves is related to the following thought. If I give you information about my reasons why I'm not going to give you the money, you are going to raise questions afterwards, and I'm going to be limited in my leeway, in my freedom of saying no. This is one reflection, but the other, which you can see on file, is that foundations are powerful because there are always more potential grantees than money available. And it is by saying no and possibly, and when they say no, they possibly scupper alternative projects, alternative ideas of global health, alternative ideas of rural development, alternative ideas of social science research. And this scuppering, this denying competitive ideas is a crucial part of their power. So not only helping the ones they prefer, but also making things more difficult for their rivals. And with this I come, this is an example of the management of silence. I'm happy to answer questions afterwards. Let me come to my conclusions so that Zsuzsanna doesn't have to tell me to leave the room. Billionaires and philanthropists can use excessive wealth to advance democracy, but they can also use that wealth to harm democracy. We have seen the examples of the legal and of the legal conservative, the legal movement, the liberal legal movement in the US, but also of the conservative one. Of course, the only way of preventing conservative donors from using their help to, from using their wealth to harm democracy is that this wealth is not accumulated in the first place, which is quite difficult. But of course, one possibility is to entertain good relations to wealthy liberal donors, which are going to support us, but they are not always available, as I already mentioned. The last important idea, even in the cases in which wealth is used to support causes we like the Ford Foundation funding human rights activism since the 1970s, first in Latin America and then worldwide. Even in those cases, where I see is that the means are not really liberal. These are relations of domination. Even when a donor wants to advance a liberal cause, the logic, the organizational logic is still there. So you have a donor with an agenda and policy goals, and it's going to give the money condition only to the recipient doing the things that the donor would like the recipient to do. And the donor will redefine the goals of the recipient or only fund the goals of the recipient that the donor likes. So this is also a source of normative danger. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, everyone. And thank you very much. Do you want to pull this down? Okay, my voice is pretty loud anyway. But thank you very much for inviting me to present some of my work here. I've enjoyed all the presentations actually in the last 2 days, and I've picked up a few points which kind of align and sometimes disalign with some of the things I want to say. The title of my remarks is actually Wealth Concentration and Democracy, Case of the Hewlett Foundation in an Era of Polycrisis. So my remarks are going to be sort of broadly general about the kind of some of the issues and ideas which have come up at this conference, which align with some of what I've been doing in my own research. But I'm also going to make some more detailed, specific references to an article that I've written recently on the Hewlett Foundation. If you like, Hewlett-Packard were the original tech bros from the 1930s and 1940s, and were the kind of effectively the founders of what came to be known as Silicon Valley. And they play a very important role, or at least Hewlett plays a very important role today. And there's not a huge amount of work which has been done on the Hewlett Foundation. Just to reiterate a couple of points about the concentration of power that philanthropy, so-called philanthropy or corporate foundations represent. There's a quote from the socialist American Dwight MacDonald in the 1920s, where he says that foundations are large pots of money surrounded by people who want some. There's another quote from a British socialist called Harold Lasky, who argues that it only takes a foundation to declare an interest in a particular topic in a grant program for large numbers of academics to finally realize that they were interested in that subject all along. Which is to say, large amounts of wealth do concentrate minds, and they do have a great power of attraction, and they create, if you like, the basis of knowledge, very powerful kinds of knowledge. And because American foundations tend to be, on the whole, quite utilitarian, they tend to be related to practice and policy. They tend to be networked knowledge with policymakers. The kind of things I've studied is relation to the Pentagon and the State Department and to the White House and other agencies of the American state in the rise to globalism. So I'm going to I picked up 7 things I thought worthy of mention which relate to the sort of specifics of my work on the Hewlett Foundation, which I'll get to. The first issue is really, we talk about the issue of democracy under pressure or democratic backsliding. And very often that is we talk about the sort of slide towards authoritarianism, and sometimes even variations of fascism. And I just wonder whether we are a little bit too conservative, even in use of the term excessive wealth concentration. It suggests that there is some place where wealth concentration is actually fully and utterly acceptable. And I think democratic backsliding and some drift towards authoritarianism risks being too soft on what is the direction of movement, which is to pointing out enemies within major polities and the identification and targeting of those minorities who dare to dissent and so on, and the closing down of spaces for dissent and so on. And I think it's important to recognize those, because the suppression of internal dissent historically has also led to external identification of threats, enemies, the manufacture of threats, as well as the drift towards war. The second point I kind of picked up and I found interesting in, especially yesterday's, was the use of the word tensions. There are tensions between capitalism and democracy. I would argue that there's a bit more than a tension here, that there is an almost direct contradiction between capitalism and democracy. Capitalism, as our opening keynote speaker said yesterday, preceded democracy by quite a long time. It was dragged kicking and screaming into democracy when that democracy threatened to become a bit more democratic than they were willing to allow it. So I'd argue there are sort of major contradictions to be had there. The third point is to do with liberalism. Now, a lot of what we've been talking about is kind of oligarchs. Often they're particularly right-wing, even authoritarian or fascistic in character. But actually, what I've found in the work that I've done, and I think what people have mentioned here too, is that there's a very strong linkage between the extreme right and also elements of liberalism. That even unwittingly, liberalism and the failures of liberalism, the failure to provide services to the population by liberal regimes, often leads people to draw conclusions which are more right-wing in electoral terms, which is to say that the paving of the way to authoritarian and even fascism often lies within liberal failure itself. And there is a very strong connection, I would argue, between them. In my own work, for example, on think tanks and foundations in the United States, we've seen the alliance of George Soros' money with David and Charles Koch's money in the formation of a think tank called the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, which is a kind of a critical position on American kind of interventions, but nevertheless suggests where there is alliances between the so-called liberals and so-called far right as well. Next point I would kind of pick up is that wealth concentration, philanthropy and its programs and its intellectual paradigms are also linked with geopolitics. We often see foundations and other bodies as largely domestically kind of interested and developed and so on. But actually a large part of what they innovate in terms of their domestic knowledge production is the preparation of the state and the society for global intervention. So three big foundations that I've looked at historically, Rockefeller, Ford, and Carnegie, played very major roles in the domestic transformation of education, the linkage of graduate education for purposes of diplomacy and war and so on with the White House and the National Security Council and other organs of the state in order to intervene and thereby change the geopolitical competition, intervene in that geopolitical competition. And we can see this during the World War II, in the Cold War, and now in the kind of on-off Cold War with China as well. This particular panel is called Promise and Pitfalls of Philanthropy. And I think pitfalls falls into the area of tensions. I think it's a bit more than a pitfall. It is a direct threat to democracy. And I would argue we have to look at the political economy of the big foundations. Where do they get their money? What kind of economic relations are they engaged in? And what kind of networks are they involved in order to fully understand what they stand for? Another point I think which is really important, and I think I'm guilty of this also, is I focused on elites and elite power and that kind of thing, is that we tend to sideline the importance of youth, of students, of women, of minorities, of workers, of migrants, that is grassroots organizations and what they stand for and when they mobilize and how they can create the context within which philanthropy and big power actually operates. And I think it's the dynamic between the two which really tells us the ways of directions of change in any particular polity. Another point is to do with liberal philanthropy, and that's what the Hewlett Foundation research has led me to, is that liberal philanthropy is very good at identifying and using the terminology of crisis. And nowadays we have this era called polycrisis, and that questions need to be asked, statements need to be made, solutions need to be found, and sometimes these crises are even referred to as being systemic. But it's very interesting when we look at unpack the term crisis, it has many, many meanings. And many different ways in which crisis can be used. And very often it boils down in the end to crisis management with a view to moderating the level of change which actually may well be required. And often the agents of that particular change, the moderate change, are the very agents which have caused the problems from which a crisis has occurred in the first place. And the last thing I would just say is in terms of corporate philanthropy. It is corporate philanthropy. It's corporate love of mankind. And that's a very peculiar kind of love, which basically tries to engineer systems which will continue to perpetuate their kind of positions. That corporations love wealth. They don't necessarily love ideologies, or the only ideologies they tend to love are those which will continue to perpetuate their profit-making activities themselves. So I think a lot of those points occurred to me as people were speaking yesterday, and it felt to me that it aligns with or intersects with the way in which I've approached the study of the Hewlett Foundation. Now, the Hewlett Foundation has an endowment of about $13 billion. It has major networks in corporations and so on. It has networks which are networked with the media, with the political parties, with both sets of administrations, and its networks extend into the universities, into the think tank world. That is to say, there's a whole ecosystem at the center of which Hewlett stands. But because Hewlett is a relatively small or maybe medium-sized foundation, it has developed great skill in leveraging its positions, particularly in this particular era of so-called polycrisis. Hewlett was probably the first major American foundation to take seriously the idea of polarization, the decrease in the significance and importance of neoliberalism, and come up with the idea of post-neoliberalism, and also democratic backsliding, which was occurring in the United States, and that the American system of government was becoming increasingly dysfunctional, illegitimate, losing legitimacy, and therefore leading to a further degree of kind of political and other chaos. And it effectively inaugurated programs on which it itself spent around $50 to $70 million, but because of its ability to convene, they convened another 20 foundations, including Ford and many others, such that they've spent hundreds of millions of dollars since 2014 on the programs of post-neoliberalism, democratic backsliding, polarization, and so on. I think the main thing I would say in my last 30 seconds is that this top-down, technocratic kind of a reform program is extremely superficial. It doesn't say it wants to challenge neoliberalism, but it wants to develop post-neoliberalism, which is to say it's not abandoning many of the tenets of that particular system and the inequalities and the polarization it's caused. And at a very early stage, in their sort of attempts to sort of resurrect American democracy and to re-legitimize it and popularize it and so on, they openly rejected any funding for grassroots or civil or campaign organizations, trade unions, or any of those kinds of movements themselves. They decided that labor lawyers were the better people to go to ask about how to tackle inequality among the people of the United States than it was to go to the people who actually, they themselves recognized, had historically helped to reduce the levels or check the levels of inequality itself. So the Hewlett Foundation sent a lot of people, of them were appointed to the Biden administration. They played a very big role in the development of Biden economics and the launching of Bidenomics. And many people argued that Bidenomics was effectively America first with a brain. And the Hewlett Foundation was suggested to be that particular brain. It was also done in the context of this increasing geopolitical and geoeconomic competition with China, with a view to containing Chinese power and to resurrecting American power itself in the world. I'll stop there because people are itching to get me off the stage, but I will take any questions you might have later on. Thank you.
Hi, everybody, and thank you for the invitation to speak today. As the slide suggests, I'm going to ask the question, should egalitarian movements accept philanthropic funding? But just by egalitarian movements, I'm obviously speaking about groups engaged in collective action against the economic, cultural, and political inequalities generated by systems such as capitalism, racism, homophobia, patriarchy, and so forth. So at the heart of the dilemma I will examine is that all too familiar left problem. Should we pursue reforms that make minor improvements in people's lives or hold out for more radical change? Or, as Andre Gors has helpfully developed this question in a more nuanced way, should we engage only in those reforms that make radical change more rather than less likely, or that open up new ways of doing things rather than reinforcing the unequal patterns and relations that already exist? So this problem, which is often debated in fairly abstract terms on the left, really comes home to roost when small, generally under-resourced egalitarian movements contemplate philanthropic funding. The amount of money on offer, or potentially on offer, would go a long way towards achieving some immediate goals, but does accepting the money make that group complicit in, or worse, help reproduce and legitimate global systems of wealth concentration that have been so eloquently described by my fellow panelists? So in my own life, as an academic, I've carried out a fair bit of research on the ethics and politics of philanthropy, but in my real life, if I want a better word, I've also engaged in social activism, in anti-capitalist social activism. And so I'd like to begin by reflecting on an experience I had as an activist that brought these issues into sharp relief, not just for me, but for the whole group of activists with whom I was working. So in the aftermath of the global financial crisis, I was involved in the Irish branch of ATTAC. Some of you are probably aware of that organisation. It's a network organisation which campaigns on financial justice issues such as the regulation of the financial markets, the closure of tax havens, and the cancellation of unjust debt. So at an activist gathering in Paris, my friend and I were unexpectedly approached, and admittedly this is probably an unusual experience, by a representative of George Soros's Open Society Foundations to explore if and how a funding application might be advanced. Now, at this time, we in the Irish chapter were a tiny and informal group. We didn't even have a bank account. So I think the prospects of actually getting that money were probably pretty remote. But unsurprisingly, for an organisation whose foundational slogan is literally was to disarm the financial markets, The idea of accepting funding from a foundation established by a financier prompted some debate, both within the Irish chapter and among our colleagues in the European network. So opponents of the idea objected on the grounds that accepting money from a financier amounted to an endorsement of his wealth and power, providing cover for the very system we sought to transform. They also raised concerns about reputational damage to the group. And by contrast, those more amenable to the idea argued that it presented an opportunity to use capitalist wealth against itself, so to speak. That is to say, to put Soros's ill-gotten gains to work in the broader project of eroding financial power. They also reminded the group that we had no money whatsoever and were reliant on the commitment of a very small bunch of busy activists. Accessing funding could help us build our membership and mount stronger campaigns. So this shows, I think, that this is a kind of a live issue for movements, for contemporary movements. But I think what's also noticeable about this discussion that we had in Dublin is that each side of the debate was united in a principled objection to philanthropists' unequal wealth and their unequal power and their unequal status. But they differed in terms of its overall its place in an overall strategy for challenging the very inequalities that bring philanthropy into being. So I want to start by looking at the question of principle on which we were all agreed, and then I'll move on to the questions of strategy. So on the matter of principle, and some of this has obviously already been covered, all the attack activists would agree that philanthropy violates egalitarian ideals in very significant ways. And here I'm obviously drawing on other scholars' work. There's a growing literature on the political theory of philanthropy, for example, and Kira Cordelli, Saunders Hastings, you can look at my published work for the references. So we would have been in agreement that philanthropy arises from and helps to legitimate inequalities inherent in the capitalist system, inequalities of wealth and power, control over the productive process, the subordination of caring and solidary relations. It also legitimizes massive wealth inequalities because it makes people believe that we need philanthropy to fund services and meet needs. But of course, this is only true in the context of low-tax economies. But politically, philanthropy, and this has already been said, gives donors the power to make decisions about issues of public policy, decisions which typically exclude the voices of those affected by them. Even when those affected are included, it still gives donors much more influence than other citizens. And this also has legacy effects for those donors who impose conditions after they've died. From a Republican perspective, philanthropy is also a form of arbitrary power because donors can give or withdraw their money at will. And finally, the resource inequalities upon which philanthropy depends generate differences in status that are incompatible with the ideal of equal citizenship. It creates unequal and undignified relations of dependence, particularly when it is responsible for the provision of basic services. It erodes democratic solidarity by supplanting citizens' obligations to jointly provide for the welfare of others. So far, so clear. However, the problem, of course, is that in and of themselves, these objections are, well, I guess depending on your point of view, are insufficient in guiding difficult strategic and tactical decisions faced by movements that are committed to transformative egalitarian change, but who may struggle to sustain their activities in contexts where other sources of financial support are unavailable, insufficient, or hostile to their aims. So what is to be done? This, of course, brings us to the question of strategy. What risks, tensions, and trade-offs do movements face should they accept philanthropic funding? And in the complex, actually existing societies in which we live, what strategies do we have to minimize them? So I think it's helpful to approach this topic through the lens of what Eric Olin Wright calls real utopias. And this is akin to Gore's concept of non-reformist reforms. In other words, this calls for strategies that help build real egalitarian change in the here and now, but that do so in a way that holds fast to transformative political goals. So the key point here is that it is not just about accepting any old social reform. Rather, the guiding question is whether the strategy or policy in question contributes to, rather than shuts down or narrows or undermines the transition to a just society. Political theorists sometimes frame this in terms of ideal versus non-ideal theory. So thinking about philanthropy by no means in this way, by no means eliminates its risks, but what maybe is helpful is that it offers certain value-based, normative guidelines as a basis for decision-making. So it accords some philanthropy a provisional and contingent role in supporting movement action, so long as it pushes existing configurations of power in more egalitarian directions. But I think it also challenges this kind of unreflexive, funding at all costs approach that's adopted by some NGOs. There's money there, we absolutely have to take it. So what does this mean in practice? So I only have a few minutes left. So I think that it means that if movements are to accept philanthropic funding, it must offer a strategic possibility of a non-reformist reform. And it must realise certain egalitarian norms with how movements organise, which are often compromised in the context of movement philanthropic relationships. So I'll just offer a few suggestions in the last few minutes. On the first of these points, in relation to transformative goals and sustaining a focus on non-reformist reforms, I think organisations should try to minimise the risk of normalising philanthropy as just another partner in the process of social change, thereby obscuring its unjust origins. So for this, they must clearly, consistently and deliberately articulate their transformative commitments, including the goal of transforming the economic system upon which philanthropy's existence depends. In tandem with this, they must clarify and articulate the role of philanthropy in their work, that is to say, as a tactical, contingent response to an unjust world. Secondly, and there's a large sociological literature on this, organisations should recognise that movement co-option to donor agendas often happens by stealth through, for example, the application of ostensibly neutral managerial frameworks which channel or contain political activities. I think awareness of this might help them to manage the funding relationship and lessen the chance that they'll modify their aims to satisfy donor priorities. Thirdly, funded organisations should maintain a strong relationship with organisations that are not philanthropically funded so as to remain part of and crucially accountable to that larger movement. With respect to egalitarian norms of organising, there's two kind of aspects here, two dimensions of equality. There's firstly political equalities and secondly the issue of solidarity, which conceptually is a form of effective equality. So I think our keynote speaker has been involved in trying to democratise philanthropy, and there is a growing literature on this. Of course, this doesn't solve the democratic problem, but it might temper it. From the point of view of movements, what can movements do in relation to political equalities? Well, firstly, they can push for their funders to be more democratic, and in particular to include the voices of affected communities in decision-making. They should challenge their funder if the funder, as a representative, if the executives of the foundation concerned are engaging with policymakers directly. They should speak up and oppose that. They should try to resist funder conditionalities that promote the power and paternalism of philanthropies. And of course, they should organise their own work in a politically egalitarian way that avoids funder-driven NGOization, in other words, where decision-making power, campaigning activities, and all the interesting work of activism become concentrated in a cadre of managerial and policy professionals. They can develop systems of accountability to the wider citizenry, such as fora in which members of the public can gain information and raise concerns about the role of philanthropy. Finally, because movement building should take precedence over institution building, funded organisations should cease their relationship with philanthropy if collective goals can be better secured by other groups. Sorry, I have to put my glasses on to see. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, thanks. I'll make it in 2 minutes. The second aspect I want to speak to is the question of solidarity. As I said, in the theoretical literature, this is regarded as a form of effective equality, but the relations of solidarity can be compromised by philanthropic funding, and this isn't just the donor's fault. I mean, organisations can be ruthlessly competitive amongst themselves, so that's one thing, but just to say, I think this is a really important point, not just because solidarity is intrinsically valuable as a value, but also because competition can block the very collaboration and alliances that are required to secure egalitarian goals. So one practical thing that funded organisations can do is to reject marketised organisational practices that entrench and legitimate capitalism's competitive logic, and this is very common. I'm thinking here of things like performance-based management models or branding campaigns that seek to claim a social issue, a policy goal, or a campaigning approach as one's own, as a means of distinguishing the organisation from their competitors, in other words, their fellow citizen groups. They can also neutralise competitive relations by sharing information across the movement about available funding streams, and where necessary, providing support in completing funding applications, especially to groups with less experience or insider knowledge of such processes. Okay, so to conclude, in this short input, I've tried to just sketch a path, really, through the inevitable, and they are inevitable, dilemmas of philanthropy for egalitarian movements. To return to the case of a tax Irish branch, which I should say did not take the money, and which disbanded shortly afterwards, but for unrelated reasons. My own view is that taking the money could potentially have opened the space for a non-reformist reform, because we could have used it to challenge the interests of financial capital. But I also think that it could have been risky, because we could have potentially alienated potential allies in a way that could potentially have undermined the ultimate goals of the organization. So I think what this suggests is that there's no hard and fast rule for these decisions, and that they must be made in context, attentive to the risks, opportunities, and trade-offs that might enable or undermine the struggle for a more egalitarian world. Thank you.
Well, thank you. This was really fascinating and also troubling. So I open the floor. We have approximately 30 minutes now for discussion, and I wonder whether anyone would like to have a comment or question. This is also the time for, conclusions, as our speakers also related to some of the previous contributors to the conference. Of course, you are also free to make some comment, whether conclusive or not. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you all for your contributions. They obviously fit very well with our panel in the morning, and I can feel how intertwined we are, and in some ways going perhaps a bit beyond just a legalistic framework which doesn't look at a revolutionary future, but also thinking of how radicalized, I think, the sphere of philanthropy has become. And I was wanting to make a comment and a question for you, which actually reflects back on yesterday as well. A type of power that we have not considered, partly because it wasn't in our brief, but which I think is actually completely intertwined with philanthropy, which is intertwined with big corporations, which is intertwined with democracy, is the power of military and paramilitary organizations. I touched on this a little bit in my talk, though I didn't talk or name the paramilitary organizations that are sort of embedded in keeping alive the interests of the state in India. But I'm just wondering in relation to philanthropy, because I know, for example, the Hewlett Foundation and many of these tech companies are intertwined with designing military technologies, right? We heard about that in the previous panel. We heard about that in relation to drones. I'm just wondering, in relation to the police, the prison system, how much any of you have followed some of the scandals around the American privatized prison system and how philanthropy is entwined with that. Koch, for example, as a foundation, have been intertwined with these far-right Christian nationalist groups. They're also, of course, funding so-called progressive causes in some places and not in others. So I just wondered about whether anybody here in the room or on the panel has studied military intertwinement with philanthropic funding.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I have 2.5 questions. First is that what I heard makes sense, but it's a little bit philosophical, intellectual, but in practice, things sometimes look different. I ran an NGO for the last 7 years, entirely funded from philanthropy, from a number of different entities. Some who were mentioned here, others not. But the point I'm trying to make is, and ask your views about this, that in reality, when you work with philanthropy, then you can actually work out a modus vivendi that does not necessarily force you in a certain direction. And there were some of these philanthropies that were easier to work with, and there were others that were a bit more difficult. So any thoughts on that? The second, and this is my biggest issue, is that, and I had that criticism for this work also that I led for 7 years, is that philanthropy creates the agenda by funding something. And in this case, they created the agenda to talk about something very controversial. Geoengineering, solar radiation modification, these kinds of issues. And how can we think about that? How could philanthropic entities engage better in societal conversations so that they actually pick on topics that make sense from a societal point of view. And my half a point is that we're entering an era where there's a lot less money in the system. And there will be a lot more pressure to go to these philanthropic entities because there simply isn't any money around.
Okay, yes. Well, there was Peter Hager, and then, yeah, we go on.
So, my question would, I would present Rob Reich's argument for philanthropy, which is domination happens everywhere. So, trade unions can be sometimes dominating, political parties can be dominating, elected majorities can be dominating. And his argument for philanthropy is, well, it's another type of power and increases the pluralism of power and potential domination. But since it increases the pluralism, there is less concentrated power, right? So, which is not necessarily true, but I was wondering how you would think about this.
Hello, everybody. I come from a very small pocket of the Soros Foundation's legacy, which is the Roma rights movement. And I've been wondering all my life. Can you hear me? Okay, so I'm coming from the Roma rights pocket of the Soros Foundation, you know, like being funded and then being a funder and all. So my question is a counterfactual. Would the world be a better place without the Soros Foundation or similar progressive philanthropies? Because in the Roma rights movement, it seems to me that the movement itself would not have existed without the Soros Foundation, regardless of the domination discourses. And obviously the same question arises in relation to the whole philanthropic exercise, okay? Would the world be a better place without all the philanthropies? Because maybe if it would, then we could actually throw under the bus the progressive foundations as well.
Okay, so this was the first round. I think very good questions and a little bit counterbalancing all your critics. So who would like to take the floor first? Yes, Alvaro. Yeah, is it on? Would you check, please?
It's on. I wanted to react to
close. You have to.
I wanted to react to Jano's comments. At least I have lost 1.5 questions, but I have one which I wrote down and refers to your experience with your NGO. And in my model, what happens is that you are a case of multiple donors. When a recipient, an NGO, has access to different donors, it can pit one donor against the other and try to get money for B if the donor is not ready to pay for B, only for A. But I want to challenge you and to ask you, have you really gotten money for everything you wanted to do, and did you get the money when you wanted to have it? Or have you made compromises? And maybe even ask you to go deeper into your memories and think whether it could not be the case, it could be the case that you have forgotten that you wanted to do certain things, and at some point you realized it was impossible because nobody wanted to pay for that, and you even forgot and you redefined your preferences according to the availability of funding. And I've seen these things in the historical record. Recipients which celebrate the donor years after a grant, but they forget that during the negotiation of the grant, they actually lost many battles. They got money, but only for a fraction of what they wanted to do. So this is part of the story of philanthropy. If you have access to multiple donors, you are in a better position as a recipient. There is another important factor is whether a recipient can be replaced by another. If you are the single NGO or academic organization in a certain place conducting an activity or proposing to conduct an activity, then the donor may have no option but taking you. In that kind of situation, the donor has few or only one course of action open, because there is only one potential recipient. But these are situations which are not usual. In most of the times, you will have more potential recipients than active donors. I'll leave it here that others can also intervene.
On the last question, I suppose that's the kind of dilemma I was trying to work through. I think that there is a case for taking philanthropy sometimes, because we need the money sometimes to use it to build a better world. Do you know what I mean? But I think it has to be done within certain normative parameters, and it has to be done. I think NGOs need to kind of develop a bit of a critical literacy around philanthropy rather than just going, yay, there's some money, let's go, let's get it. Do you know what I mean? And screw the consequences. And I suppose have some of the conversations that we're having here. But I do think there is a case for taking it sometimes if it can be used in some of the ways that I described. So that's just on that question. Rob Reich, I've read his work. I'm not really convinced that it does promote pluralism, but I think it might promote. It can fund uncontroversial things. It can fund minority things that are not, that go against, that can be important. But I think to do that more democratically, I think you probably want to experiment with things like citizen assemblies, deliberative fora, to help decide on what those things are. Do you know what I mean? And I think there is probably more interest, some other literature around that. I think that might be more helpful. Was there anything else? I don't have anything to say. On the NGOs in practice, I think you're right. I think that the foundations vary in terms of, the modus vivendi, as you said. Some foundations are more hands-off than others. And I think organizations do work things out. And that can lead to, to positive outcomes. I did research on a foundation in Ireland called the One Foundation. And the money came from a guy called Declan Ryan, who was from, Ryan as in from Ryanair. So it wasn't actually Ryanair money, but it was his personal wealth derived from from his involvement in that corporation. They had a very strange model of venture philanthropy. It was very kind of marketized. It was very about, kind of a Dragon's Den sort of a scenario in terms of trying to kind of decide on grantees. But there's always contingencies. And what happened is they actually ended up funding this organization that was campaigning on migrant workers' rights, that was involved in trade union organizing. And we know that Ryanair is pretty hostile to, trade union organizing. Now, they didn't set out to do that. It just happened through the relationship. They were actually interested in disadvantaged children. But they funded this NGO because they were helping migrant workers, and that would help the disadvantaged children. Do you know what I mean? And so it just worked itself out in the organization, and they actually had an excellent relationship. So I totally agree with you. There's always kind of ways of working things out. But I just think we always have to be super attentive to the risks as well, and always have the bigger picture that we really should be taxing these guys. I don't have anything to say on the military stuff. So I think you might.
Yep, thank you. The only element of military kind of support for the military that I've seen in the work I've done was in regard to support for Latin American organizations which were close to the militaries there, in particular Chile, in which, but even that was approached through economists. The economists are the Trojan horse through which much of the power of the big philanthropies in many societies actually operate, including in the United States itself. Related to paramilitaries, the Hewlett Foundation has supported with many millions of dollars American Compass, which is one of the authors of Project 2025. In virtually 50 to 70% of the budget of American Compass was paid for by the Hewlett Foundation. They also supported the trustees of the Hewlett Foundation operate companies which donated very large amounts of money to election-denying Republican candidates and very illiberal and anti-liberal such candidates too. And so when you look at the election denying, then you kind of see the insurrection of 6th of January and the elements which are involved there. So they are involved with a kind of variety of political forms, and Hewlett was doing it under the banner of diversity. ideological diversity. But their ideological diversity meant $2 million plus to American Compass and those sorts of organizations, and nothing to grassroots and activist types of organizations themselves. To the colleague who talked about the promotion of pluralism by philanthropy, now of course, there are many, many philanthropies, thousands of them. Many of them are local, probably the vast majority, relatively small, and therefore they have very different motivations. The kind of philanthropists, so-called philanthropies that I've looked at, Ford, Rockefeller, Carnegie, and now more recently Hewlett, these are large corporate philanthropies, and they are not promoting pluralism. They may use the term pluralism, democracy, strengthening constitutional processes, and that kind of thing. What effectively they're doing is organizing elite networks, think tanks, elements of the state, universities, law firms, lawyers, and media organizations, and so on, and making them much more effective in perpetuating their own elite power. Hewlett has got a whole load of documents on its website, which it calls a living archive, in which it openly rules out two things. One, big money is not a problem for American democracy. So they rule out campaigning or anything on campaign finance reform in any kind of serious way. Secondly, they ruled out supporting any grassroots movements for change which were fighting for democratic rights at this particular time either. So what effectively appears to be going on is that they've got a particular idea about who are the Democrats and who are the dangers to democracy. And when you look through their papers, the dangers to democracy are the people who basically who are tweeting irresponsibly in midnight, and not the big organizations which are actually organizing the tech platforms, which are enabling very, very powerful right-wing organizations to do their kind of dirty work. If there was a world without foundations, I think we'd have a good party, because the kind of foundations I've looked at, they have not contributed in any significant way. So when you look at, Zsuzsanna talked about the late 19th century and early 20th century origins, particularly of Rockefeller and Carnegie. The way they made their money was extremely unethical, to say the least, illegal very often, and so on. Secondly, they were a response to populism of the left. They were the sponsors of so-called progressivism, which was an attempt to take the wind out of the sails of populism, which stood for nationalization, the means of production, distribution, and exchange, and so on. Took the wind out of the trade union movements, which are much more militant at that particular time. And what they wanted was to modernize the American political system, which is deeply corrupt, largely because of the sort of practices they themselves engaged in. And they wanted to take the sail out of the wind out of the sails of the socialist, labor, and other anarchist, wobblies, and other sorts of movements. That is to say, they came as an intervention in order to prevent radical change and to channel it into particular kinds of directions. And that has not fundamentally changed. So when you look at Hewlett and you look at his beautiful website with his performative radicalism, and then you read, it has actually not said a single word about Donald Trump 2.0 since he was elected. But they have supported American Compass and many other bodies which contributed to the labor sections of Project 2025. And when you look at Project 2025, it is basically a charter for authoritarianism and presidential dictatorship, which is precisely what has happened in that country. He's trying to shut down so many sources. So I would argue that a world without foundations, in effect, is a world without another form of concentrated wealth, which is used by people who are given all the power to decide who's the problem, what's the problem, who are going to be involved in the solution to the problem, and how should it be implemented, and by whom. That you're effectively ceding power to people, groups of people, who are not accountable to anybody. And these foundations are totally unaccountable. They don't pay taxes, they don't have electors, they don't stand in elections, they do exactly what they please. They are basically a venture capital for the capitalistic forces which set them up in the first place. And they try all kinds of experiments to try to maintain basically systems out of crises. And in the paper which I've written on the Hewlett Foundation, I call it a liberal crisis machine. It diagnoses crises and it prescribes solutions to crises. And when you look at this diagnosis and its solutions, its prescriptions, they're very, very conservative indeed and not designed really to make any radical changes.
Okay, yes, go ahead for one second round of questions. We have a question there, and then, yes, you have the other one.
Thank you. I wanted to ask both, I think, Alvaro and Niamh, am I pronouncing it correctly? Alvaro, I found your talk really enlightening and deeply troubling in the sense of, so thinking about what you said and how to drive that message home in the sense of us being a university who is highly dependent on a single donor. And I very much appreciated Niamh's comments on how to create or how to have a framework for decision making on whether you take or do not take philanthropic money. But at the same time, I realized that so it's laying on the assumption that there's a pre-existing organization that can decide whether or not to take that money. And definitely that's not our case here. So it's, a university that was funded at the same time with the money. So there's no prior organization there that can make a decision whether to take or decline. And it looks like the sort of checklist or questions in this framework that you propose that this organization should ask themselves. These are questions that you can ask to yourself once, so before you take the money. And my question now here to maybe both of you or the three of you is, what do you do when you're already neck deep in this dynamic? Is there a way of, breaking free from this that would not imply annulling your existence? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My question is in the relationship between foundation funding and state funding. I work for an organization that is funded both directly by states and by a foundation, one of the big ones that was nominated at a certain point. Do you think that there are substantially different practices in the funding that state gives and the funding that foundation gives? And whether they are competing or cooperating? Because in my experience, there is a lot of alignment between what foundation and states decide to fund, especially in the global south. Like, I come from an organization in the global north that works in the global south. And a lot of the state funding that goes to the global south, it's also directed with a very deliberate and specific political program that does not support any of the things that they say they support. And especially coming from aid, right? You know, it's very hard to imagine a world in which funding can be democratized regardless of where it comes from. So any reflection on any of these things would be quite interesting for me to hear. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other question? So if not, I also would like to ask you as a part of this final round. So as you said, Inderjit, they're not all foundations are the same, right? We cannot think that all of them want just dominance. We can and we should hope that there are many of them who are actually want to do something good. So what would you suggest to them to make themselves more reflective, more democratic in their decision making? what would you, according to your studies, how would they do better their donations? And well, obviously, the ones especially with the big money are not for radical change, right? They are not for revolutions. Actually, revolutions is dangerous, so it can go also bad. So we cannot be surprised that they are for more cautious reform. Still, where would they put their money? If you would have a lot of money, where would you put it now for better democracy in our world? I would like to start.
Who argued that philanthropic money should not be viewed as a form of distributive justice, for all the reasons we discussed here, is a form of reparative justice. You know, you're making up for a harm that has been done to the poor, and I think that I find that very useful framing. That it should be seen as an illegitimate source of wealth. So, I mean, if you're asking me what I would do if I was a billionaire, first of all, I would fund activist groups who are, I mean, I know I would say that after everything I've said, but I would fund activist groups who are fighting against an unjust economic system. And I would do that democratically. But, I mean, that sounds so pat to say that, do you know what I mean? And I also think if it can have such distorting effects in practice. Do you know what I mean? If you have that much money to give away, it creates all sorts of weird relationships. But that is what I would do. I would, and also I would be hands off and let citizens decide how the money was spent. But I don't think that you can, like I said, I don't think you can solve the democratic problem because it's just fundamentally an undemocratic thing for one person to be deciding what to do with all that money. Sorry, I'll let someone else speak. Well, I think any other answers.
There is a lot on our plate. I will leave the question about how to spend the money for the end. And I want to go back to some of the questions of the first round, but very quickly. I think unless you suppress modern capitalism, there is a positive role to play for foundations. And I think that they have done a couple of good things, including in Latin America and in Chile. I mean, the Ford Foundation gave money to the Chicago economists in Santiago de Chile long before the coup of Pinochet in 1973, and then spent a lot of money, energy, and prestige, and some of the Ford Foundation officers risked their lives to take scholars and activists out of the country and save their lives. And they funded human rights activism and social sciences in Chile under Pinochet for 15 years. And they founded the civil rights movement in the US. So the question is that foundations are different, and even the same foundation can be very different. Ford Foundation in 1950 is a completely different thing than the Ford Foundation in 1970 or 1980. So you have to, foundations are historical as every other social formation. You have to look to the specifics and see what they are doing, what's going on. I agree more with Andrea in terms of the lack of accountability, which is why I spoke earlier about the autonomy of the boards. This should be changed. I mean, it's, I'm not a US citizen, but even for any habitant of the world, it is scandalous that the Gates Foundation had in its board for many years only members of the Gates Foundation and Warren Buffett. And this is money which is actually US public money, which the tax authority leaves to the foundation to administer. And this is something which, by the way, the Open Society in its early times was the same. It was George Soros and his wife administering the money. So this should not happen. This is a point, an aspect which should be changed. And what can organization do which does not have an option but to take the money? To look for other donors is the only way forward. And but the question is, and this is again very negative from a normative point of view. Every foundation worth its salt will look for areas of activity, for fields and Bourdieuian terms, where they are the only donors or one of the very few donors. They will look for places where their money makes a difference and when there is a range of potential recipients so that they can impose their conditions. Here I like to quote a friend of mine who was a foundation officer in charge of the Human Rights Program, and he says foundations use recipients as vehicles for their agendas. So there is always resistance, and going back to Janus, the possibility of having multiple donors, etc. So sometimes there is a way out, but the parting position for most recipients is a very disadvantageous one. And let me conclude. There are two Hewlett foundations. There are two Hewlett foundations because the family is not only a family, but there are several family members and they have different foundations. And one of them funds this research group which is openly critical of capitalism. People like Kim Slobodian, who has been mentioned yesterday, is involved there, and some other scholars who are openly critical of capitalism. So there is also this possibility of using foundation money to elaborate a critique of capitalism. And by the way, this is another thing which Ford did in Santiago de Chile in the 1960s and 70s. They paid for many people who were on the left.
Great, thank you. There's 1,000 questions, and reality is more sophisticated than it is possible to kind of summarize here. I would just add the Indonesian army in the 1950s and 60s as very closely working with Ford Foundation and so on as a vehicle for national development, and that the coup which occurred in the mid-60s bore a direct relationship with some aspects of that too. Foundation versus state funding. I think one of the things is, of course, the foundations operate on a fiction of independence from the state, independence from business, independent from the market, and so independent from politics and ideology, etc. But actually, in practice, when we look at the boards of trustees of the big foundations, they rotate, circulate, revolve doors, blah, 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 with the American state and with other parts of the thing. So that is to say, they live in the same mental world, but they may well have different priorities and different roles at different times. And of course, the American foundations are quite interesting because the liberal foundations get hauled up by Congress every generation. 1916 by the left, 1950s by the extreme right, then the early 21st century by George W. Bush as pro-Palestinian terrorists and so on, and no doubt something will happen again. So there is a kind of ambiguous relationship. And in the 1920s, the big foundations spent a large amount of money against isolationism and for globalism. So they are in and around the state and they weave their web and so on. But I would say there are some distinctions between the private and the public. And I think we'll see now probably many liberal foundations stepping in where Donald Trump is doing so much more damage. And they do tend to go and minimize the damage. So the Reagan era, Thatcher era, a lot of private foundations stepped in and then they stepped back out again and so on. But what they do is reasonably conservative in terms of the boundaries of what they try to achieve. You asked, what would a reflective philanthropy look like? I published my book, Foundations of the American Century, in 2012. I think the Rockefeller Foundation people got hold of it. They invited me to go and give a talk there. They hadn't read the book yet. I turned up there. That was the coldest, most frosty reception I've ever received. There was 30 of them. Each one had a copy of my book, which I was very pleased to see, with about 1 billion footnotes on every page. And they proceeded to tell me that Gramsci could not possibly be used to look at history, that I couldn't possibly say anything about the history of the foundation because I had never met any of the people that I'd written about, largely because they were already dead, and so on and so forth. That is to say, and then they left me outside waiting for a taxi in this place in the top of a mountain, Sleepy Hollow, and when they were all driving off in their cars. That is to say, I don't think they're very reflective. And you can see this on their internal reports. Every 10 years, they wring their hands and they cry, oh dear, we failed in practically every program we established to alleviate hunger, poverty, distress of various forms. And then they decide we've now got to renew our mission and go to the grassroots people, local empowerment, and they will select various people from their own networks to then build the next generation of 10 years worth of programs. I don't think that these very large foundations want to reflect in any deep and thoroughgoing way on what they do, and so I wouldn't hold out too much promise. Where would I suggest large amounts of money go? I take my cue from Nikos Palantzis. He said there are two roles for the state and elites in capitalist societies. The role of the state is to organize the ruling class and to disorganize the subject class. I would say you have to organize and help empower those who are fighting against the kind of injustices which are very basic and very extreme in our societies, in this country, in Britain, in the United States, and so on. There are children who are hungry in a very wealthy society. You would empower communities to be able to enable them to fight for change, which would then stop that level of inequality and poverty and distress, in my view. Not build more elites, elite networks, elite think tanks, elite organizations, and people who've already got large amounts of privileges and PhDs from Harvard and Yale and so on and so forth to get even more power for themselves. That's what I would suggest be done.
Well, thank you very much. I think it was lots of thought. While I tend to believe that we are here at the CEU Democracy Institute change makers, or at least this is what we'd like to be for a better. And also, we are living in a time of revolution. There's a autocratic revolution is going on with a lot of funding from states and from private money and big wealth. So we have a lot to do to counter this whenever we can get force from either from small money or small people or small knowledge, which we would like to generate here and elsewhere. So thank you very much for coming. And I pass the floor to Ruth now. Thank you for
I'd
all
like
of
to
you.
give a round of
It was really
applause for
wonderful.
the panel. Right, we're going to have our final coffee break, and then we'll be back here at 4 o'clock for our closing keynote with Marlene Engelhorn. Thank you.
We reached our very last session, last but not least. So we have a second keynote speaker. At this point, everybody's kind of tired, but I promise it will be very exciting. So very interesting session. And we have a guest, Marlene Engelhorn, for today, a keynote speech. Marlene is the co-founder of the Tax Me Now initiative, an initiative of young, wealthy individuals advocating for tax justice in German-speaking countries. The other thing that a lot of people know about her is that with her team, she established what is called the Gute Rat, that I just learned a minute ago, that it not just means the good counsel, but it also means good advice. So the Gute Rat was formed by 50 people, representative of the Austrian population, and their task was to redistribute Marlene's 25 million euros inheritance. And it was a method of citizen assembly, and their job was to allocate the funds following a deliberative process. So this process is kind of done, and Marlene, you tell us how done it is or where we are with this. Marlene has also written a book in 2022 called Geld, which explores the relationship between wealth and power and asserts the fair redistribution can only work democratically. And she is currently, I don't know if this is accurate, I think it is, that you are currently touring Germany, Austria, and Switzerland with a theater piece, which is called Geld ist Klasse, Money is Class, which is about wealth, power, and tax. And Marlene is one of the actors in this piece. Marlene is a visionary, but not just a visionary, but also a doer. And I think her talk will follow very nicely to the panel we had just before on philanthropy. So let's welcome Marlene and enjoy the talk together.
Hi, thank you. I'm really nervous, so I'm gonna have to take a little time to blabber myself into warmth and comfort. So just bear with me as I correct the introductions. Tax Me Now also has old people, not just young people. We have people from all different kinds of ages. What we all share is that we all believe that tax justice is super important, that we are all wealthy, and that we know for a fact we can and want to pay tax on our wealth, our inheritance, our business, whatever it is that we have. We have different kinds of wealth in Tax Me Now. So that's the one thing. And the other one, yeah, the Citizens Assembly Gute Rat, it is done in terms of the assembly sessions were from mid-March 2024 until beginning of June 2024. So the assembly doesn't come together anymore unless they do so of their own choosing privately if they feel like it. Fair enough. The only thing that is not done yet is the actual redistribution of the money, because they decided that whoever was the organizations that they picked 77 organizations, the organizations could choose the modality of the wealth distribution, which meant they could say, I want all of that money at once, or they could say, I want it, but in year X, or they could say, I want it, but in different tranches over 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 years. So some of the distribution is going to go well into 2029, which means that effectively it ends in 2029, I guess. But that's that. And there was one more thing. What was it? I'm stealing your time now to ponder. I forgot it. Well, maybe it'll come to mind again. So that's that. And if you have a question about this, everything about this assembly is online. Guterrat.info. That's GUTERRAT.info. And if you want any kind of information, report, evaluations, all in there. The budget is in there, everything. You can download it. Some of it you might have to run through Google Translate, because I think at best some of it is in English. Sorry. But yeah, let's start with my notes. Last time I was at CEU, I put stuff on note pieces of paper that I could carry much more easily. And this time I was trying to be fancy, and now I'm paying the price. for it. Wait a minute. Okay, I need to walk a little bit. I'm nervous. Thank you for listening to me. Okay, so please come in. It's ample time. I haven't really started yet. I've just made sure people know that I'm a nervous person. The talk is called, at least the title I was given is Inside the, please, come in, take a seat, take your time. All good, please, be my guest. Come in, take your time, get comfortable. The title is called Inside the Bubble, How the Hyper-Rich View the World. So, first of all, I can't claim that I can speak for every rich person. If I did that, there would not be a discussion on tax justice, but we would have it. Because if every rich person agreed with me, they would not lobby against tax justice. So, just so you know, there might be people who are super wealthy who disagree with how I picture them and how I paint them. But unless they are public about it, they can just be angry in their closet, which is fine by me. Or like in their palace, maybe, I don't know. So this is the one thing. And the second thing is I'm not a researcher. I have no academic degree whatsoever. I did go to university. I do know my way around researching a bit, but I will not pretend that I can give you any idea of how to do proper research, how to collect data, and how to do academic work. That's not my job. That's you who could tell me, not the other way around. Just to make very crystal clear what I can bring to this table and what I cannot bring to this table. So, to those of you who might not know who I am, because I don't always want to assume that everybody knows, I am a multimillionaire coming from a billionaire family. I inherited my wealth. I inherited net wealth in cash, which is a kind of wealth that is very easily redistributable. It's not the same with other forms of wealth. Most of them you can sell, so really there is no excuse. But it's much easier with cash to also give it away again. This is important because, and that's why I need to turn my flipping page. Sorry. Where did I put this? Yes. Because one of the questions I get asked a lot, so I'm just going to talk about it right now for a little bit, is why would you give away millions when you inherit them? Why? And this question, when I get it, tells me a lot about the person who asks the question. Because only people who are not wealthy ask this kind of question. I see someone nod, I really like that, thank you. And the thing is, when I was announced that I got this inheritance, multi-millions, and I'm not being super transparent about it, even though I love transparency, because my family asked me not to disclose anything that would give anybody possibility of deducing the wealth of other members of the family, which is why I do this weird eggshell dance with you now, and you're very, very invited to critique me for it, because you're right to do so. But the thing is, I decided, when I heard this, I knew I should be grateful and demure, and be like, oh, thank you. And I was furious. I was angry. And I was angry because I knew it wasn't justice. Nobody should be born and then just get money for it. That is a reflection of a feudal system that stands in stark contradiction of democracy. So I should never have gotten this wealth to begin with. It shouldn't have been mine. And I knew it so much that I was like, God damn it. Now all of my wonderful values about social justice that I've read about and that I think so highly of, they are worth nothing unless I put all of this into action. And so I was like, okay, I not only am I disgusted with the injustice, but also I have to own it. It's not a question of, oh, is it your fault or not to be born so uber rich? No, who cares? But like I am, I will always be, even if I redistribute everything, which is my goal, I will always be part of the top 1%, even just by family association, even just through friends, through networks that I have, through all of the privilege that has formed me and that allows me, for instance, to enter every building like I own it, which gives a kind of confidence that so many people work their lifetime to achieve. And so I'm very aware of that. And so I need you to understand, as transparent as I try to be, and as reflective, self-reflected as I try to be of my privilege, I remain privileged. And I can do all of these efforts and that will not go away. Just always bear that in mind. I'm not a good rich person, I'm just a rich person. That's what I'm trying to say. So, turning my page again. We're gonna do this a little bit today. Sorry. Okay, so, inside the bubble, how the super rich view the world. First of all, I want to tell you, the cliches are true. I don't know what cliche you know about uber rich people, whatever cliche you hold in your heart and your mind and your gut about how the wealthy really think or not. Most of them are true. That's my personal experience. And I think the most important ones to understand that are true is, first of all, we can literally afford not to care. We can buy our asses out of every kind of crisis. We can make everything that happens in this world not affect us, not touch us. And this is crucial to understand because there's a social pattern underneath this, which is a pattern of, I don't know if I put this properly in English. In German, I would say Entsolidarisierung. In English, I would say dissociating or desolidarizing, which is a very Germanistic kind of way of trying to say the same word. But it's a disconnect to the society that the 1% or the 0.1% perform in order to cut their empathy with the rest, which makes it easier to then extract from the lives and the labor and the land of other people and land that they have never even set foot on. I forget to breathe out and I try not to do it into the microphone, so when I do this, just lose some air. This is really important to understand because our comfort level is always, and when I say we and our, I mean the top 1%. I always imply the top 1% of wealth distribution. Because in income distribution, managerial class, those are our employees. We are owning and ruling class. We employ managerial class. Sometimes we take managerial class as jobs. Tough. When we are the CEO of our own company, for instance, instead of letting somebody who studied for it do that kind of job, who might actually be qualified, but they're not inheritors, so who cares? So basically our comfort zone will always be at the center of what we try to protect. And this has a direct effect on you because we will burn the planet to protect our comfort zone. We will literally look sideways while people die in the very supply chains of our businesses that we're proud of. And you must understand this. I want to try to burst the bubble because so many people I meet, even the most reflected people, tend to have this awe around wealthy people, that they have so much power, and if they are even the remotest bit of kind and polite, they might be good people. But even through the passive control of their assets, through the power that they choose not to use, they are complicit in a system that is essentially killing life on all of this planet, including the planet, at the end of the day. This is what this boils down to. And it's very harsh, but I think if we don't face that, we can't critique properly what's going on. So the thing is, with that combination of protecting your comfort zone on the one hand, by all means, and dissociating from the quote-unquote normal society of the 99%, this makes class extremely prone to be manipulated. Because we, in essence, we erase checks and balances of our privilege and our power to be part of our bubble, because it hurts to be criticized, so we don't want it. All of the people who could do that are essentially on our payroll, and we can choose just to kick them out if they don't tell us what we want to hear. If you doubt me, look at the US president. He is a wonderful example of where this leads. And it makes so many of us prone to be manipulated, and be it through populism, propaganda, or fascism. Those are things that are very, very easily put into the heads of my class, because we do not represent any kind of actual person's value. We can't, because we don't make the experience. Never. The exclusivity of my class makes sure that we cannot fully understand what it means to live a normal, even, and by that I mean middle class, which is already unattainable for so many people in working class and poor class, and poor classes, right? It's like, even that is completely unimaginable to almost all of us. Privilege and power change those who hold them, whether we want it or not. And that goes for me as well. The fact that I still speak publicly could be criticized. Who am I to still open my blabbermouth after redistributing my wealth? You tell me, and we have a Q&A afterwards. I'm curious. But I think it's important to understand wealth is essentially power, and it's essentially power that is unchecked. And also the dynamics, the relationship dynamics that unfold in this bubble that is so exclusive, I personally would describe them as cult-like. I have heard someone else say it's like an addiction. You're born into an addicted community. All of them are addicts. Your financial advisor is, in essence, your dealer, but he's also an addict because of the amounts of money you pay him. And like, it's really hard to get out of that without sober friends. Try and find sober friends when you have the behaviors of an addict, which is usually socially very problematic behavior, very difficult behavior. I would go further. I would say it's cult-like. You can't ever criticize wealth. You can't criticize money immediately. Everybody's like, how dare you? And you risk losing all of your ties, all of your connection, when you dare say that excessive wealth hoarding is essentially bad. You just judge it. That alone, like, you don't even have time to have your analysis unfold. If you lead by, there is a problem here, bam, you're kicked out quicker than you can think. Especially when you tie theory to action. So many wealthy people who have read Marx back to front to end and know it perfectly and would never lift a finger to put that theory into action because they also believe inequality is natural. We can't actually do anything about it. And all of you have heard Katharina Pista talk, so you know that's not true. So why do I tell you all of this? I really need you to lose the sense of awe and to get, and I basically want to offer you my analysis of my class, and maybe you will carry this forward into actual research, like Rachel Sherman did in Uneasy Street, for those who like to have an idea of how to start this kind of stuff. That's a really good book to read, by the way. Don't read it at night, it makes you angry. But maybe just me. So, what do people who have secluded themselves so cult-like into like their bubble, and there's always exceptions to the rule, but you know, what do they tell themselves in order to justify this kind of thinking, this kind of living, this kind of behavior? Well, in essence, we tell ourselves that we earned it. We must have, right? And that is something I have a huge problem with. And I have more notes on this, so I think I have to stand here for a minute to make sure I don't forget any of my very, very clever ideas. Exactly, so claiming to earn your wealth is factually so inaccurate, I find it baffling that it even holds, because there is no way that one person or family can actually earn all of their wealth. Even if you just divide their wealth by like an hourly wage, you get insane numbers. That it just doesn't happen. Or like comparisons, if you take Dieter Schwarz, the richest German, allegedly the richest German, we don't know that actually the Böhringer family is richer than the Schwarz family, but you can't say it in public because then they go legally against you and stuff like that. Anyway, so he owns like, what, 44 billion, that's the estimation. If you do that, the math, and you earn 50,000 a year, which is an average German salary, you have to work 1 million years. And that alone gives you an idea that there is no way you can earn this kind of money. And there is a fundamental confusion that is in there, because it confuses ownership, which is a right, you can have a right to own property, with work. And like the owner of a company doesn't have to be the CEO of the company. They can be, but they can also delegate. But this distinction is not properly made in media, at least not as far as I know. There's a huge confusion of that, and it's problematic not only because it's legally inaccurate, but also because it creates a false narrative of there actually being a possibility of earning billions, which is not possible. Nobody will ever in their lifetime earn billions. It's not possible. You can own them, you can accumulate them, you can extract them through using the ways that wealth flows, which is legally conducted and created and also lobbied for by my class. But you can't, through work, earn it. It's not to be done. And whoever wants to then tell me something about a boxer or an NBA star, come on. No, that's just luck. So the problem I take with earn as well is that it implies something that is very revelatory of the political idea behind it, which is status. When you earn, that means you deserve. That also means that someone else who didn't earn billions or might be poor deserves that. And that means you divide in at least two categories, the winners and the losers, the high status and the low status, maybe more of them, maybe there's more nuance, but at least that. And you justify being better, and you cannot do that without justifying that or pretending that others must be worse in terms of worth less, literally worth less. Don't believe me? Look up the definition of HNWI. It's high net worth individual. I would like to say high net wealth individual. I think that's factually more correct, but it says high net worth individual. I think this is, I don't like it. I really don't like it. So to imply two different categories of people, one who deserves to be well off or rich, one who deserves to be poor, those are two sides of the same coin. But this difference is also made after assessing someone's financial situation. You don't say, you deserve, and then you give them the billions. You look at the billions, and then you deduct worth from that. You're like, because this person has billions, they must be worth them. Which also is just absurd logic to me, right? It's the same logic that any discrimination is based on. You are white, you must be better. You are male or male presenting, you must be more proficient. You are able-bodied, you must be better at, I don't know, playing a sport or something. All of this is not necessarily true, right? So this is telling because if you think that some people are worth more and some are worth less, politically what this means is that you are more prone to believe in a feudal structure or a fascist structure than a democratic one. Because democracy, in essence, believes everybody is worth the same. But it also understands, that's my understanding of democracy, that in order for everybody to be worth the same, you need a legal framework that works with the differences that we are born into. Like some are taller or shorter or bigger or thinner or white or black or brown. And able-bodied, not able-bodied, we are born very different. And in order to create equality and equal opportunity, you need a legal framework that works with that difference and recognizes this diversity as not only to be cherished, but to be channeled into something that creates opportunities for everybody. And you can't have that without a democratic framework, I would say. A feudal framework doesn't do that. They're like, those are worth more because they're genetically superior, because this dynasty is better than every other dynasty. We know what happens when you consider genetic superiority. Germany and Austria have a difficult history with that, to say the least. But I just think it's so telling what this serves for rich people. Why do they need this narrative? And I don't think a lot of this is conscious. I think some of this is very, very unconscious, and it's my analysis, and therefore it reflects me as well. So please, researchers that you are, figure out where I'm flawed and publish it. But this narrative of like earning and not and everything that goes into meritocratic narratives, which are utter rubbish. Nobody deserves to be better off than anybody else. Anyway, it claims objectivity, right, to a certain degree. It's like, yeah, we can see those figures tell us These people are hardworking because they are billionaires, and these people are lazy because they are nurses. Or have you met a billionaire nurse before? I haven't. But I know them to be one of the hardest working people you could possibly come across. And it creates an echo chamber, and this echo chamber serves a purpose. It serves a purpose for rich people to feel relieved of guilt, of shame, and of responsibility that would come from acknowledging the injustice of status, the injustice of difference, and also the inherently feudalistic and therefore anti-democratic nature of this narrative. And so, inside the bubble, how the hyper-rich view the world, they shape it according to these views, so many of them unconscious, that it's difficult to critique them from the inside, which is one of the reasons why so many societies drift to the far right. We have claimed power over so much, over the economic sphere through monopoly, or like, what is it called when there's many monopolistic structures at the same time, but not yet, like oligarchic kind of, or, you know, there's a term I'm lacking, you will know it later on. There's an actual, anyway. Like the economic sphere, also media, look at who owns the media. I'm not saying it's a top-down chain where just because you own it, you can go to journalists and say, you have to print what I say. That's not how this works. It's much more subtle. It's like who you choose to be on the board of directors and who you choose to be designing what the newspaper should work like or what it should be. What is in German you say Blattlinie, which is basically the opinion line that they have, that they hold, and according to which they analyze politics, economics, even literature. And then it's like this is a trickle-down effect of bias, because bias begets bias. Bias makes sure that you choose people in decision-making power that are like you, which is why DEI is so important to counter that effect. Anyway, but like you see that this narrative that is created of betterness, of being worth more, these feudalistic tendencies, they are very deeply embedded in a class that has actually managed to dissociate so vastly from 99% of the people, and it serves another purpose, and that is to claim independence when, frankly, my class is the most dependent class possible, because we need all of your lives and all of your labor and all of your living. Otherwise, we don't have any wealth. How do the billions work? Like I own your, like if I was the 1% and you were the 99, I own your houses in which you pay rent. I own your jobs in which, yes, you get a wage, but the surplus worth that is created through your work and labor and what we call profit goes to my pocket exclusively. That's a choice. That's not nature. It's a choice of distribution. Distribution of profit goes to the owners. I don't have to work. You work for me. And I collect all the time, I accumulate, I hoard, because the flux of wealth is income flows to property. And the potential of property when it's positive is wealth, when it's negative it's debt. There you go. So I think that's important because it dismantles all of these ideas of self-made, which is already such a patriarchal idea. Somebody who thinks self-made is possible must be a man because they have not understood that there's such a thing as care. Like, do you make all of your meals yourself, or are you able to work without food? And I mean, literally every single meal, including the supply chain order, because you're not even farming your own goddamn potatoes. You don't, do you, as a CEO? Most likely not. And even so, maybe the potatoes, but what with the rest of the crops that you need in order to feed yourself? It's impossible. You can't be self-made. We're part of an intricate, complex societal structure that spans nationally and worldwide in wild fields of interaction that are so difficult to understand profoundly and properly that you can't break it down to any kind of self-made. There is not such a thing. And even if you say, yeah, but we all are, and therefore it doesn't count, well, in the minute in which you employ a person in your enterprise, you're not self-made anymore, because obviously you can't do all of the work yourself. And then the question that remains is, do you share your profit or not? Do you pay a fair wage or not? Those are all decisions, there's no such thing. But self-made is important because self-made enables you to pretend that you are born to rule over those who need to follow you. So this is a form of supremacy. Sorry, I was ill. And the more supremacy you have, the more privilege you have, the more narrow your view of the world gets. Like, it really restricts your experience of the world. And unless you can have experiences from other people, other groups, through genuine listening and interaction, you will not be able to take any meaningful decision on behalf of anybody who is not like you. And the less privilege you have, the more variety of intersection you witness and experience, the more nuanced your decision-making is actually. That's my personal experience. But what it boils down to, when you are in the supremacist position, the privileged position, what we all have in common, me, as a super wealthy white person, and all men, cis men that is, all other white people, of course, all other wealthy people, is we have incredibly fragile egos. Incredibly, incredibly fragile egos. Not only is there male fragility and white fragility, there's also rich fragility. Don't tell a rich person they're rich, they will just fall to pieces. They can't, they're like, no, I earned it. Did you though? And what happens in a relationship between a fragile ego and someone else, you can enter areas of abuse very, very quickly. And so one of the reasons I want to talk to you about all of these things which go into the emotional is because I think the most important thing that wealthy people need is an identity crisis. And the most important thing that you need is to get out of learned helplessness, which is something that, not you necessarily, but the 99%, so many people are used to being oppressed. Even if it's not radically, blatantly brutal, violent oppression, can be, but can also be very subtle. Oxfam calls it economic violence, which is when somebody who is in economic power uses that power to get what they want without having to invite you to the decision-making table and essentially affecting your life without you being able to take any part in it. But like these abuse structures that we have in private relationships, in a way, you can use that to explain power dynamics on a broader societal level. And so the fragility that we have as rich people needs to be addressed. And we need an identity crisis. Usually that comes from trauma. Now, I don't wish trauma on anybody, not even the rich. Although I think maybe taxation is traumatic enough for some of us. So that's why I'm advocating for this. Or justice. They're like, oh, justice. Somebody's going to take my rights away. Honey, you haven't understood justice, but okay. Fair enough. Who gave you a microphone? And what all of these fragile egos have in common as well is we all want the relationship. We deeply want it, we crave it, most of the time because we're very dependent. But we don't want to do the work, we just want the result, which is also very, very telling. When you see someone wanting a relationship and not being able to do the relationship work, be it mental load or be it just the regular acts of kindness and care that you need in order for a relationship to grow and to become something actually meaningful. And in terms of like bigger societal relationships, that means pay your damn taxes. That's a way of caring for society. It's a way of admitting that you trust a process of democratic value more than your own personal preferences and favorites. That you care enough to be like, I'm going to give this part of my money, whatever it is, because I want it to become universal healthcare or public transport or whatever the hell. And also I'm acting in terms of my rights of voting to make sure that the people I give my voice to can represent my preferences and wishes, but I don't go around the system. So yeah, we want the result and not a process. We need an identity crisis. And what's my last little thought that I scribbled in the margin? Oh yeah, we will not save you. We will not save you. None of you. We don't care. Some of us might. Some of us might think we care. Some of us might be sure we care. But action beats word. And unless very, very wealthy people do everything in their possibility to share their power, make transparent what privilege they hold, and try to give it back to where it came from, which is society, if that's the bare minimum, if you don't do the bare minimum, you don't really care. you just like to be called super rich because it's like superpower. I have seen adult rich people in like intimate circles break down in tears when you ask them what's left of them when you strip them of their wealth. And they don't know. So I need you, in case you were still in awe of rich people one way or another, including me, because I know some people think that I'm a good rich person. I'm not, I'm just a rich person. I might fall on my head tomorrow and have the craziest ideas and thank God I don't have the wealth anymore to follow them. But seriously, we're not going to help you. At best, we are allies, which means we follow your lead in whatever kind of social movement you're involved, be it feminism, anti-racism, anti-ableism, social justice movements, you name them. Unless we support these movements, unless we start listening to your leadership, we're not really there to care, we're not really there to help. And that's what I kind of want to leave you with. That it's frankly up to you, because we use the diversity that you have against you currently, you know, divide et impera, divide and conquer. Make sure that you have infights so that you don't fight me. Just look at this, like the 99% and the 1%. If the 99% are united against the 1%, what are we going to do? We can't do anything. We can do like, okay, yes, whatever you want. We might be a minority in terms of how many of the population we are, but we're not an actual minority in terms of what a democracy needs to protect. Democracy needs to protect you from us more than the other way around. And what we don't understand, because we have so much privilege and we're so blinded by this privilege, is the more the progressive discourse figures out the intersectionality of all these different movements and widens their view to how all of these things play into each other, the better organized you are. And I think the movements are further along the way than they understand. I think my class completely underestimates this power of the progressive movements that do the intersectional work. And I truly believe that society-wise, we already stand on the shoulders of everybody who was there before us, who fought for things they didn't even see come to fruition. They might have not witnessed democracy. They might have not witnessed any kind of justice, any kind of win, and they still did all of the work. And we're standing on these shoulders. That's where I want to be in solidarity with you all, because the more we are, the better we can change this. And it's worth every effort. But you do not need us. So yeah, questions?
Sure. You want to sit or you want to stand?
Yeah, we can sit down. That's
okay.
a little more eye level.
So, this way, yeah.
Maybe we have.
And we need to pull this ahead, yeah, that's right. Okay, so thank you so much, Marlene, for sharing. I think
is this on?
Yeah, it is. Okay. It is. Yeah. So thank you for sharing. I think we all appreciate, and probably lots of questions. So I just pass it on to. Yeah. Can I collect a few?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Yeah. One here. Benjamin in the back afterwards.
Yeah, thanks. I really enjoyed your talk. And I have a question about something you said in the first part, where you were talking about how the rich, super rich, think about politics perhaps as a thing they own. At least that's what I kind of heard. And I thought, it's interesting what you think about the following. To what extent that is something that can only be the case in democracy? Because I'm from Russia, right? And when I think about Russia, there are a lot of very rich people there, and they don't owe Vladimir Putin, right? It's the other way around. And I think they know that. And I think the same is probably true in China. It's the Communist Party who owns the rich, not the other way around. Although, of course, Vladimir Putin, for example, himself is an extremely rich person. So to what extent this feeling of this very special power and the feeling that there is no one above you, do you think it's something specific to, well, liberal democracies? Yeah, that's my question.
Hi, Benjamin Sovacool from Boston University and Sussex University. First, let me just say thank you for leading by example. You're the only multimillionaire I've ever met or heard speak that has given up 90% of their wealth, so well done. I wish more people would follow that. I wanted to know if you had any thoughts. There's a clothing company called Patagonia, which makes quite nice jackets and things like that, and boots and hiking gear. And about 3 years ago, their board, including their founder, gave the company back to the earth, so that now every profit they make goes to nature conservation, I think in Chile. And I always thought, what a really radical, bold vision. And the founder had hoped more companies would follow, none have. But is at least that a good sign of harnessing the power of capital to actually do nature conservation, or no?
Okay. First, a little correction. I gave away close to 100%, and I'm proud of that, and I want this to be, to be known. Minus what I used in order to pay for all expenses, living costs, rent, travel, all that sort of stuff. The first question, only possible in democracy. First of all, I think a democracy is always to be favored over any kind of oppressive, dictatorial, or authoritarian regime of any kind, pure and simply because it's not just about the question who owns the wealthy or not. The second is all of the countries worldwide, as far as I understand it, but please correct me, have to operate under capitalism, is hegemonial. There is not a way of being in international trade without following capitalistic set of rules and laws, which means that at the end of the day, the owning classes of the world still own the decisions that Russia and China have to abide by in order to participate in that. So I think it's less that it's happening in democracy, it's happening in capitalism that owning becomes ruling. Because capitalist is structured in such a way that through the legal framework that we have, and thankfully Catherine Apista is here to correct me, I'll just look, and if she does this, I'm like, okay, somebody give her a microphone. But unless, the legal framework that we have in capitalism that sets up capitalism makes for a certain class of people, gives them the ability to exert an enormous amount of power without needing a mandate for it, which goes against democratic values, which is why there is such a conflict between capitalism and democracy, and it's such a tricky way of uniting them. I stand on the position that we need something else, that we need to emancipate ourselves from this system and build something different. What it is, I don't know, I can't tell you because I'm not an expert and I don't envision the new super economic, social, political system, but I think we know well enough what's not working, what we need to fix, and when we have fixed all of that we need to fix, I think it needs a new name. But so I think it's an expression of capitalist system working, and none of the countries can buy their way out of that. That's my understanding. So that's one. And the other question was about Patagonia. So I got confronted with this model a lot when it came up. So I don't have all of it perfectly in my head anymore. I have to Google in my brain, which is never a good thing. But I think there's a very, very far-right extremist billionaire, Said, I think is his name, last name, S-A-I-D or S-A-I-D, one of the two, I don't know the spelling. And he did essentially the same that the Patagonia guy did, only to funnel the profit into right-wing extremism, especially also the abolition of the abortion laws. So you tell me if that's a good model to follow. I think at the end of the day, also it was a tax evasion model for the family. This was not charity. This was a way of making sure that the preference of the philanthropist in this case would be enshrined into something, a structure that has a potential of eternity, if you will, unless the legal framework is changed in such a way that this structure doesn't abide by law anymore, it has then to be restructured or something. So basically, I think the end doesn't justify the means. Even if you go for environmental protection, which, yeah, tipping my top hat to you, wonderful. If you use a structure that inherently is also, that you can also use for quote-unquote bad things, that questions the process you chose. And I think I would always want to use processes that when I use them, I also am okay with it when somebody I disagree with uses them, because the process in and of itself is a good process. That would be my approach. So I reject the Patagonia model. I know he meant well, but also like, who's in charge of that foundation? That's his kids, right? Yeah, power and stuff. Dynastics. Tricky, tricky, tricky.
More questions? Yes.
Thank you. I have two questions. One is very practical. As someone who has funded research, who was trying to tap into the wealthy and understand how they see taxes. It's very hard. Most of them don't really want to talk to a researcher. So if you have any suggestion on how that might work out, I'll be very glad to hear it. The second one is a very personal one. What do you think about expropriation? If taxes doesn't work and tomorrow democratically we decide that whatever's above $1 million, sorry, we're taking it. Do you think that would work? Do you think would be ethically and morally justifiable? Yeah, any take you have on that, I'd be curious too. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for that fascinating insider insights. I have a very academic question I'm wanting to ask you, also particularly because you possibly are one of the people that could verify the hunch that I have. And the hunch I'm having is that what you presented in terms of the inside view makes you associate wealth with power and self-interest of the wealthy. But my hunch from reading some of the literature on also the views of the wealthy of themselves often portrays them as having this notion that the wealth really isn't their own, in the sense that they individually as a person own it, but they only, they are in charge of it as trustees, but there's this notion of trusteeship, it's family wealth, they have to keep it, they have to, make it grow. So to what extent is there among your circles the notion that this isn't really ours, it's just for us there to pass along, and we have to treat it accordingly so we can pass it along in a good fashion? And to what sense is there also some notion of, and that might strike the political economists as a ridiculous idea, but some notion of a symbolic meaning of all that wealth?
No. Sorry, I have forgotten tissue, so you have to listen to me sniffle. The first one, research about wealthy, and that's tricky what to do. Well, talk to me. I talked to every researcher I found, who found me basically. Oh, thank you so much. I will use that when the next question is asked. I talked to them. I tried to make time for any kind of research conversation. I tried to share that within the circle of contacts that I have. But at the same time, I think what you need to do is you have to advocate for tax justice, because the funny thing is, even with a 0% wealth tax, you collect data about who owns the wealth, and then it's not a piece of cake, but it becomes easier. So that would be my number one advice. Advocate, join me in tax justice fights, but also feel free to reach out, and then if I can help you, I will, and if I can connect you to people who might be able, then I'll do that. The next thing about expropriation, I think publicly we might not be at the stage yet to discuss this well, but I think it must be done because it's just a legal tool. We use it all the time. Every time, for instance, when we have public infrastructure, we expropriate people who happen to live where we need to have train tracks, right? So we expropriate them, which means it's just, and it's not what people think is it's theft or robbery. No, it's a forced selling of your property. And then you can argue whether this is really the value that it has, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, it's just a legal tool. It's a tool that we have and that we should use when we need it. Especially also when we face structures, I think, that are too big to fail. We're splitting them up, and also expropriation can be tools. And I think the best example that I would encourage you to follow is happening in Berlin. I don't know if you're aware of it. There's a movement, it's called DWE, Deutsche Wohnen und Co. enteignen. It means Deutsche Wohnen and Vonovia and whatever they're all called. They're like big companies that own enormous amounts of flats, of buildings where people live. And their business model is essentially that they own these buildings and these flats, they drive up the rent, and they put absolutely no money in the maintenance of the buildings, which creates the profit that they need in order to give a lot of dividends and revenue to the shareholders. And so there is a movement of people in Berlin that uses the Berlin Constitution that allows two ways of changing legislation in Berlin. The first is by initiating a referendum. So they had a referendum, should we expropriate these big companies, housing owners? And the vote went, I think, 56% in favor. And then the CDU, which is the Conservative Party, that also won like a major share of the vote in the next vote. They entered the Senate. I hope that I do this properly. And basically they blocked that. Also, the SPD candidate was not really much in favor of it, like, let's be frank. But so it's being blocked even though it won and by the Constitution should come into effect, which means that they should discuss it, they should figure out a way of putting this into effect. But the Constitution gives you a second option, and currently DW is following that second option, which is if you write the law of expropriation, and if you put that law to vote, and if it's voted for, it becomes effective law. Then it will be the first expropriation law that has ever been properly put into place in the history of Germany since World War II. That would be incredibly exciting to see, because it would prove that there are democratic political means of changing crises such as the housing crisis. And I don't know if you're familiar with the housing market in Berlin, but it is insane what's going on there. And it's partly due to the fact that it's so highly privatized. So I think it's an important tool. And I think, as with every powerful tool, you have to make sure to use it properly and wisely. But also, you can't just let it rot in your toolbox when you have it. I don't see why you would. But yeah, there's a lot of propaganda around it. It's like theft and that it's dictatorial. No, that's not true. But yeah, anyway. So I think it would work, and I think it's morally definitely justifiable, but I don't think that the moral question is even important. It's a democratic question. And the second question was, the wealthy say that they're in charge of maintenance, it's a prestige thing, they must protect and grow, it's not really ours, it's for our children and the children of our children, blah, blah, blah. That's dynastic talk. I don't care the symbolic value that they attach to your wealth. I could not give less of a flying fuck, literally, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You can embellish any action with what your view of it is. You can embellish abuse if you want to. It remains abuse. And legally speaking, you might consider yourself a steward, but you are an owner. You're not a steward. Legally speaking, you own this. When you own it, you can't say you don't own it. I mean, you can, but it's just not true. It's just not true. And why would one family or one dynasty be deserving of the accumulation and concentration of wealth, which always must come from somebody else lacking all of this wealth? These are linked. You cannot abolish poverty without, which is one excess, without abolishing the other excess, which is extreme wealth concentration. They are two sides of the same coin. And every time that you have a family that accumulates wealth, I don't know if you're familiar with the book Our Lives in Their Portfolios, but that's essentially it. We own your flats. We can only accumulate by buying more of your houses. Now the boomers that are entering rent and realize, okay, the housing prices are insane and my care situation is also insane, so I'm going to sell my house now because it's a sweet spot. I'm going to rent a little flat or might get myself into a good caring facility and be able to to pay for that. Who is on the market and can compete with these prices? Young families? No fucking way. It's my class. So we suck wealth out of your middle classes, out of governments as well. There's billionaires who are worth more than countries. That's insane. So I don't care what wonderful flowery viewpoint you have, not you, but wealthy people. Oh, we're just protecting it. And it's just, we have to make sure that we maintain this long-standing tradition. Yeah, slavery was a long-standing tradition. Should we have maintained it? No. period. Like, I don't care. I don't care for your symbolic attachment to your wealth because it is tied to the crises that so many people suffer from. You must redistribute. That's my take. Next.
Yeah, many thanks, Marlene. I've three questions. I try to be brief. The first one is related to what you described as the identity and the necessary identity crisis of the rich. You talked about the kind of the self-denial or the denial of being wealthy. And you cited that book with interviews about people with high income in New York where they found that phenomenon. I would like you to elaborate on that. I would like to hear more on that. A second thing on taxation. I very much sympathize with your tax me now. I think that's the way. But it is also very much context dependent. It's super plausible in Germany, in Austria, where we have democratic, capable states. But what if you, kind of as a thought experiment, if you would have been born into Mexico, let's say, I spent many years in Mexico, there you have something resembling a democracy, but it's a very incapable state. People perceive it as corrupt. It's incapable of doing very basic things. Would you also kind of think that kind of requesting the Mexican state to tax you would have been a good idea? Or would there be other solutions you would have in mind? And finally, a personal question. Kind of part of our cliches of the rich, kind of a structural cliche, is that they can't trust any relationships because every friendship is kind of suspicious of being motivated by self-interest. So now that you have given away all your riches, do you feel liberated? Can you trust your friends again?
That's enough. Yeah, that's sorry. First, I was blowing my nose. I hope I heard your first correction. Your first question properly was about people who deny their wealthiness, right? That's a phenomenon that is actually well researched. That no matter where you land on the spectrum of ownership of wealth, like of whether you do own some or a lot or none, everybody counts themselves as the middle class. Everybody thinks that, like, middle class, maybe top 10%-ish, but like we're not wealthy. Because the richer you get, the more you compare upwards. There's a tendency. There's also exceptions, but a lot of them are like, yeah, but there's always someone who's richer than you. But yeah, that's true for everybody other than the richest person. Like, that's a ridiculous way of trying to figure out where you land. And so many people, when you show them where they actually land in wealth distribution, are extremely surprised. I think a rule that applies for most people is you are closer to a homeless person with 3 bad months without salary than you are to a billionaire with 3 good salary months, which helps a lot of people to maybe like recalibrate where they stand in that hierarchy, if you want to call it that. Probably you should call it that. But yeah, so many people understand that it's not just to own so much more. They understand, especially in the German-speaking context, there is this idea of you shouldn't flaunt your wealth, you shouldn't show it off, right? You should pretend to be humble and modest, which is not humility, and it's not modesty, or maybe it's modesty, because modesty can be a form of vanity. I'm quoting Maya Angelou here, but very badly, so figure out what Maya Angelou said, because she said it so beautifully. But anyway, there is no humility in that statement. Look at the Quants. There's a very, very good documentary. It's called The Silence of the Quants. The Quants are the family that own BMW, not only BMW, but that's what they're mainly known for. And I mean, this family had their own personal concentration camps during the Nazi regime for their like factories. They never apologized for it. And in this documentary, a reporter tries to get the matriarch, like, I don't know what her first name is, but Madame Quandt, whatever, the mum of Stefan Quandt and Susanne Klatten, and she rebuffs him by saying, like, we are living like normal people, we don't flaunt our wealth, what do you want? Which is a weird way of reacting to a very critical question regarding the history of the wealth, to be like, but we are modest, which then they enter like a limousine to drive to like a very exclusive conference. I'm like, modest, really? I don't know. But yeah, it's very common. I don't know what else to tell you other than it's this weird absurd, but maybe that you can always, I said rich fragility because I wanted you to connect it to male fragility and white fragility. White people are like, yeah, but I'm not privileged. I'm not getting everything I want just because I'm white. I hear that a lot. That's a super racist thing to say, because it is blind for the fact that the structures are so that your whiteness would never cause you to find a hurdle on your path. Maybe something else will create a hurdle for you. Your working class background, for instance, might, but your whiteness won't. And yet there's this blindness to it, and you have that with wealth as well. The rich fragility is also like, yeah, but I'm not that wealthy. I can't buy the moon. Come on. But I mean, look at the protesters in Venice. They did a huge thing. I don't know if you saw it. Put up this huge poster on the Marcus Place or whatever it's called in Venice, talking to basically Jeff Bezos, being like, if you can buy Venice for your wedding, you can pay taxes. Beautiful. What an image. But your two other questions. First of all, tax justice depends on the context. What if you're in like Mexico or other non-democratic or corrupt state? First of all, I wouldn't be so sure that our structures are that perfect and are that non-corrupt. Like, maybe not in the classical sense of, oh, there's money bags that are changing hands, but there is a level of corruption in the kind of lobbyism that we find that I think is very, very dangerous, especially in Germany. Thanks to lobby control, we know more than we should know because it's very intransparent. But we see, like, for instance, with the German tax law for inheritance tax. They have an inheritance tax, and in Austria we don't have one, so we have to envy the German people until we read their tax system and we're like, oh my fucking God, what are you doing? The lobby organization Stiftung Familienunternehmen, which is a foundation to represent the interests of family dynastically owned mega companies, they in 2016 co-wrote the exceptions that are in this law. And they bragged about it on record. They were like, that was a special hour of policy counseling, Sternstunde der Politikberatung. They were proud of it. And that is, I don't know if legally you could call that corruption, but it goes so close because it really makes sure that there is one interest that is favored over everybody else's interest. That's number one. The second is, just because a country is not in the global north doesn't mean it's not automatic, or doesn't mean that it's automatically a bad system. Which, just wanted it to be said. I know you didn't mean that, but still, I need it to be said, because I encounter this a lot. The examples we pick are never from the global north when we say non-democratic. They're always from the global south, which, tricky. But yeah, of course, if you have a difficult system, then you can have a different tax discussion. But I only ever see this criticism when it's about wealth tax. I never see it about income tax or VAT, right? If you have an inherently corrupt system, any kind of taxation should be in question, and not just wealth taxation, if you want to put tax to the question. But it shows that with wealthy people, we imply such a higher level of they should be able to also decide whether or not they want to pay this tax, which we don't with anybody else. We never debate, should we have VAT in Mexico? Right? You do? You debate that. I have not had this debate anywhere else. This is my surprise of the day. Thank you for having that debate. Maybe you should publish it so that people like me find it, like the lay people. But you know what I mean, though, in the general broader discussion of things, because I get this counter argument a lot. And I think at the end of the day, there's so many more tools around financial systems that we can use. And wealth taxation will always be one of them. And maybe it's not the first one to use, because first you might need to straighten up your government situation. But you will end up with a wealth taxation situation nonetheless. At the end of the day, this is what you will have to have kind of regulation of that. And so what I think I like to discuss in that situation is, how about cutting the debt of the global south? I think that would be a very, very cool discussion to have to start financial means in order to create justice and level playing fields worldwide. But let's go to the last question, because I run away with my words. Cliches about the friendships and the suspicion and stuff. My personal experience is, as a wealthy person, because I started talking openly to my friends about everything when I was still non-public, but already extremely rich just because of the family and also through the inheritance. I showed them the numbers, everything. We had every discussion openly. And my experience is that it only strengthens your relationships. Rich people think they're super subtle about being very rich and privileged, and nobody can know unless they tell them. It's the same thing with every kind of privilege. Those who are not in possession of privilege are the best to detect privilege in others. So everybody who is not extremely rich usually can tell when somebody is extremely rich. We're not subtle. Some of us, very, very few of us, but most of us are so blinded by our privilege we don't even see where we do things that are telling. And so I think we should be very, very open about money, about wealth, about power, open about the criticism, open about the problems that might come up. I've had some conflict in my friend circle where we realized all of a sudden that there is a class divide between us and there is a power divide that ensues from that class divide, and we have to navigate this conflict and realize, how can we remain in a friendship that is aware of this, that doesn't get consumed by this, where criticism that is told to me is not necessarily personal, can be because I can be an idiot about something and then I deserve the criticism, but sometimes it's structural and I'm just representative of a class. And how can I make this distinction? And that's a lot of work. But I think you just need to do relationship work. And then if you work on your relationships properly, those relationships will be wonderful. And if sometimes people part ways, fair enough. But I'd rather live in a situation where I have to figure this out and just be open and try my best and put myself openly and honestly into a relationship rather than being afraid of relationships because the only thing I care to protect for is my wealth and hiding it. If that's my priority, then I'm not a good relationship partner to begin with because I obviously choose this above anything else, any kind of openness. No, I think my experience is friendship doesn't give a shit about millions. They will laugh about you with or without them. And they will laugh with you with or without them. And they will support you with or without them. And every once in a while you can buy them dinner, why not?
Is this on? Marlene, in your talk, you were talking about solidarity and that people, like the 99%, should organize from the ground up and not care about what the 1% really thinks because they won't help the 99%. And so, also, you touched upon the power of capitalism in this, and my observation is in this capitalist system, the promise of actually getting rich and this lingering thing that you can be part of this 1%, or if not be part of this 1%, you can just make your lives better by getting richer. So this is a huge impediment to solidarity and organizing with people who are more similar to you, I mean, to us right now, or I don't know to which point of view should I say this, but yeah. So, and also, there is another idea which is vaguely connected to this, but I hear it all the time that, okay, you should save for retirement, save for old age, no one going to be taking care of you, and the one method of this is the stock market. So you go to the stock market, maybe buy property, and this is like a wise and responsible thing to do because you don't want to be like retired and have no money and like really be destitute when you're old. And so people are actually motivated and told to save for old age, and this is also within like this capitalist framework. And so my question to you, or like you kind of elaborated on this, but if any additional opinion or thought on this, like what can wake people up to think about, what can be the message to this, that nothing within this capitalist realms, that okay, you are sold this promise to be rich, that you can be rich within, but it's never going to happen. So many people are not practicing this solidarity because they kind of hung on to this promise of becoming more and more rich right now, and they see as realistic right now, rather to like find allies within your own proximity and people who are more similar to you. So yeah, the question is, what can you add on to that? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the presentation and for sharing your ideas. Thank you for the presentation, for sharing your ideas. I wanted to recall an episode in the early 20th century with people like Andrew Carnegie asking his millionaire friends to donate their money to establish philanthropic foundations and spend the money for the good of mankind. And then there is a more recent example with people like Bill Gates and Warren Buffett involved, telling other extremely wealthy people to donate their fortunes. And in a sense, one could say Tax Me Now is like the continental European version of that. Use my wealth for something beneficial, for something which accrue to the common good. So, and we have been talking today about philanthropy, and I will be curious to know what you think about this other way, so to say, the American way. And I have another question, which is not politically important, and maybe you don't want to answer it, but I was thinking when there is a transfer of wealth, there is also an act of acceptance. You have to say you want the transfer of wealth. So I would like to know, but as I said, maybe you don't want to answer. Why did you accept the wealth? You have been afterwards trying to get, if I may use the expression, to get rid of. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait, just a second. Sorry that you have to see this. Okay, so the 99% should organize and the 1% won't help. First of all, the 99% already do organize. Like, I'm not the one telling you to start it. This has already been ongoing, and there's a lot of stuff that is happening, a lot of work is being done, and a lot of things have already been won. Some face more counteraction now, but I do want to honor all the efforts of people who are already like fully involved in social movements and in organizing. And you talked about this power of the capitalist promise of getting rich, blah, 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 and the stock market for individual insurance of care. And what the counter message is do I rephrase basically okay, good, just to make sure that I answer what you asked and not what I thought you asked. And there is a clip, I found it on Instagram, might be on YouTube too, where Trevor Noah, you might know him, he's one of these people that has like a late night kind of show, I think. I don't know, I never watched it live or anything, so I don't know anything about the format, where he dismantles a lot of bullshit, and apparently is very entertaining, as far as I'm concerned. And he debunks something that the capitalist promise also brings to the table, which is they strip you of community and then they sell it back to you. Because what most organizing that I know that is also successful, even if it takes a long time and a lot of debate and a lot of work, is a sense of community. And community is an answer or like a counter-narrative, if you will, or can provide a counter-narrative to the hyper-individualistic system that the capitalist system needs. It needs everybody to be so individualized that everybody is so busy fixing their own lives that they can't connect properly in order to build communities where the interaction can help. You might know this saying, it takes a village to raise a child. That doesn't come from nowhere. That comes from actual experience of pre-capitalist societies. And I think the counter-narrative to you can become rich, which most people don't do in order to become powerful. Most people want to be rich because they want to be secure. They want to be comfortable. They just want to be at ease. They want to, for once, not have to consider their bank account in the back of their head all of the fucking time in order to figure out, can I own like this new chair I need or not? Or can I buy coffee or not? Can I heat and eat and pay rent this flipping month? Or do I have to ditch one of these? Preferably not rent. Like, most people just want security. And this constant anxiety and stress, I don't think that there is an agenda to put it on people like, let's make them be stressed and then they can't rise. But I think it's an effect of capitalism and of hyper-individualization that can only be countered by creating community, creating communal support systems. Also, legally you can do that by creating different forms of ownership that are not centered on an individual, but can be cooperatives, or I don't know all of the names of the different kinds of ownership models that you have, but there is legal frameworks that also allow for this kind of stuff where you share ownership in a way, which also means that you have a shared kind of responsibility. We do see that there is different approaches rising even into the capitalist sphere. Teams work better than individuals because you have a multi-perspective approach that is just usually more wholesome and more detailed and more precise most of the time. Like, you can also have a rubbish team situation because nobody is matched well, and like, I'm not going to say that is like the non plus ultra, but I think community is really something that has to be built. It's not something that you just get. That's relationship work. It takes ages because it needs trust building. It needs figuring out what the shared values are, and all of this is a lot of work, and our societies are shaped in a way that make this very, very difficult work. But it's possible to do that. And I would advocate on the more societal level in terms of, for instance, the rent situation or the care situation where you have to invest in the stock market in order to be able to like secure your like life insurance so that you won't die forgotten and rot in a corner of a moldy flat. Structurally, you can go against this by having a very well-financed public service system where care is a good that nobody needs to pay for because it's paid for by the government because they tax wealth to pay for it. Like, there is ways of making sure that we don't have to individualize all of that. We can actually publicly pay for that. It is possible. It's the same, like, not the same exactly, but just bear with me for the simplification here. It's the same money, whether you put it on individuals to put on the stock market or whether you take it out of the wealthy and you put it in public hands, doesn't matter. Like, it's a choice of how you want to structure the system. And I think I would advocate for public ownership. That doesn't have to be state ownership. There's various ways of having public ownership also at smaller levels be done, city levels, communal levels. And I would advocate for community. Try to build that, try to reach out to organizations that work on community building. That's an actual field of activism. And it's very, very successful. And when it's done well, it can create a resilience for a group that otherwise would really struggle under the current system. So this is what I would go to in terms of counter-narrative. I would definitely encourage you. Maybe Hope in the Dark by Rebecca Solnit to begin with as a book, just to like get the spirit up, and then you will find a lovely, like there's lovely books to read that can point you in this direction. Maybe people here know some. I saw some people bobbing their heads, so maybe you can afterwards chat about this. And then this Carnegie thing with, first of all, Tax Me Now is not the European version of the Giving Pledge. I have to, I reject that completely. Because Tax Me Now we understand as a group that we need to be taxed, we need a structure that is not relying on the goodwill of rich people. We want a democratic process, and we want people in the democratic process to decide what we should do in terms of wealth taxation. The Giving Pledge is a scam. No, but seriously, I am so strongly opposed, because essentially what happens is you have these people like Bill Gates and Warren Buffett and who have you, they decide that they will redistribute their wealth, but it's not true. They put it in a foundation, and who owns the foundation? Who is on the board? They are. What does a foundation do classically? You have different kinds of foundations, but the normal structure, normal because it's the mostly used, is you put all of your stock on the financial market, essentially investing in the very companies that are destroying this planet in order to take a little bit of the revenue to sprinkle it on the crises that you fired and fueled through your stock investments. That's the Giving Pledge for you. They buy Coca-Cola shares to exploit workers in African countries, and then they sprinkle a little bit of development money because they're so good at heart, aren't they? But they get to decide what's good and what's not good. Who are they? Are they our kings? I don't think so. They should not be able to act accordingly. And if you mean it, you do what I call the sunsetting approach, which is a spend-down foundation, where you can still invest, yes, but first of all, do a mission alignment. Please invest in such a way, if you must, invest in such a way that you do as little harm as possible and that you mission align all of your investment decisions with what you actually want to do, which almost no foundation does. And also because none of the foundations have to be really transparent about anything, we hardly know the harm that they cause, structurally speaking. And then you spend it down and you create a spend down plan until year X. Take Fahad Ibrahimi. Fahad Ibrahimi, multimillionaire in the US, he created a spend down plan with the, what's the name? Oh, damn it. I forgot the name of his foundation, but Fahad Ibrahimi starts with an E, not with an I, even though I say Ibrahimi. So Fahad Ibrahimi, and he did a spend down plan until 2023, and he spent down his wealth completely. He's one of the few people where I'm like, I'm looking up to you. And he's incredibly nice on top of things. And so he distributed all of this wealth into especially climate action, climate justice causes. But to get rid of it completely, not because he wanted to get rid of it, but because he understood that if you like funnel wealth and money essentially into other kinds of like ownership or work or projects, which is work, it doesn't disappear. It becomes something different, but it doesn't disappear. And that's what people think when you spend money, it's disappearing. It doesn't disappear. It doesn't disappear in the system either. It just transforms into something. It can transform into services and into goods. You might consume them, but it also a lot of the time transforms into labor, and labor always leads to something, most of the time to more labor, but eventually also to results, to actual change. And so the giving pledge is a scam unless they've actually completely spent down. It's not a giving pledge. It's a we restructure the ownership patterns pledge. But we do the same investments we did to accumulate wealth. Bill Gates tripled his wealth since the giving pledge. Tripled. He doesn't know what he's doing. I'm sorry. This man is utterly incompetent to do the kind of decision making that he does. And it's because he's so privileged that he's so incompetent. And I don't care that he has supported efforts to eradicate polio, because you can also do that publicly by just giving the governments back the monies that they need to do that. You can give the people back the decision-making power to get rid of it without having a billionaire come in and save the day. And he could have structured it differently. He could have made it not about himself. Like, so it makes me angry, and I know it's not you, like it's not your fault, but it gets me going. And so I think this American philanthropic way, I think the only kind of philanthropy that I can respect is abolitionist philanthropy. Philanthropy that puts itself out of business. Because you only need philanthropy when you have crises, when you have people who need support. And what other ends could you try to seek than to make sure that nobody needs you anymore? Because everybody's doing so well that they are independent of you. Philanthropy is dependence. There is a German quote, like it's not a German quote, I think, but it's from Pestalozzi. And I know it in German, and then I will translate it. But I will say it in German first, so that those who speak German in this room can correct my translation. It goes, Mildtätigkeit ist das Ersäufen des Rechts im Mistloch der Gnade. So charity is drowning rights or right equity in the sewage of mercy. That's what it is. I don't want to be at the mercy of anybody other than a transparent, participatory, inclusive, democratic system where I can engage with it and stand up to it alongside others. Then fair enough. Then they can create rules and I have to abide by them. And if I don't like them, I'm organizing against them. But I don't want to be at the mercy of anybody. I don't care about goodwill, because they just need to fall on their heads, like I said earlier about myself, and think all of a sudden, anti-vaxxers are really the heroes of our time. We should fund the bejesus out of them. They could choose that, and they could do that and make it happen. Look at the abortion ban in the US. That's also the result of philanthropy but we don't call it philanthropy because we don't like it. But it's philanthropy at its core, in its essence, and how it works. It's philanthropy, but it's right-wing philanthropy. They think they're doing good. I bet you everybody think that they're doing the best for this world. But I think they should not be the ones to judge that. Everybody gets to judge that. I judge Bill Gates hard. I bet he does too. Like, I don't care. I think I'm right. I guess he does too. I need you to support me there. But yeah, anyway, so last question you said is, why did I accept the inheritance when I wanted to get rid of it? First of all, redistribution is not the same as getting rid of it. If I had renounced it, then I would have got rid of it. But also not, because what I said earlier, I think what I think is so important is to accept your role and to own it. Because personally, I think if you don't own the role you have, you can't really properly analyze the political structure around it and work with it. So the same goes for being white. I can't reject being white. I'm white. I'm super white. I like also so many cliche box of white people. I tick almost all of them. It's ridiculous. Watch me dance. Like it's fun. But I can't just decide not to be. And I can't decide not to be rich. It's impossible. Even when I have redistributed close to 100% of my inheritance, I will still be rich because I will most likely inherit at least once again. At least. And then what? And I can just call home and I'm like, I kind of like screwed up with my redistribution and my new independent freelance working project, and like I'm indebted by a couple of $100,000 now. Can I please get this money? And I will get it. Like I'm rich by association at worst. Like I'm not, it's impossible, I can't. And so I wanted to accept it and I wanted to use it. And then I was like, when I do this, I want to do it publicly because I want people to be able to use it as an example, not because I want them to be like, this is the example, this is how it should be done, but because I wanted people to be like, this is an example and this is good about it and this isn't. And that's what we can learn from it. And that's how we can now use that maybe as a counterexample to classical philanthropy and be like, yeah, but she gave power away, why didn't you? And they can be like, but she's still in the media, that's power, isn't it? And it's like, point taken. She's still on stage, why? Why do you still listen to me? You don't need me. But yeah, sorry.
I think those were wonderful closing words. We are at the end, so thank you so much, Marlene, for being with us, for talking to us. And I think we are at the end of the... first, a big applause for Marlene. I think we are at the end of the conference, so we have to... You can stay, you just stay, because Andreas is coming too. So I think we need to thank you for being here with us and for having these 2 wonderful days with us, wonderful debates, wonderful discussions. Not that we solved anything, but I think we have quite a lot of ideas about what needs to be solved. Thank you.
Yeah, basically saying the same thing. Marlene, thanks a lot for your engaged defense of basic democratic, equality, liberty.
The bare minimum.
Solidarity. That's really, really a nice concluding session. Penultimate thing, kind of one thing I couldn't do properly at the beginning. We couldn't do properly at the beginning because of time constraints. We want to do it now to thank our organizing team. And as a sign of their professionalism, I was handed a list. Ruth, she knows that she can't trust my memory, so I got a list to thank all the really highly professional organizers. I think they really did a splendid job. There might have been a few glitches from the PowerPoints, whatever, but I think we really had the best conference is when you don't notice the organization behind. I think we didn't notice the organization behind. So thanks a lot to Agnes Kende, to Flora Heveshi, to Judith Sakac, Silvia Palagi, Ruth Gashot-Kandlish, Greta Piovano, and Judith Benke. Thanks a lot and applause. And yes, I agree with Andrea. We had really two dense, interesting, open-ended days. Obviously, we didn't solve anything, but I think we really raised very pertinent, interesting points. Some people have been asking me and have been asking us, where will this lead to? We don't know. We hope it will be probably the first chapter in a discussion on wealth concentration and democracy at the Democracy Institute, but kind of it's an open book. The basic thing is, thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Andreas.
And thanks to everybody. And we still, some of you will still meet on a boat in the evening, but kind of the official part is closed with that. And yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks.